Chapter 1. The sea in the middle of the night is raging. Ripples chase ripples, and waves chase waves. A small cargo ship fully loaded with containers passed through waves of violent waves, like a clumsy beast, struggling hard in the wind and waves, trying to break out of the impossible swamp. Huge waves rose high from the sea and rushed towards the ship with the force of thunder, stirring up a sky full of noisy white waves, and then, carrying the force of the night wind, hit the deck like a waterfall. Suddenly, the sharp noises of two explosions pierced through the roar of the waves on the sea, the howling of the wind, and the painful groans of the ship. The freighter rose and fell in the raging waves, and explosions were heard from the dim cabin. A man rushed out of the cabin door, grabbed the railing on the side of the ship with one hand, held the pistol tightly with the other hand, and looked vigilantly at the cabin door behind him. The next moment, another slim figure walked out leisurely. No matter how bumpy the boat was, she always looked relaxed, as if she was walking on solid ground. "Little guy, you can't run away." In the flickering light of the cabin, her pupils glowed with a faint blue light, and the fangs slightly protruding between her two red lips made her look like the nightmare banshee in Jewish mythology that often haunted people's dreams. "Don't be afraid." Her eyes were filled with amusement, and the tip of her tongue slid across her plump red lips, like an elegant yet cruel cat gazing at its prey. "I've changed my mind. You actually managed to escape and even killed a few guards. Even though they were useless, you're enough to impress me. Haha, I will grant you the noble bloodline of the Blood Clan. You will become a member of the Hizimba family, the aristocracy of the night." "Sorry, I have no interest in becoming a vampire." Su Muqing's face was as pale as white paper, but his eyes were as calm as diamonds. Coming to this strange and dangerous world, he has lost everything in his life, except his original life. But if life is the only thing left in life, it seems that we don't care about losing it. Su Muqing leaned against the side of the boat, trying to steady himself, and raised the gun in his hand. When he was feeling depressed, he went to the Middle East to work as a mercenary. Although he was only a temporary bodyguard in the war zone and not helping the army in fighting, he was familiar enough with the use of various firearms. Therefore, since he escaped from the cage of human traffickers, 7 people have died at his gunpoint. Those Hagwi people who serve vampires. They collect people from all over the world and transport them to the breeding farms of vampire families to become backup food for vampires. When Su Muqing woke up from his coma, he was locked in a container with the same group of captured people. He stole the pistol from a guard's waist and, relying on a bit of luck, shot and killed several guards in succession, escaping from the messy container. Then, he met this female vampire. Ordinary bullets were ineffective against vampires, and ordinary bullets were all he had. Bang! Bang! Su Muqing had only had brief contact with a gun during military training. Now, standing on the bumpy deck, his ability to successfully hit the target was already the result of a burst of adrenaline, and he could no longer force himself to hit the target's vital points. The first bullet grazed the female vampire's arm and flew to an unknown place. The second bullet hit the female vampire's lower abdomen, splashing a little bright blood. Unfortunately, the impact of the bullet only caused her steps to pause slightly. Isn't it possible? The heaviness of despair weighed on his chest, and Su Muqing couldn't help but take a deep breath. At that moment, the bow of the ship suddenly sank and fell into the valley between 2 huge waves. He was already exhausted and suddenly lost weight. He involuntarily tilted to the left and fell into the dark and raging waves. The turbulent, cold sea water swept in from all directions. Su Muqing felt like he had fallen into a washing machine, being rolled and sunk by the force of the water. He didn't know how many times he turned, and then it pushed him to the surface of the sea, but only allowed him to take a breath before it swallowed him up again. Waves of icy sea water surged in, and surrounded by the biting cold, he felt a burning heat like fire. Ice and fire, cold and hot. That extremely complicated feeling made him feel an inexplicable peace. Can't see clearly. No feeling. I can't even feel the pain. It was as if the whole world was in chaos, with only myself, who had turned into black, floating around. So it's not so much that I died. It's more like the feeling that everything around me has disappeared. Is this what death feels like? Su Muqing acted with the calmness of a bystander, as if she was just a spectator watching the disappearance of another life. Suddenly, he heard a murmur. "Can you hear me? Why don't you call my name? I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you." Who is it? The light in front of Su Muqing's eyes dimmed, and when he opened his eyes again, the world before him had completely changed. This is an infinitely vast world. Endless clouds surged under my feet, and the sky around me was empty. In the vast space, countless sword blades are floating, reflecting the boundless colors and shining with crystal-like brilliance. Su Muqing suddenly fell into a dream, standing alone between light and darkness, his deep black eyes looking around at the strange world around him in surprise. "You're here." A sudden sound. The clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the thick clouds began to drop snowflakes, which were then picked up by the howling wind and drifted down onto the extremely lonely clouds. Immediately afterwards, a brilliant light flashed from the depths of the clouds and landed in front of Su Muqing, transforming into a man wearing silver flame armor. He was quite tall and had an extraordinary handsome face. He stood there quietly, like a towering mountain, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. In the rising clouds, Su Muqing and the man in silver flame armor stared at each other. Then he asked, "Who are you? Did you send me into this world?" In response to his voice, the heroic man gently raised his right arm. Swish! Countless black substances flowed out of the void and turned into a long and narrow black blade in his palm. "Do you still have room for random thoughts?" The man's dark eyes were fixed on Su Muqing. He raised the black blade in his hand, stirring up wind and fire all over the sky, cutting the clouds apart like scissors. The crack extended to Su Muqing's feet, and just as it was about to cut him in half, it stopped spreading silently. Su Muqing's eyes flickered, and he pursed his lips. "I think you didn't pull me in here to kill me." There was a hint of other meaning in the man's fierce eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, and a colorful light flew towards Su Muqing. At the moment when the spiritual light came into his body, Su Muqing's mind suddenly became clear. It seemed as if countless elves suddenly appeared in the air that he had always ignored. They danced happily, blending into his flesh and blood, and into his soul. At the same time, columns of information began to refresh on his retina. Death God Battle. For a moment, Su Muqing stared at the familiar painting style, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He has also experienced the baptism of the 3 major popular comics, and he especially likes Death God. When he has nothing to do, he has been playing Death God-type mobile games. Is it because he is addicted to the Death God game that he was given such a set of plugins? He mumbled, looking up at the man with a hint of curiosity. "Are you my Zanpakutō? Boy, are you qualified to hold me?" The silver flame man snorted coldly, raised his eyebrows slightly, and revealed a hint of disdain. Following his cold words, the air around him quickly became agitated as if in rejection. "There will be." Su Muqing's hair and clothes were blown by the wind as she walked. However, he never wavered. After a while, the man uttered a few words indifferently. "Lu Dao, my name." "You reveal your name so easily?" Amidst the howling hurricane, Su Muqing tilted his head in surprise, but quickly extended his right hand. "Then, obey me, Lu Dao. Together we survive this dangerous new world." Chapter 2. Maybe it was because the waves were too intense, or maybe it was because too much time had passed. Su Muqing dug through the huge and heavy wall of water. When he emerged from the dark and turbulent waves, he could only vaguely see the blurry silhouette of the freighter. It was pitch black all around, and the dim lights of the freighter showed him the direction. A huge wave rolled in, and Su Muqing took advantage of the momentum to jump onto the crest of the wave. The whole person was surrounded by white foam, and he ran on the waves at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. His footsteps scraped the surface of the water, as if he had wings on his ribs. He was a little clumsy at first, but he soon adapted to it. The whistling sea breeze and heavy waves were smashed one after another in his charge, making a constant roar, like the roar of a huge sea beast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he had already approached the stern of the freighter, and the force of his forward movement suddenly changed into an upward force. He jumped dozens of meters high and rushed down in a straight line from midair. When he was about to touch the bridge of the freighter, he suddenly pulled out a long and narrow black blade and spun it forward violently. Snap! A big hole was broken in the sturdy bridge tower, and the violent wind and rain rushed in impatiently. Suddenly, shouting and cursing were heard in the cabin. "What's going on? Why is the cabin cracked? You bunch of pigs, find a way to fix it." The quarrel among the Hagui people suddenly stopped, and they all stared at the figure that came with the wind and rain. "I'm back again." Staring at the group of guys indifferently, Su Muqing placed his hand on the hilt of the knife and slowly stroked the blade with 2 fingers. A strange aura spread from his fingers, wrapped around the narrow, straight-blade black knife, and transformed into a layer of mysterious patterns like a mandala flower. "You're such a ghost kid. Catch him. Boy, I'm going to suck your blood." Almost scared by a magic trick, the usually ferocious Hagui people couldn't help but feel angry and embarrassed. Especially the only vampire. He was a black vampire, his ugly face covered in scars becoming more and more distorted due to anger. His short hair shaved into a skull shape and the hollow depressions under his cheekbones made him look like an absolute monster. At the moment, his dark face had a ferocious look like a vulture, his scarlet eyes flashed with anger, his broken upper lip curled up, revealing long fangs, as sharp as a tiger's teeth. In the blink of an eye, he jumped over a distance of more than 10 meters, like a hunting cheetah, pressing down from the air, his blood-stained fists smashed down fiercely and fiercely. Su Muqing remained calm, and just raised his Zanpakutō. A large amount of scorching air flow gushed out from the blade and gathered into an air wall in front of him. Sizzle! The vampire, like a vicious vulture, crashed into the boiling air wall, instantly stirring up a violent cloud of steam. The seemingly light and thin air wall is unexpectedly tough. Su Muqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, suddenly turned around, and swung the knife without reservation. In an instant, it was as if a black mandala bloomed. Without any warning, the black man suddenly emitted a white light all over his body, which became more and more dazzling. His entire body began to shake violently, and then with a loud bang, it broke into thousands of glowing fragments. A violent storm swirled in the air, instantly dispelling the debris. Vampires have terrifyingly strong vitality. Even if they are torn into pieces, they can still heal by sucking blood. However, Zanpakutō cuts both the body and the soul. A body without a soul will naturally dissipate. Fire! Fire! The master suddenly turned into ashes. The group of Hagwi people were stunned for a moment before they raised their guns in horror. But it was too late. Su Muqing's face was as calm as water. He swung his sword lightly. The incandescent sword pressure, with a burning fighting spirit, cut the nearest few Hagwi people and the guns in their hands into two pieces at lightning speed. The game begins. Boom. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already next to another group of Hagwi people who came to support him. Clang! The Zanpakutō pierced out, and the sword pressure exploded. Within a radius of several feet, whether it was a vampire or a demon, they were all cut into pieces. Countless pieces of limbs and flesh flew all over the sky, swept by the howling wind, smashing the nearby tempered glass into pieces and being blown away by the sea breeze like stardust. Su Muqing had never learned fighting skills, and the time of his Zanpakutō awakening was too short to teach him any skills, but the power and speed granted by his spiritual pressure alone were enough to give him a crushing physique. When an elephant crushes an ant to death, does it need any skills? Su Muqing's expression was filled with a kind of depressed and cold arrogance, like a cold fire in the ice. He moved as fast as a ghost, chopping up the damn guys one by one, venting his anger and fear without any scruples. The confusion about the future and the fear of death will not disappear because of plugins. He needs to vent. Charge. Swing the knife. Charge. Swing the knife. At some point, he had already fought his way from the cockpit to the bottom floor of the bridge. Dead vampires will disappear, but the Hagwi people will not. Their broken limbs, scarlet blood, and crushed flesh cover the wide and narrow corridors of the bridge. The bridge is the center of work and life for the entire ship. The top floor is the driving platform, chart room, telegraph room, etc. The area below the driving platform is where the crew lives, rests, and entertains. All the captured people were detained in containers. Those who moved inside the bridge were either vampires or members of the Hagwi tribe, so Su Muqing didn't have to worry about killing the wrong people. The Zanpakutō pierced the vampire's chest, and the body disappeared in an explosion and flash of light. Su Muqing stood up from the red ground, his face, hands, and legs stained with the blood of the Hagwi people. His tyrannical aura was like a layer of shimmering mist, swaying the mottled lights in the bridge building, setting off his figure like a ghost. A strange, damp heat surged in his temples, and fatigue emerged from the heat and cold, drowning out the sense of detachment. His spiritual pressure is too low. Even if he only half released his Zanpakutō, the spiritual pressure consumed by Su Muqing was still terrifying. Fortunately, there's only one left. Su Muqing took a deep breath, his tired eyes turned, locking onto the frightened figure in the storm. This beautiful vampire with a cold temperament no longer had the elegance and arrogance she had before. Her slender eyes trembled violently, and her slender and tall body pressed against the side of the ship, just like Su Muqing before. But compared to Su Muqing's cold indifference, she was more like a frightened cat. Her slender body bent slightly, and her thin lips opened, revealing her sharp, white, blood-sucking fangs. "Are you a mutant?" Su Muqing frowned slightly. This is the chaotic world of American comics, where there is a group called mutants, but he is obviously not one of them. Seeing his cold expression, the female vampire hurriedly said, "I think this is a misunderstanding. The Heisenberg family and the Hellfire Club have a deep friendship. We didn't know you were a mutant, otherwise. I'm not a mutant, so you can go to hell." Su Muqing didn't intend to waste time talking to her, and the thick spiritual pressure danced like a strong wind. Innuendo breeds dry bones, and the gates of hell open. As he spoke indifferently, the narrow Zanpakutō extended a little further, and the gorgeous mandala pattern on the surface of the blade quickly changed from a mysterious black and purple to a faint azure blue. This is the real half-start solution. Chapter 3. The 6 paths are divided into heaven, Azura, human, animal, hungry ghost, and hell. Each of the 6 paths represents an ability, and different abilities require different liberation words. Su Muqing at the moment used the hell path among the 6 paths. His ability was similar to Aizen's mirror flowers and water moon, a completely hypnotic ability that controlled the 5 senses. However, the duration was limited and the intensity of the illusion was slightly weaker. He could not play with people's hearts as wantonly as mirror flowers and water moon. However, hell also has its own advantages. Su Muqing called it real illusion, which can turn people's illusions into reality. Volume 12 of Gon Bao's Records of the Supernatural in the Jin Dynasty states, its name is also known as. It can shoot sand at people. Those who are hit will suffer from muscle tension, headache, fever, and even death in severe cases. This is what is called innuendo, a metaphor for secretly attacking or framing someone. If someone whose 5 senses are controlled by the hell road is told that he will bleed to death, as long as the person with hypnotic ability believes this, his body will really bleed to death. In addition, the hypnotic ability of Hell Road penetrates people's hearts and is also effective for people with visual impairments. Are you ready? After Su Muqing truly reached half Shirkai, his aura increased several times again. He stared at the female vampire and gently waved his Zanpakutō. A surging spiritual pressure shot up into the sky, stirring up the wind and rain into even greater chaos. Just wait, the Hizemba family will bury you. The female vampire had an ugly expression on her face. Originally, seeing that he looked tired, she thought that he might still be able to fight, but now, she could only leave first. Hola! Her back trembled violently, and she spread out a pair of bat wings. Like a giant bird, she leaped down from the side of the ship, piercing through the raging wind and rain and soaring into the depths of the sea. Su Muqing's heart moved slightly. He wasn't very familiar with Marvel's vampires, but he knew that anyone who could grow wings must be a core member of the Blood Clan. But, never mind him. Su Muqing looked at the fleeing figure from afar and snorted softly. His nearly 2-meter-long Zanpakutō was like a flash of cold lightning, cutting a long trail in the wind and rain. At the same time, a cold shout pierced through the wind and rain. "Punish him, Hell Angel!" In the violently trembling void, a darkness that covered the entire sky was reflected, transforming into a gigantic angel nearly 100 meters tall. He had 3 pairs of jet-black wings behind him, and held a cold, sharp black blade in his hand. His entire body seemed to be cast in copper and iron, emitting a metallic glow. The so-called Angel of Hell is actually a copy of Black Rope Heavenly Punishment King. Black Rope Heavenly Punishment Mayu, the Bankai form of the captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sajin, summons a ferocious war god with an extremely huge body, holding a steel knife, wearing a helmet, and a black rope on his back. This image has some connection with Buddhism. Hell is divided into 8 cold hells and 8 hot hells. Black Rope Hell is one of the 8 hot hells. Its full name is Black Rope Hell, which describes the situation as the jailers first stroke the body with black ropes, then chop and saw with axes. Divine punishment refers to the punishment sent down from heaven. The identity of Ming Wang in Buddhism is the wrathful incarnation of Buddha. As the saying goes, even Buddhas have anger. Once the Buddha gets angry, he will transform into a Ming Wang. Every Buddha has a corresponding wrathful incarnation, such as the wrathful incarnation of Maitreya Buddha is Avalokitesvara, the wrathful incarnation of Vairocana Tathagata is Central Akala, etc. Therefore, Kamamura Sajin's Bankai form is to angrily punish the evil law enforcers. Su Muqing imitated this image and referred to the silver wing angel in a certain anime to design the image of this hell messenger. Metallic fallen angel. The power of hell must be revealed from people's fear. The more powerful the outward display is, and the more powerful the sound and light effects are, the more convincing the opponent will be. At this time, the The mountain-like metal angel raised the giant blade that was dozens of meters long above his head and swung it down with the momentum of splitting mountains and breaking rivers. No one can doubt his power. Therefore, boom. No. The female vampire looked at the falling giant blade in despair and was then crushed into pieces by the violent sword. She thought she would be crushed, so she was really crushed. Su Muqing's body swayed as he dispersed, and he was almost blown over by the strong wind. For him now, even a half-Shirkai Zanpakutō would be too much of a stretch. However, if he had not acted decisively and overwhelmed Mesa with the momentum of the half-first release, and then killed her with overwhelming force, if the fight lasted too long, he might have been in trouble. Vampires are a cursed race with many fatal weaknesses, but their strengths are also extremely striking. They have much longer lifespans than ordinary people and much stronger physiques than ordinary people, especially pure-blooded vampires. Each of them has a physique that is no less than Captain America. Coupled with the extremely long time, almost all of them have mastered excellent fighting skills. Su Muqing is very self-aware. He is just a newbie and has no qualifications to play tricks with these old guys. Although half-Kai of the Zanpakutō consumes more energy, it can save a lot of trouble. Exhausted, Su Muqing forced himself to walk through the wind and rain and returned to the blood-soaked bridge. Rainwater slid down his body and mixed into the pool of blood at his feet, fading the horrifying scarlet color. The violent wind and rain slammed against the door of the bridge tower, making a continuous da-day sound, which matched his heavy and tired breathing. Su Muqing twisted his dry neck and inspected the slaughterhouse he had created, and suddenly felt his stomach twitching. I didn't feel much when I was venting my emotions before, but now that I've calmed down, I feel uncomfortable. Better to change your focus. Su Muqing staggered and found a clean crew lounge, relaxed his tired body, drank a few glasses of purified water, and then turned on his cheat. Suddenly, a series of messages flashed out. Kill the Hagui crew. Soul Jade +7 kill the Hagui crew. Soul Jade +5 kill a mixed blood vampire. Soul Jade +79 kill a mixed blood vampire. Soul Jade +85 kill the pure-blooded vampire Mesa Heisenberg. Soul Jade +350. Soul Jade is the high-level currency in the Death God system. It is made up of life and soul. The more vigorous the life and the more powerful the soul, the more Soul Jade it will be transformed into. The Soul Jades transformed by ordinary people would not exceed 10 at most, while those of low-level vampires would be between 10 and 100. However, the Soul Jades transformed by Mesa were as high as 350, which really made her worthy of the title of pure-blooded vampire. There were about 50 Hagui people on the ship, a dozen ordinary vampires, and Mesa, a pure-blooded vampire, giving Su Muqing a total of 1,035 Soul Jades. Su Muqing rubbed his temples and nodded thankfully. Not bad, just enough for a 10-draw combo. Chapter 4. First charge, sign in, 10 consecutive draws, member privileges. These are almost fixed routines in mobile games. The Death God system that came into this world with him, although some functions were missing, these routines were well preserved. The time was too tight just now. Su Muqing didn't even have time to check the system. After getting his Zanpakutō, he couldn't wait to rush back for revenge. Now that the system was officially turned on, he first turned on the 10 consecutive draws function. Normally, 10 consecutive draws will definitely produce excellent items. Although they are not the top ones, they will definitely be of great help in the early stages. Su Muqing's first battle harvest was just enough for a 10-draw streak. Bite! As the clear sound of wind chimes echoed, the large windmills in the system began to spin. Almost in an instant, 10 illusory cards appeared in Su Muqing's field of vision in an orderly manner. White Fighting Experience Book X15. R. Kendo Experience Book X17. R. Flash Step Experience Book X20. R. Hell Butterfly X3 are under the control and command of the Death God. It guides and delivers messages for the Death God and is extremely sensitive to soul fluctuations. Spiritual Power Crystal X5. Our crystal condensed from spiritual power can be used to increase spiritual pressure soul enlightenment gauntlets. Are a tool that forcibly extracts the soul from the body. Quincy Cross are the Quincy's symbol and weapon. Death God Skill Book. Sword Pressure. SR. No need to release the Zanpakutō. Just swing the spiritual pressure on the sword to attack the enemy Zanpakutō. Heaven's Punishment. SSR. Holy Word Iron. Steel. SSR. The prize levels are divided into 6 levels from low to high. R, SR, SSR, UR, UTR, and USR. Probably because it was a high-level currency draw, the prizes included an SR-level skill, an SSR-level Zanpakutō, and an SSR-level Holy Word. Although Steel is only considered a lower middle ability among the 26 holy words of the Invisible Empire and has no other use except for taking a beating, it is at least comparable to Captain America's long-level Death God ability. According to the characteristics of the Film Money mobile game, SSR level items will appear every 40 draws, and UR level items will appear every 100 draws. I got 2 SSR level items in the first 10-pull draw. I don't know if it's the luck of a novice or a hidden trick used by the Film Money system to attract customers. In addition, the various abilities in the Film Money system cannot be mastered just by drawing them. Whether it's the Death God, the Arrancar's Zanpakutō, or the Quincy's Holy Words, the abilities drawn are just the basics, and you need to constantly fill money to upgrade them in order to truly reach or even surpass the original owner's abilities. In other words, after Su Muqing was branded with Steel, a surge in his defense was inevitable, but to make it 100% indestructible, he still needed constant upgrades and sufficient training. However, he is already very satisfied. If he had possessed the Steel ability just now, he wouldn't be afraid of fighting the vampires in close combat. The weapons used by those guys, whether they were pistols, assault rifles, grenades, or anti-tank rocket launchers, elemental-level Steel, were enough to deal with them. Spiritual crystals and various experience books are basic rewards, used to enhance spiritual pressure and basic skills. The Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet can strengthen planetary projection, separating the spiritual body from the physical body. The Quickshin Cross is the weapon of the Quincy, which can be transformed into various weapons for combat by using one's own spiritual power. Sword Pressure is a more common combat skill among death gods, which releases the spiritual pressure attached to the Zanpakutō, similar to the sword energy in martial arts novels. The power increases with the increase of spiritual pressure and is definitely stronger than the kind of smashing by Su Muqing. After putting these prizes in his pocket, Su Muqing's fatigue disappeared instantly. This is the result of the rapid growth of spiritual pressure. He found his character card, and the data on it refreshed quickly. Host: Su Muqing Zanpakutō. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. 1. Heaven Path, sealed. 2. Ashura Path, sealed. 3. Human Path, sealed. 4. Animal Path, sealed. 5. Hungry Ghost Path, sealed. 6. Hell Path, opened. Auxiliary Battle. Heaven's Punishment, Shurkai plus 10,000 Ryatsu. Spirit Seal, Steel. Beginner plus 10,000 Spiritual Pressure, Skill, /LV1/LV10 Fist, LV1/LV10 Walking, LV2/LV10 Ghost, LV0/LV10 Spiritual Pressure, 24,300 Special Skills. Death God, Sword Pressure, LV1, LV10/Items. Hell Butterfly X3, Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet, Extinction Cross Soul Orb, 35 Gold Ring. 0 Su Muqing's spiritual pressure has just entered the stage of a formal death god, after initially understanding the 6 paths of reincarnation and opening the path of hell. Now that he had absorbed 3 spiritual energy crystals, along with a captain-level Zanpakutō and an initial-level holy text, his spiritual pressure had skyrocketed several times. Unfortunately, liberation from the next level of the 6 paths of reincarnation still seems to be a long way off. This mysterious Zanpakutō that inexplicably awakens requires an immense amount of spiritual pressure to unlock. Su Muqing even has a feeling that even someone at the level of Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni or Aizen Sosuke might not be able to unlock all of the 6 paths. And this is only the initial release. Fortunately, he can use other Zanpakutō as assistants before completely freeing his own Zanpakutō. Moreover, adding auxiliary Zanpakutō, adding sacred characters of spiritual seal, or decomposing and absorbing both, can quickly enhance his spiritual pressure. Su Muqing stared for a moment, absorbing a pile of skill books. He felt his body become more flexible and his sword-wielding movements became more skillful. If he were to face that pure-blood vampire again now, he would be confident that he could crush her with his skills. Not knowing when the next 10-pull sequence would come, Su Muqing began to turn his attention to other things. Sign in. Sign in once a day to obtain various supplies. Unfortunately, they are all low-end stuff, mainly low-level currency, and there are also low-level skill books. Only the reward at the end of the month is quite good, which is a vice captain level Zanpakutō. Today is the first time to sign in, and the prize is a ghost technique. Kido is a general term for death god spells, which are divided into 3 types: Pado, Fudo, and Huido. Among them, Huido is the ghost way used for healing, and there is no specific hierarchy. The Bind Dao, used for defense and capture, and the Break Dao, used for attack, have a more rigorous grading system, with 99 types from low to high. The prize for this first sign-in is an elementary level ghost technique. The fourth way to break the path, White Thunder. In the system mall, it is worth 50,000 gold rings. Converted into real currency, that's $500,000. This is just the elementary level of ghost arts. The value of high-level ghost art skills must be at least 10 times higher. Moreover, you can't buy it whenever you want. The mall has scrolls for selling the middle and low-level ghost paths before the 60th, but the high-level ghost paths after the 60th can only be bought by luck when they are refreshed. First recharge gift package. Then, the corner of Su Muqing's mouth couldn't help but twitched. Mobile games usually only cost a few bucks for a first deposit, which would give you some nice little treasures, but this actual version of the Death God system actually requires $1 million USD. Moreover, the currency converted from the first deposit of $1 million USD is not soul jade, but a low-level currency, gold ring. The golden ring cannot be used to start a 10-draw streak, but it can be used to purchase items in the mall, such as various ghost skills, various experimental materials, etc. Even with Su Muqing's cold personality, he felt like cursing. However, although the cost of the first recharge is shockingly high, the items in the gift package are quite rich, including 2 UR level items, 1 SR level item, 10 divine bodies, and 10 image cards. Su Muqing suddenly felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have cleared out the vampires so quickly. Many of those with long lifespans possessed immense wealth, especially the pure-blooded vampire families, each of which was a hidden super conglomerate. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking maybe he could search around and visit the vampires' cabins. He might find some surprises. Chapter 5. It turns out that being diligent does bring pleasant surprises. In the most luxurious cabin, Su Muqing found 2 suitcases. 2 suitcases filled with green US dollar bills. Su Muqing counted roughly and found that there was exactly 1 million in each box, so 2 boxes contained 2 million. Not only is the money for the first recharge enough, but there is still half left over. Without any hesitation, he placed his hand on the banknotes and said to himself, "Recharge 1 million." In an instant, the money in the box decreased by 1 level. He didn't plan to use the remaining 1 million US dollars to top up his account for the time being. He came to this strange world with a clean slate and had to keep some money for himself. The ratio of USD to gold rings is 10 to 1. 1 million USD disappears and only gets 100,000 gold rings in return. However, the mere 100,000 gold rings can only buy basic ghost skills. Su Muqing licked his lips, looking forward to finding the first charge gift package. Prize, Royal Shark Queen. UR, Prize, Soul Sharing and Contact Healing. UR, Prize 3. Hollow Mask, SSR, Prize 4. Flying Carpet, SR, Prize. Transformation Body X10 Prize. Image Card X10. Su Muqing couldn't help but sigh. The first recharge gift package is really worth it. A top-level Zanpakutō owned by Tia Harabel, the 30th blade who represents sacrifice. A special high-level skill unique to Yawatch, the king of the Quincies. These 2 things alone are of inestimable value. Void Mask is the mask used when a household first becomes a void. Now this is just an elementary level mask. It cannot increase combat effectiveness, but it can increase the wearer's defense to a certain extent. In the future, as the wearer's spiritual pressure increases, the hollow mask will continue to evolve, eventually reaching the complete form of Judo Hollow. The Flying Carpet is an invention of Urahara Kisuk. It is an aerial magic carpet that can carry flight and can change flight speed and direction at will according to the user's wishes. Turning Divine Body was also invented by Kisuk Urahara. In Death God, the Seireitei can forcibly materialize the Zanpakutō and summon it to the world where the wielder is, making it easier for the wielder to defeat their own Zanpakutō and quickly reach the level of Bankai. However, in the Death God game system, the function of transformation to a divine body has changed. It is no longer a tool to assist Bankai, but can help Death God with special training. For example, if Su Muqing wants to quickly master a certain ability, he can transformation to a divine body to manifest the corresponding character and quickly become familiar with the ability by fighting against it. The last reward is the image card, which is just as the name suggests, a prop used to change the shape-shifting image. The Bankai images of Zanpakutō are varied. If he doesn't like the shape, he can change it using an image card. Just like Tia Harabel's Zanpakutō Same Queen, a water attribute Zanpakutō with direct attack characteristics. After Bankai, not only will the blade change, but a bone armor-like battle skirt will also be attached to the owner. Su Muqing doesn't want to transform into a cross-dresser, so he can use the image card to modify his appearance. Definitely, That's for the future. The Queen of Mermaids that I just got is only in a semi-liberated state and must be upgraded to a high level before it can truly return to its original form. But in the short term, half-return blade is enough. As the 30th blade, Tia Harabel may not have a good record, but that doesn't mean she is really weak. The Queen of the Mermaid, in the semi-return blade state, can already use the skills of returning to the blade, but there is a difference in power. For Su Muqing, whose spiritual pressure is limited now, it is more suitable than the real return to the blade. The biggest surprise of this first charge gift package is actually the soul-sharing, contact healing. This is the unique ability of Yawatch, the king of the Quincies. He can separate a part of his soul through touch and heal the injuries or illnesses of others, and thereby learn from their knowledge, experience, skills, and blossoming talents. Being able to obtain contact healing means that one day in the future, he will also be able to obtain Holy Word Seal. With the help of this soul-sharing ability, one day in the future, he will be able to create his own Stellar Knight. Su Muqing did not hesitate and directly installed the Queen of Mermaids into the auxiliary column. Zanpakutō can be used as a combat-assisting Zanpakutō, or it can be decomposed into spirit particles and absorbed. Host: Su Muqing Zanpakutō. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. 1. Heavenly Path, sealed. 2. Azura Path, sealed. 3. Human Path, sealed. 4. Animal Path, sealed. 5. Hungry Ghost Path, sealed. 6. Hell Path, opened. Auxiliary Battle. Queen Shark, half-return blade plus 20,000 spiritual pressure. Heaven's Punishment, first release plus 10,000 spiritual pressure. Spirit Seal, steel. Beginner plus 10,000 spiritual pressure. Skill, /LV1/LV10 Fist. LV1/LV10 Walking. LV2/LV10 Ghost. LV0/LV10 Spiritual Pressure. 45,300. Level 5 Spiritual Power. Special Skills. Death God. Sword Pressure. LV1. LV10/Quincy. Soul Sharing. Contact Healing Items. Transformation Body X10. Avatar Card X10. Hell Butterfly X3. Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet. Hollow Mask. Extinction Cross Soul Orb. 35 Gold Ring. 10,000. The spiritual pressure of a high-level death god is roughly divided into 5 levels. The chief officer is level 5, the deputy captain is level 4, the captain is level 3, the high-level captain is level 2, and the chief captain is level 1. After attaching Queen of the Mermaids, Heavenly Punishment, and Steel, Su Muqing, who was originally just a novice, jumped into the ranks of the chief officers. It's time to leave. Su Muqing turned his gaze and looked at the sky outside the window through the tempered glass. The night is still dark. However, the wind and rain gradually subsided. Su Muqing walked out of the cabin and quickly entered the cab. Among the instruments, he found the distress button and sent out a distress signal. He had killed all the vampires and ghosts on the ship, but there were still hundreds of captured blood slaves. He didn't know how to drive a boat, so he couldn't drive the freighter into the port. He could only hope that the nearby Coast Guard would come to rescue him. He also needs to find out his current location from the Coast Guard. Afterwards, Su Muqing cleared the surveillance video, took out an image card, and pressed it on the flying carpet at hand. The flying carpet was erased bit by bit, and then changed its shape again according to his thoughts. Soon, the flying carpet full of Middle Eastern style turned into a light white cloud. Su Muqing leaped forward and stepped onto the white clouds. The color of his clothes was as soft as the moonlight, and against the backdrop of the white clouds, there was a unique elegance to it. This is much more pleasing to the eye. He laughed heartily, rode the white clouds into the sky, hit above a cloud, and waited for the arrival of the Coast Guard ship. Chapter 6. The ship's whistle blew intermittently, mixed with the sharp cries of seagulls. The two sounds intertwined together to form a unique symphony at the seaside. When the warm sea breeze blew into the room in the early morning, making the whole room cool, Su Muqing woke up from a light sleep, looked around at the unfamiliar environment, sighed, stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the distant sky. At this time, the rays of the rising sun penetrated the wisps of mist in the sky, illuminating the calm sea, making the waves sparkle. Where was the terrifying noise of last night? This is Dullisborough, a port town in the northeast of England. Although it is not very large, the environment is quite elegant. If it weren't for the whistles blowing all day long, the atmosphere would be even more comfortable. Su Muqing was in the only hotel in town. He found an Asian ID card among the corpses of the Hagui people. Although the appearance was slightly different, it was enough to deceive the Westerners who were face-blind. So, when he entered this seaside town, He relied on that ID card to stay in the Ivan apartment hotel openly. Next, he should think carefully about his future behavior. For him, this was an extremely unfamiliar world. What is strange is not the environment, but the lack of any involvement. If he wants to return to a familiar life, he should rush back to his country. Even if there are no familiar people there, the environment will definitely be very familiar. However, if this world is truly the dangerous marvel, then he should move to the United States to live. In that free democracy country, he can hunt alien life without scruples and accumulate enough soul jade to upgrade. Knock, knock, knock. There's a knock on the door. Su Muqing frowned. Who is it? Room service. A greeting came from the other side of the door. Your breakfast, sir. Su Muqing narrowed her eyes slightly. First of all, he didn't order breakfast. Secondly, he sensed the smell of death. There were two faint spiritual pressures outside the door, one of which was rapidly disappearing. Could it be that the vampires were so powerful that they could track him down so quickly? Su Muqing pursed his lips slightly, and his eyes were filled with cold fire again. If it was really the vampires who came looking for him, he wouldn't have to look for the monster everywhere. But the guys outside have too low spiritual pressure, more like the Haruki tribe than vampires. He walked to the door of the room and opened it without any cover. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed over from outside. He was a sturdy white man, about 40 years old, with short hair that was almost bald, and dressed in waiter's clothes. There was nothing unusual about his appearance, but the sharp white teeth that were exposed when he grinned made him look very fierce. He held a metal wire between his hands and looped it around Su Muqing's neck, seemingly intending to strangle him with it. Oh, that's not right. Judging from the real waiter lying at his feet, he seemed to be planning to strangle Su Muqing with the wire. Su Muqing felt a little bored. If it was a vampire or a ghost tribe that came to seek revenge, they would not use such a hasty method. Could it be a robber? It is said that in free America, there are gunfights every day, and the British Empire is no less so. Su Muqing's mind was distracted for a moment, but his movements did not slow down at all. Before the white man was about to pounce, he suddenly kicked out. Boom. The white man's face suddenly changed, and he flew back like a stone, hitting the wall behind him heavily with a dull sound, and then bounced back onto the thick carpet in the corridor. He trembled violently for a few times, and then opened his mouth involuntarily and spurted out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Su Muqing walked out calmly, jumped over the waiter's body, and stepped back as he was about to get up before asking, "Who are you?" "I." The white man looked at him in horror. Just as he was about to open his mouth, the door next to him suddenly opened, and an Asian woman in pajamas flashed out, raising the gun in her hand to shoot. In an instant, without even thinking, Su Muqing had a knife in his hand. The blade cut through the void, emitting a faint light and carrying a clear melody like the sound of nature. The Asian woman's eyes blurred, and she saw the long knife had pierced through the gun in her hand and was against her throat. Bang! The gun broke. The Asian woman held the bare gun handle and stared at the young man who appeared in front of her at some point, fear welling up in her trembling eyes. However, in just a few blinks of an eye, the unwillingness and fear in her expression disappeared. She closed her eyes. Her expression became peaceful, with a sense of relief. At this moment, she heard the young man's voice. "Who are you? The Bonnie and Clyde?" The Asian woman opened her eyes and looked at the young man strangely. "You don't know who we are?" Su Muqing asked her. "Should I know who you are?" The Asian woman hesitated and slowly raised her other hand. She held a mobile phone in her hand, and the screen displayed an electronic map. Two spots of light overlapped in the center, and ripples slowly spread out. The Asian woman looked at the young Asian man in front of her, then at the weak white man over there. Her expression became even weirder, and she said in a strange tone, "Welcome to the Killer Tournament." Su Muqing was stunned. Killer Tournament? What is that? The Killer Championship, a competition only for killers. The Asian woman twitched her lips with a hint of self-mockery. It was designed by some wealthy individuals who love excitement. It's held every 7 years in a different location. The winner receives a $10 million prize and the title of World's Best Killer. How many people were killed in the match? Su Muqing glanced at the waiter's body and stared at the two killers, making both of them feel a chill to the bone. "It's a cannibalism competition," the Asian woman answered, swallowing. 30 famous killers will hunt each other in this small town until only one person remains alive, becoming the champion. She looked at the body and said helplessly, "Many killers don't mind involving innocent people in order to win." 30 killers were hunting each other. The white man wanted to sneak attack the Asian woman, so he killed the hotel waiter and sent the waiter's body to her door as a target, while he himself prepared to move through the window of Su Muqing's room and move to her window to launch a surprise attack. Then he kicked the iron plate. Su Muqing suddenly asked in Huxia. Huxia. The Asian woman was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, yes. Su Muqing, your name. The Asian woman was very well behaved. Zheng Lailai. Okay, Zheng Lailai. Su Muqing retracted the blade, and the cold fire in his eyes seemed to warm up a little. For the sake of being a compatriot, I won't kill you, but please do me a favor and inform the organizers that I want to participate in this tournament too. Chapter 7. Su Muqing needs money. 10 million US dollars is not a small number. What's more, the final harvest may be more than 10 million. However, Su Muqing's request obviously surprised Zheng Lailai. She was dumbfounded. You want to participate in the killer tournament? Su Muqing, that's right. Zheng Lailai hesitated for a moment before solemnly warning. Listen, I don't know who you are, but I want to warn you, being a killer isn't a good job. Once you step into this line of work, the sins you carry will affect you for the rest of your life. Su Muqing looked at her. Then why did you become a killer? Zheng Lailai was silent for a moment, then replied helplessly, I have no choice. Su Muqing glanced at her face and said calmly, I'm not interested in becoming a killer. I'm just short of money and want to earn the prize money from this competition. Zheng Lailai smiled bitterly. The game is very dangerous. Su Muqing smiled faintly, but there was disdain in his eyes. I am more dangerous. All right. Zheng Lailai was helpless and picked up his phone and said, I can ask the organizer for you, but I can't guarantee that they will agree. Su Muqing turned his head and glanced at the monitor hanging in the corridor, saying, they will agree. Dulsboro has a high-density surveillance system. All available motion detectors and hidden cameras in the town, even the communication system used by the police, serve as the eyes of the organizers of the killer tournament. Any fight between killers will be broadcast to the wealthy people in real time. In other words, Su Muqing's beating of the white man, severely injuring him, and his subsequent subduing of Zheng Lailai in an instant were all revealed to a group of audiences. Only exciting games can attract more audiences, and Su Muqing believes that those guys will not refuse him. Zheng Lailai's hands froze for a moment, but she quickly calmed down, dialed the organizer's number, and quickly informed them of Su Muqing's request. Then she handed the phone to Su Muqing. Su Muqing wasn't surprised. He took the phone and asked directly, do you agree? The voice on the other end paused for a moment before replying. We've just witnessed Mr. Lei's abilities. We welcome him to this event, but... Su Muqing's expression remained unchanged. But what? These people were indeed very powerful. They figured out his origins in just a few minutes. Definitely, it was just the origin of the ID card he picked up, and it was a very superficial origin. After all, that guy serves the vampire family. It is obviously impossible for these guys who enjoy watching ordinary killers kill each other to easily find out information about the vampire family. We need to implant a signal device in you to facilitate our tracking of your location. The voice on the other end said, this is a grand performance event. We need to see the contestants' wonderful performances. All contestants are treated equally. I hope Mr. Lei understands this. Su Muqing glanced at Zheng Lailai. She opened her clothes, revealing her warm skin. There was a scar on her lower abdomen that had just been sutured. That's where the signaler was implanted. No need to bother. Su Muqing didn't want to install any messy stuff in his body, so he turned around and walked to the side of the white man. The guy had fainted from the pain. Su Muqing remained calm, and with a thrust of the Zanpakutō in his hand, the first cut opened his throat, the second pierced his lower abdomen, and took out the signal device embedded inside. Kill the elite killer, Soul Jade +6. He held the small signal device in his hand and gestured towards the camera. I have his signal device. Is that enough? However, the other party immediately said, I'm sorry, the signal device can only send out normal signals when it's inside the human body and senses the normal body temperature. Once the signal device can't sense body temperature, it means that the contestant is dead. Su Muqing had a half-smile on his face. No problem. He walked into the room with the signal device, washed off the blood with water, and then swallowed the signal device in front of the camera. He then asked, is this okay? The voice on the other end paused for a moment before replying. That's fine too. Well then, Mr. Lei, welcome to the killer tournament. I hope you'll be the winner. Su Muqing put down his phone, his eyes as cold as a rainy day. Zheng Lailai smiled, and then his face twitched. Your request has been fulfilled. Are you going to kill me? Her expression was calm, as if she took death very lightly. Su Muqing glanced at her sideways. Why should I kill you? Zheng Lailai focused his mind a little. According to the rules of the competition, there will only be one champion. Su Muqing was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, why did you come to participate in this competition? Zheng Lailai's eyes reddened slightly, and after a moment, he replied, There's something special about the target's last look at you. Often, deep down, they're anticipating this day. But the target I killed before wasn't like that. She was just an innocent woman, pregnant. From now on, I can't escape this scene. I'm participating in this competition. If I win, I'll have enough money to live on for the rest of my life. If I lose, it's just retribution for my evil deeds. She is the most famous killer in the East in the past 3 years, but she never attacks ordinary people. This only time has become a nightmare that she cannot get rid of. She came to participate in this almost impossible-to-win game. Actually, she was ready to atone for her sins with her life. She is afraid of death. She is not afraid of death either. Su Muqing suddenly swung his knife. The knife light is beautiful and erratic, with a hint of charm. Zheng Lilai didn't even have time to close her eyes before she felt a slight pain in her lower abdomen. A flickering light jumped out from the flesh and blood, but before it landed on the carpet under his feet, it was crushed by the passing knife light. Su Muqing announced coldly, "Now you are dead." Zheng Lilai covered her bleeding abdomen and stared at him in a daze. "You want to atone for your sins? You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future." Su Muqing tossed the phone to her, then picked up the white man's phone and gently raised it. "At least now, I need your help." He knew nothing about the world of killers and needed an insider like Zheng Lilai to guide him. In addition, he needs an identity that truly belongs to him. Zheng Lilai is an elite killer in the dark world and must be an expert at changing his identity at will. Zheng Lilai couldn't believe it. "You want to let me go?" Su Muqing did not respond to her. He doesn't like to say things twice. He returned to his room, tidied himself up a bit, and when he walked out of the room, he saw Zheng Lilai, who had changed her clothes, waiting for him at the door. Su Muqing pointed at the corpse at the door and asked, "What about them?" Zheng Lilai replied woodenly, "The organizers have a cleanup team. After we leave, this place will be cleaned up. They have great power and are more than capable of clearing away all traces. In that case, let's leave." Su Muqing moved and walked outside. A new game begins. Chapter 8. For Su Muqing today, this is really just a game, and a simple mode game at that. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Muqing looked at the nearest signal source and asked, "Where is this place?" Zheng Lilai looked at it and said, "Church." This electronic map was very blurry and could only show the approximate terrain and the distance to the opponents. There were no marks on the various buildings, but most killers would come to this town in advance to learn about the various conditions in the town in detail in order to increase their chances of winning during the competition. Although Zheng Lilai was prepared to die on this trip, he also put in some effort. She was indeed looking forward to the relief after death, but as an elite killer, she didn't want to die too hastily. "Go to the nearest target." "Good." Zheng Lilai nodded, started the car, and drove towards the church. She is just a tool now and does not intend to express any opinions unless necessary. On the way, Su Muqing looked at the scenery of the town and said, "I need a brand new identity." "What?" Zheng Lilai was stunned. Su Muqing said directly, "I need a brand new identity, a legal identity, and I think you can help me." After a long while, Zheng Lilai said blankly, "Is this why you let me go?" Su Muqing glanced at her and answered honestly, "Yes." Zheng Lilai gave a weak smile. "I understand. As long as I'm not dead, I will help you." Su Muqing fiddled with her phone, watching the dancing dots on the screen, and asked with interest, "How much do you know about these contestants? You must be top killers to be invited to participate in this cruel game, right?" "We do have some reputation in the dark world, but to say we're top assassins is just advertising," Zheng Lilai said expressionlessly. "Those participating in this competition are all assassins from unaffiliated organizations. The top assassins from truly large organizations wouldn't come here and kill each other for a mere 10 million yuan bounty. The net worth of top assassins is almost always over 10 million yuan. No wonder you are so weak." Su Muqing spoke bluntly. Zheng Lilai rolled his eyes and shut up. "The main reason is that the church is right in front of us." Zheng Lilai opened the door and got out of the car. He took out his phone and looked at it, then turned his head to look in another direction. "It seems that we are not the only ones who are eyeing this place." On the display screen, another light spot was approaching rapidly. Obviously, another hunter was approaching. The more the better. These guys are too scattered, and each one of them is as cunning as a fox. Su Muqing is looking forward to getting rid of them once and for all. "Don't underestimate them," Zheng Lilai warned solemnly. "Although we're not top assassins, anyone who can make a name for themselves in the assassin world has their own unique skills. I know you're very capable, but if you underestimate them, you might end up in trouble." Su Muqing pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Thank you." The surging spiritual pressure made him a little too inflated. Some ordinary killers were nothing, but who knew if there were any people pretending to be pigs and eating the tiger among these guys. If there is a mutant with a strange ability, he might suffer a great loss. After all, this is not a normal world, and no one knows what kind of dark secrets are hidden in the shadows around them. Standing at the church door, Muqing pushed the door open and walked in without any concealment. The old church was quite dark, and the seats on both sides were covered in dust, as if they had not been used for a long time. At the end of the church, there are huge amounts of crosses hanging. At the foot of the cross, a man in priest's attire turned his head in astonishment. He was holding a bottle of wine in his hand, looking astonished and dejected. Just as he was about to speak, a slender figure came in through the window, rushed to him in a few steps, and put the muzzle of a gun to his forehead. The person who suddenly intervened was naturally Zhenglai. Although Muqing used her spiritual pressure to detect that there was no one else in the church, Zhenglai still insisted on being cautious and asked Muqing, the newbie, to attract attention from the front while she entered from the side. However, the plan seemed to be going a little too smoothly. The old pastor's face was full of sorrow, as if he had just experienced a disaster and was almost emotionally broken. The bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. The pastor prayed in fear. "No matter what, please don't hurt me." Zhenglai was shocked and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you defend yourself?" The pastor didn't seem to understand her words. He just pleaded bitterly. "Please, I don't have much money. I'm just a pastor. Please." Zhenglai curled the corner of his mouth, took out his mobile phone with his left hand, and looked at the image on it. That's right, it was pointing to this person. At this moment, Muqing walked closer, looked at the pastor, raised his hand, and pressed down Zhenglai's gun. There seems to be something wrong with the target. He is not the killer. He had just felt something was strange. The killer wills of these elites were stronger than those of ordinary people, so their spiritual pressure was also more prominent. However, the spiritual pressure of this priest was much worse than that of ordinary people. Obviously, although he has the signal source, he is not originally the killer. Could it be that the organizer made a mistake and implanted a signal source into an ordinary person's body? But Zhenglai was still skeptical. But just as he opened his mouth, huge amounts of explosions were heard at the gate. The wall collapsed and the bricks cracked, and dust flew everywhere. "Be careful, grenades." Zhenglai turned over in horror, quickly dodged to the side, and pulled the pastor away. After experiencing what happened last time, her heart became softer and softer. The next second, a tough Middle Eastern soldier jumped in from the window on the other side. His sharp, powerful eyes swept across like thunder. The moment he saw Muqing, he immediately raised the rifle in his hand, ready to pull the trigger. But soon, his expression changed. The figure opposite was faster than he could imagine. As soon as he applied force with his fingers, he felt a sudden pain in his body and then flew back to where he came from. The window frame is broken. He saw himself flying out. But how did he see himself flying out? Then he immediately discovered that what flew out of the window was a headless body. Why is there no head? The soldier's consciousness stopped abruptly at this point, and he didn't think any further. Because he lost the ability to think. Beneath the cross, Muqing sheathed his sword as if nothing had happened. Kill the elite killer, Soul Jade +7. In the last moment, he swung a knife. The faint knife light with a hint of crimson twisted the soldier's neck as he was about to fly out of the window. The soldier happened to break the window at this time, so his head flew out of the window first, and his body fell out of the window with the remaining momentum. Beside him, Zhenglai got up speechlessly, while the unfortunate priest stared at him with his eyes wide open as if he had seen a ghost. Muqing looked back at him and said calmly, "Now, it's your turn." Chapter 9. The unlucky McAvoy is the only priest in town. He just came back from a sparse breakfast, but he didn't know what genius killer was thinking. In order to disappear from the sight of many opponents, he dug out the signal device from his body and threw it into the food in the restaurant, and then it was swallowed by the priest who was unaware of it. So, McAvoy replaced the killer and became the target of other killers. After clarifying the situation in a few words, McAvoy's face was filled with despair. "So, I was involved in a killing game." Zhenglai corrected. "It's a killer competition." McAvoy is about to break down, hysterical. "Everyone thinks I'm a killer? Everyone wants me dead." Zhenglai, "That's right." "Oh, damn it." The pastor was so desperate that he spit out foul words, held his head, and almost cried out loudly, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Looking at the hapless pastor with a face full of despair, Zhenglai thought of the innocent woman again. His expression gradually softened, and he comforted her. "You'll be fine. The signal source is in your stomach. Just spit it out." The pastor's mind was in a mess. After thinking it over, he suggested, "Why don't we call the police?" Zhenglai frowned and said, The guys who organized this competition are all very powerful people. The police have long been controlled by them. Otherwise, how could so many people die in the town without attracting attention? You'd better spit out the source of the signal as soon as possible. The pastor clutched his throat helplessly, unable to spit out anything. He could only cry out with tears in his eyes. I'm too nervous. I can't spit out anything. What should I do? Zheng Lalai glared at him. You have to get it out, either from the top or from the bottom. The unfortunate priest wanted to cry even more. Su Muqing shook his head and said to Zheng Lalai, you stay here and watch him. I'll go take out all the other guys. The pastor's sorrowful voice paused, and he quickly said, wait a minute. How? Su Muqing glanced at him. The pastor's face was pale, obviously frightened, but he still cheered up and kept saying, please, please, don't kill anyone. Su Muqing curled his lips. Even if they will kill you? The pastor said weakly. Maybe we can find a way to coexist. Oh, take your time looking. Su Muqing had seen the legendary European Virgin Mary and was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He winked at Zheng Lalai and turned to leave the church. Hey, the pastor waved his hand, trying to stop him from leaving, but finally lowered his head dejectedly. Zheng Lalai shook his head and sighed. You'd better find a way to deal with your troubles, otherwise there will be many killers coming to take your life. Without Zheng Lalai by his side, Su Muqing is actually more efficient. He didn't intend to use the power of the death god in public. Now that Zheng Lalai was not around, he only needed to avoid the numerous cameras, and he could use his power freely. The only trouble is that the signal receivers used by the participating killers can only track the signal source within 100 meters. Beyond this distance, there is only a blank. Fortunately, Dulsboro is not very large, and even its suburbs are only 54 square kilometers, so it doesn't take long to drive around it a few times. Thus, the situation of this hidden event that was supposed to last 24 hours began to change rapidly. A killer dressed as a police officer. A killer disguised as a young woman. A killer parkouring on the wall at the street corner. Most of the killers didn't know what was happening. They only saw a flash of a knife, and then there was only darkness before their eyes. Su Muqing showed no mercy to these guys with bloody hands. Zheng Lalai had already roughly introduced to him that the killers who came to participate in the competition were basically people who had committed heinous crimes, including herself. So, no need to show mercy. 3, 5, 9. The number of killers is decreasing rapidly, and many of them die silently. The game seemed to be over soon. In a private estate outside of Dulsboro, a long office desk was piled with messy banknotes. The wealthy tycoons sitting on both sides were holding glasses filled with champagne and arguing fiercely with each other. Robert stood at the end of the long table, his serious face full of gloom. He held several killer tournaments in a row, not for the pursuit of excitement, but to make more profits. These wealthy people from all over the world come to watch the game with a lot of money and place heavy bets on their favorite players. In the end, most of the profits will fall into the hands of him as the banker. However, this Asian guy who suddenly appeared was so powerful that he could kill everything. How can this gambling game continue? He regretted it. I shouldn't have agreed to his request before. Robert's expression shifted. Suddenly, the female assistant came over and whispered in his ear, "We've been given a gathering place, where 9 contestants have gathered. They seem to be planning to use it as a battlefield." Robert's expression changed, and he asked hurriedly, "Have they started the war?" "No." The female assistant shook her head. It was a nightclub. There were probably too many people inside. The contestants didn't know who their opponents were, so no one dared to take action for a while. "Very good." Robert's eyes lit up. "Let the technicians send a message to the players there." The female assistant was surprised. "What message? This has never happened before." "Send them the message from that Asian guy," Robert said viciously. "Tell them that they are facing the world's top killer. They have no chance of survival unless they join forces." The female assistant hesitated. "This doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules." "I am the rule." Robert glared at her and then said, "Also, send a message to that Asian guy and tell him that many assassins are gathering at that nightclub. Lure him over there." The female assistant opened her mouth but hesitated to speak. Under the boss's angry glare, she turned and walked to the technical department. After watching the female assistant leave, Robert immediately turned around and announced loudly in the tone of a host, "Everyone, we've just discovered a new highlight. 9 contestants have gathered in the same obscene place, and that magical Oriental kid is now heading there. We're going to see a bloody massacre. Will the magical kid wipe out all 9 killers, or will the 9 killers kill the death god? Everyone, feel free to place your bets." At this moment, the wealthy people who had been somewhat uninterested became excited again. What they seek is not only bloody excitement. but also the pleasure of exploring the unknown. I bet on Wonder Boy to win, 5 million. I bet on Wonder Boy to lose, same 5 million. I bet if two people can survive, 1 million. Duh. Chapter 10. It was getting dark and another storm was coming. The sounds of thunder, rain, and waves blended into one between heaven and earth, violently shaking the town. On the street, heavy rain flowed down along the roofs, and the strong wind lashed the ground, blowing the accumulated water like a fountain, and everything was misty. Angel Titty Nightclub. Su Muqing sat in the driver's seat, looked at the received message, opened the local network, and briefly checked the so-called meeting place. It really is a vulgar place. It was a striptease club, a very famous playground not only in the town of Dullsborough, but also in the surrounding area, with a large number of fans. On such a dull night, there should be a lot of customers, right? Su Muqing frowned at this. More people means more concerns. After all, he is not a real killer and cannot be cold-blooded and ruthless. Once a fight breaks out in a crowd, no matter how careful he is, innocent people will be implicated. However, it seemed that even if he did not attend this party, the group of completely crazy killers would not stop. To them, ordinary people are just props to win. It's better to end it early. Su Muqing took a deep breath, opened the car door, and immediately jumped into the storm. The nightclub was located 4 or 5 blocks away from where he was. If he drove, he would have to go around in a big circle. It would be faster to go in a straight line. He ran in the rain, against the wind and the rain, leaping over buildings, and suddenly felt a strong sense of pride. The wind and rain soaked his delicate eyebrows, but the cold fire in his eyes grew stronger. In a moment, Su Muqing followed the instructions on the map and arrived at the door of the Urchin nightclub. From the outside, this place really doesn't live up to its reputation. The street in front looks dirty, and there aren't many flashing neon lights. Only the rain-soaked side of the door shows the name of the nightclub. However, despite its bleak exterior, the business seemed to be booming, with the open space in front of the door filled with various vehicles. Su Muqing raised his phone again, and 9 light spots appeared on it, almost overlapping each other. He is the 10th point of light. After paying an entrance fee of 30 pounds at the door, the big black man at the door opened the door for him. Suddenly, intense and dynamic music flowed out. Su Muqing walked into the noisy nightclub slowly and leisurely. After turning a short corridor, you can see the circular platform in the center. There are beautiful women dancing seductively. There are many booths surrounding the circular platform, and almost every booth is full of people. Su Muqing's gaze passed over the crowd and swept across the corners of the walls. As expected, there must be surveillance in places like this. Su Muqing could feel that some people's muscles were tensing as he walked in. On the surface, they were laughing and chatting loudly with their companions, or flirting with the half-naked waitresses in a lewd manner. But their minds and bodies were as tense as bowstrings. Are you targeting me? Su Muqing didn't hide his Zanpakutō, and it was hanging on his waist. There was no way these guys couldn't find it. He walked forward without hesitation, passing between the 2 waitresses. In an instant, the bald man who was flirting with the waitress bang was suddenly kicked the waitress away and pulled the rifle out from under his clothes. However, when he tried to pull the trigger, Su Muqing had already swayed and moved closer to him. As soon as his left foot touched the ground, his body spun around quickly, and his right foot swept across, as fast as lightning, like the battering ram of a pile driver, and hit his left waist heavily. Oh! The bald man showed a painful expression and took 2 steps back involuntarily. At this moment, several figures stood up from the panicked crowd around them, with their gun muzzles aimed at them. Su Muqing stepped forward again, quickly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the bald man's left forearm, and pulled it down hard, drawing a large arc in a clockwise direction, twisting his opponent's arm in midair, and then let go of his hand, letting him fly out like a stone, drawing a perfect arc. Bang, bang, bang. People and horses were thrown to the ground. Several bullets shot out of the muzzle, and all of them were taken by the unlucky bald man. As the gunshots rang out, the nightclub finally fell into chaos. There were screams everywhere and figures running around in panic. At the same time, someone grabbed Su Muqing's neck from behind and stabbed his throat with a knife in the other hand, the waitress who had just passed by him. Apparently, she was also one of the killers. Su Muqing didn't even turn his head. Under the numerous surveillance cameras, he didn't show much. He just casually punched her in the pelvic area with his backhand, then bent forward, grabbed her elbow that was strangling his neck, and then tilted his body to the left, lifted the female killer's body, and threw it towards the other killer. The next moment, he drew the knife from his waist. Under the flashing neon lights, the black blade was dipped in bright red. In an instant, Su Muqing flashed forward, weaving through the chaotic crowd. Every time the knife flashed, someone would fall to the ground. Bright red like lightning. The red flowers are like rain. Suddenly, he paused slightly, raised his foot, and kicked back with his heel, kicking the heavy seat beside him straight up. Everyone dodged in an uproar, and there was a loud bang. The booth hit the wall and was embedded in it. Amidst the dense dust, a cloud of blood gushed out. Then, the arms exposed from the crushed body hung limply, and a bazooka fell to the ground. Everyone gasped. Is this guy crazy? In such a narrow space, they actually planned to use rockets. Is he planning to die together? All the killers present have been wiped out, otherwise someone would definitely be used to this. That guy was originally a notorious madman. Compared with the well-trained other killers, his skills were completely inferior, but his odds in this game were among the best, relying on his recklessness, brutality, and cruelty. It's not surprising that a desperate madman like him would make plans to almost die together with his own people. Muqing raised his phone and looked at it. There was only a dot of light left on the screen. He nodded with satisfaction. All the enemies were eliminated without any accidental casualties. Oh, a few people fell while running around and might have had their bones broken by others, but that was none of his business. He turned and walked out the door, dialing Zheng Lailai's cell phone. Judging from the refreshed data, except for the dozen or so people he killed, the rest of the killers were basically consumed by internal forces, except for the one in the unlucky priest's stomach and the one carried by the champion of the previous tournament. In other words, as long as they defeat the previous champion, this competition will be over. There are still at least 10 hours left before the 24-hour deadline set by the organizer. I hope the champion doesn't hide somewhere. Muqing muttered to himself while waiting for news from Zheng Lailai. However, there was no movement. Something happened. Muqing hung up the phone, and his eyes, which had just calmed down, were once again filled with a faint cold fire. Chapter 11. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and the wind is blowing. Zheng Lailai and the unlucky pastor were no longer in the church. Fortunately, Zheng Lailai left a clue. Muqing had no expression on his face as he drove the car, speeding through the wind and rain. A moment later, he had left the town. However, the end is still a long way off. Zheng Lailai and the other man must have been in a very sorry state, and the traces they left behind were intermittent. If Muqing hadn't had good eyesight, they would have lost all trace of them long ago. After the car left the town, it sped for a while until the wind and rain subsided, and he finally found the trace again. The faint traces led to a church, an abandoned church outside the town. It was far from Dullsborough and some distance from the highway. There would definitely be no surveillance in a place like this. Muqing stopped the car and started using instant step to hurry on his way. Although he was just a beginner, his instant steps were instant steps. Every time he flashed, he could jump over dozens of meters. It took no more than half a minute to cross the country road and reach the church on the hillside. The dilapidated church stood in the wind and rain, and roars like wild beasts could be heard from it. Why, Zheng Lailai? Were you sent here? Or did you come here on your own? They were indeed here, and seemed to have fallen into the hands of others. Muqing didn't delay, and instantly walked through the wind and rain, landed in front of the church door, and kicked it out. Then he heard the unfortunate priest's pleading voice. Please, this is God's house. You can't kill. The Virgin Mary, who never sees the situation clearly. Muqing secretly curled her lips and looked in the direction of Zheng Lailai, only to see that she was covered in scars, half collapsed on the dusty altar, with a sharp saber at her neck. The man holding the saber was a bald black man. He was very strong and sturdy, with a fleshy face and thick lips like fishy meat. He looked like a black bear, but his cheeks were as sunken as dead wood. His eyes seemed as firm as a devil, but there was a dull look in them, as if he had completely despaired of life. He should be the last champion. Muqing's sudden intrusion made the three of them pause. However, the black man didn't seem to care at all. He just put the saber to Zheng Lailai's throat and shouted in a desperate tone, Why? Why are you chasing me? If you have any questions, please let her go first. Muqing drew his Zanpakutō. Zheng Lailai, who was pinned under the blade, suddenly shook his arms vigorously and shouted, Don't worry about me. Muqing was stunned. Are you sure? Please. Zheng Lailai looked at him out of the corner of his eye, his eyes full of pleading. I've already sent a message to my friend. Even if I die, he will handle it for you. Leave me alone, even if he wants to kill me. Muqing looked at the big black man, and suddenly realized that the killing that made Zheng Lailai decide to die was related to this guy. She stabbed and killed his wife and unborn child. Muqing hesitated for a moment and put his Zanpakutō away again. No. The unlucky priest waved his hands in panic upon seeing this. She shouldn't be cursed. She didn't want to kill your wife. She was just a tool. Shut up. The big black man roared at him, frightening the unfortunate pastor. At this time, Zheng Lilai replied painfully, I didn't chase you. The black man was puzzled. What? Zheng Lilai said, I'm not going after you. I'm going after your wife. Your wife is the target. Why? The black man was greatly shocked and shouted in confusion. Why would someone kill Mary? She's just an ordinary woman. Why? Who hired you? Zheng Lilai smiled bitterly. You know who it is. Your wife is everything to you, so don't insult her by using death as an excuse. This is disrespectful to your deceased wife. Seeing the black man trembling all over, the unfortunate pastor was afraid that if his hand lost its balance, he would directly cut Zheng Lilai's throat. He hurriedly used his rhetoric skills. Xiao Shihua, what would your wife do? What would Mary ask you to do? Your kind wife would not want. However, before the unfortunate pastor could finish his advice, the big black man suddenly grabbed the saber and stabbed it into Zheng Lilai's lower abdomen. Before Zheng Lilai could say anything, the unlucky pastor screamed and rushed over in a daze. The priest is really good at talking nonsense. Su Muqing shook his head speechlessly. His eyes were much better than McAvoy's. The previous killer champion had good skills. His saber pierced Zheng Lilai's lower abdomen, but did not actually cause fatal damage. Definitely, suffering is inevitable. However, this also means that he has forgiven Zheng Lilai's sins. The big black man stood up and looked at Su Muqing, his eyes bloodshot. He said firmly, I don't want the prize money of the competition, I just want revenge. He has already understood that the person who hired Zheng Lilai to kill his wife is the organizer of the tournament, Robert. Organizing such a bloody and cruel competition is not an easy task. When the top killer does not appear, he, the person closest to the top killer, is the biggest attraction of the competition. In the last competition, he gave a wonderful performance. Robert had invited him earlier in this tournament, but he had already decided to retire. In order to force him to come out again, Robert hired Zheng Lilai to kill his beloved wife, and then told him that the killer would also participate in this competition, and he must participate in the competition if he wanted to avenge his wife. Now, he has lost all hope and only wants to seek revenge on Robert. If you want to see Robert, you have to win the championship. Su Muqing flicked his wrist, and the knife flashed brilliantly, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Crash! The altar beside the big black man suddenly broke into pieces. Su Muqing sheathed his knife and said calmly, I'm also somewhat interested in that guy. You can give me the signal source, and I'll leave Robert's life to you. All you have to do is arrive in time. The big black man looked at the knife mark on his side, and without saying a word, he turned the blade around and stabbed it into his lower abdomen. He took out the signal source inside and threw it to Su Muqing without any reluctance. Su Muqing crushed the signal source and looked at the unlucky pastor. The guy was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. He quickly replied, I've already spit out my signal source and thrown it on the side of the road. Very good. Su Muqing turned to look outside the church. Now we just have to wait for the organizers to pick us up. You'd better hide. Chapter 12. Su Muqing posed a big challenge to the organizers. First of all, a match without any suspense is unlikely to be exciting for the audience and will hardly arouse the enthusiasm of locals to place bets. Secondly, Su Muqing's overly aggressive approach will also make the local players feel resentful and feel that they have been fooled by the advertising slogan. The organizers claim that the participants are all top killers, but in front of Su Muqing, they are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. If this continues, we will really have to invite top killers to the next competition. The value of top killers is terrifying. The cost of getting them to play a game of killing each other is enough to bankrupt the organizer. Robert was in a very bad mood, but on the surface he remained calm and extended a warm welcome to the new champion killer. The lights in the dim hall were turned up and the waitresses opened the champagne. The most important thing is to stack the $10 million. The dark green Franklins were piled up on the long table, like a dark green hill, with a few beams of light covering it, emitting a faint scent of ink. Ladies and gentlemen, looking at the Asian boy who looked like he was on a tourist trip, Robert's mood grew even worse. However, on the surface, he became more enthusiastic and announced loudly, I solemnly introduce to you the new champion of the tournament. Please stand up for the most outstanding killer of our time. The bunch of locals actually gave him face, or perhaps they were curious about Su Muqing, as they all stood up with champagne in their hands and cheered him enthusiastically. At the door, several guys who looked like bodyguards approached and blocked Su Muqing's way. They pointed at the long knife hanging on his waist and signaled him to hand over his weapon before he could go in to collect his bonus. Su Muqing didn't even look at them, moving straight ahead, without changing his speed at all. The bodyguards' faces changed and they subconsciously stepped forward to stop him, but they were like being hit by a car and flew back with a bang, knocking several wealthy people who were nearby to the ground. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed. The locals retreated one after another, protected by their bodyguards. Robert finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked with a stern face, "Mr. Lei, what do you want to do?" "First of all, my last name is Su." Su Muqing looked at the piles of cash on the table. In addition to the 10 million championship prize, there was also the gambling money brought by the locals, estimating the total amount to be over 100 million US dollars. The harvest far exceeded expectations. Su Muqing was in a cheerful mood. He looked at the guy opposite him and continued in a brisk tone. "Secondly, I'm here to collect the spoils." Robert's eyes twitched as he pointed at the hill in front of him. "We've already prepared your spoils. Your unfriendly approach is an insult to all your supporters." Su Muqing raised his chin and pointed at the long table covered with food. "My spoils." After a slight pause, he glanced at him deliberately and uttered a few words again. "Oh, and you too." Robert's expression froze. "What?" Su Muqing said. "I promised someone before that I would hand you over to him for disposal." Robert's expression suddenly changed, and he sneered. "Don't forget, the signal source you swallowed will become a very dangerous bomb if we change the frequency." Su Muqing's expression remained calm. He took out the signal source from his pocket, crushed it casually, and sneered disdainfully. "You don't really think I would swallow such a disgusting thing, do you?" Robert's expression froze, and he immediately shouted to the bodyguards on both sides, "Kill him! Roar, damnation!" The moment blade burst out of the sheath, the spiritual pressure that flowed out was like a tornado. The next moment, a huge knife shadow stretched out from the storm and slashed swiftly across the sky above the hall. Boom! It was like a dull thunder ringing in the ears, causing the air near the hall to tremble violently. Everyone within 100 meters rolled their eyes and fell to the ground in unison. Using explosive spiritual pressure, he instantly stunned everyone. Su Muqing took out his cell phone and called Zheng Lailai, notified Xiao Shihua, and asked him to come over. After casually hanging up the phone, he walked to the long table and put his hand on the mountain of money. "Top up. 30 million, 50 million, 80 million, 120 million, 10 million to light up VPI, 50 million to light up VPI, 100 million to light up VIP. The rewards for VP are 10 spirit irons and 5 R-level spirit crystals. The rewards for VIPI are 20 spirit irons and 10 R-level spirit crystals. The reward for VIP is 20 spirit irons and the most beautiful Zanpakutō, Zanpakutō. There is no need to say much about the spiritual power crystal. Just absorb it directly into spiritual pressure. The use of spiritual iron is very important. It can upgrade the spirit of Zanpakutō. Different levels of Zanpakutō spirits require different amounts of spirit iron. Zanpakutō like Wabasuk and Tobium, which are classified as SR level, can be upgraded to the Bankai stage by spending 20 Riite. However, the Bankai of an SR level Zanpakutō is only the lowest level, captain level, and its power is far less than that of an SSR level Zanpakutō. An SSR level Zanpakutō requires 50 Riiten to reach the advanced stage of Bankai. Moreover, this is not the final stage. All Zanpakutō above SSR level have a perfect state. For example, when Heaven's Punishment is upgraded to a high level, it can be converted into Black Rope Heaven's Punishment Myoko, but it also has an advanced stage, Black Rope Heaven's Punishment Myoko, Broken Armor Robe, which is an extended and transformed form of Black Rope Heaven's Punishment Myoko. It is the strongest form of Heaven's Punishment Myoko when he abandons his life and transforms into a form with only spiritual pressure and strength left. Upgrading from high level to perfect level will cost another 100 spirit irons. In other words, to upgrade an SSR level Zanpakutō to its perfect form, it would cost 150 spirit iron. A Zanpakutō classified as UR grade requires 200 spirit iron to upgrade to its perfect form. Although the Queen of Mermaids had a poor record, she was also classified as UR. To evolve this Zanpakutō from half-reborn blade to full reborn blade, 100 spirit irons are required. Now Su Muqing only has 50 spirit irons and cannot upgrade Imperial Mermaid Queen, and he has no plans to upgrade Heavenly Punishment. The weakness of Black Rope Heavenly Punishment Mayu is too obvious. The Zanpakutō is bound to the Master. Once the Zanpakutō is injured, the Master will also be injured. Before upgrading the steel to the peak, it is better not to use this form indiscriminately. Besides, his Hell Road can play the role of Heavenly Punishment King, so there is no need to waste spiritual iron to upgrade it. In comparison, the Zanpakutō, which combines offense and defense, is slightly inferior in destructive power, but can adapt to various types of battles. Even though Su Muqing's spiritual pressure is only at the level of a senior officer now, making it difficult for him to fully exert the power of Bankai, it is still enough to greatly improve his strength. Actually, if possible, he would rather upgrade the holy word, steel, and turn himself into an indestructible body first. But unfortunately, the holy text is different from the Zanpakutō. The upgrade does not require spiritual iron, but a material called soul crystal. However, now he has none. Regardless of that, Su Muqing quickly refreshed the VIP interface and took all the VIP rewards. These rewards were not free, they just did not require soul jade, but required a large number of gold rings. Fortunately, a full $120 million converted into 12 million gold rings was enough for him to win all the rewards and still have 1/3 left. Each R-level spiritual power crystal can increase spiritual pressure by 500, and 15 of them means 7,500 spiritual pressure. The Zanpakutō upgraded to Bankai increased its spiritual pressure by 50,000. Host, Su Muqing Zanpakutō. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. 1. Heaven Path, sealed. 2. Ashura Path, sealed. 3. Human Path, sealed. 4. Animal Path, sealed. 5. Hungry Ghost Path, sealed. 6. Hell Path, opened. Support. Queen Shark, half return blade plus 20,000 Ryatsu, /Zanpakutō. Bankai plus 50,000 Ryatsu, /Heaven's Punishment. Shurkai plus 10,000 Ryatsu. Spirit Seal, steel. Beginner plus 10,000 spiritual pressure, skill, /LV1/LV10 fist. LV1/LV10 walking. LV2/LV10 ghost. LV0/LV10 spiritual pressure. 102,800, level 4 spiritual power, special skills. Death God, sword pressure, LV1, LV10/Quincy. Soul sharing? Contact healing items. Transformation body X10, avatar card X10, Hell butterfly X3, soul enlightenment gauntlet, hollow mask, extinction cross soul orb, 215 gold ring, 5 million. The spiritual power has risen to level 4, vice captain level spiritual pressure. Su Muqing's fingers trembled slightly as they slowly brushed across the blade that was glowing with a faint light. The breath he exhaled turned into a strong wind, blowing the debris in the hall into a mess. This was not his intention, but the result of his spiritual pressure growing too fast to be controlled. He needs to calm down for a while. Su Muqing held his breath, looked around, turned around, and walked out of the hall. Outside the door, the burly figure staggered in. Chapter 13. Xiao Shihua was still as burly as ever, with strong limbs and well-proportioned muscles, but his slightly staggering steps and the fatigue between his thick brows made him look like an old bear in his twilight years. Su Muqing pointed to the hall and said, "The person you want is inside." "Thanks." The aging old bear nodded woodenly, and when he walked to his side, he suddenly stopped, took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, quickly wrote down a string of numbers, and handed it to him. "Su Muqing, what is this?" "My Swiss bank account and password," Xiao Shihua said calmly. "I still have about 8 million. It's no use to me anymore. You can take it." "You?" Su Muqing hesitated for a moment, then took the paper and said, "Goodbye." With Xiao Shihua's forgiveness, Zheng Lilai was reborn, but he himself did not. When his wife died, he lost the will to live, and if he had not wanted to avenge her, he would have taken his own life. There is no need to hypocritically comfort those who have lost interest in life. Besides, although this charcoal-headed guy looked miserable, he was a killer with blood on his hands after all, and Su Muqing didn't want to make any unnecessary moves. "Thanks." Xiao Shihua's mood became more excited, and then he said, "If you have the chance to go to Gotham, please go to C17 in the West City Cemetery and help me present a bouquet of flowers to my parents." "Gotham?" Su Muqing was startled, and the floor tiles under his feet instantly began to crack. "You mean Gotham?" The vampire asks him if he is a mutant. This desperate killer calls himself Gotham Man. Is this the bustling Marvel world, or the dark and perverted DC world? Or maybe both? Xiao Shihua didn't understand why he was reacting so strongly, but his heart was broken, so he didn't bother to pay attention. He just said in a slightly vague tone, "I used to be a member of the Cobblepot family, one of the 4 major families in Gotham City. I did many evil things. Later, someone broke several bones and threw me in prison for a few years. At that time, I planned to retire. After I was released from prison, I met Mary, and I didn't want to continue living like that. So I ran away from the Cobblepot family and signed up for the killer tournament. With the tens of millions of dollars in prize money for the championship, I took my beloved Mary and hid in the countryside of Miami. Unfortunately, my sins did not let me go after all. I'm a sinner, but Mary is innocent. God shouldn't have implicated Mary with my sins. The bear-like man covered his face and sobbed loudly. When I decided to seek revenge, I wanted to return to my former home and lay flowers at my parents' graves one last time. But I knew that once I returned to Gotham, I might never get out again, so I can only beg you. Muqing was silent for a moment, then raised the piece of paper in his hand. I have accepted your commission. If it was really as he wished, he would visit Gotham one day, and a visit to the cemetery would just be a side trip. Thanks. The sad old bear thanked him solemnly, then turned around heavily and staggered towards the dead silent hall. Muqing watched his burly figure disappear into the darkness of the hall, then turned and walked towards the parking lot. He can leave now. Xiao Shihua's target of revenge is Robert. Before dying together with him, he will deal with those guys who were knocked unconscious. Muqing didn't need to stay and clean up the mess. He wasn't afraid of those fat-bellied guys taking revenge on him. He even hoped that they would come to him without knowing the consequences, so that he could get some more substantial income. He picked out a Lamborghini off-road vehicle from the garage of Robert's manor. After getting familiar with it a little, he drove the car into the fields outside the manor. The unfortunate pastor has rushed Zheng Lilai to the hospital in Dullsborough. Although Xiao Shihua's knife attack was not very cruel, he would still die if he lost too much blood. Zheng Lilai has just been sent to the operating room. It is estimated that she will be difficult to wake up for at least a few hours. Instead of going to the hospital, Muqing went straight back to the hotel and booked a new room. After washing up, he turned on the system. Although he had won a bunch of VIP rewards and used up most of his gold rings, he still had a full 5 million left. You can spend more. Definitely. Before he completely digests the surging spiritual pressure, he will not buy spiritual power crystals or other things anymore. Instead, the more skill experience books the better. But first, he had to make up for a weakness. Ghost Way. The Death God has 4 major fighting abilities: slashing, punching, walking, and ghost. He has already mastered the other 3, but he is almost blank in ghost skills. The current system mall only provides skill books for the basic level of ghost arts. That is, the ghost arts before number 33. 33 ways to destroy the way, 33 ways to bind the way, can be purchased using the low-level currency, gold rings. Muqing made a rough calculation and estimated that if he wanted to take down all the beginner ghosts, it would cost 6 or 7 million gold rings. The savings are far from enough, so I can only save a little for now. 10 kinds of breaking path skill books, costing 1 million gold rings. 10 kinds of binding skill books, costing 1 million gold rings. In addition, he also selected 3 skill books from the Quincy's skill rack: Spirit Particle Clustering, Holy Arrow of Destruction, and Mind Barrier. Spirit Beam Cluster is a match for Holy Arrow of Destruction. Through the use of lepton clustering, the lepton in the atmosphere is fixed into the shape of an arrow and then launched to attack through the Annihilation Cross. This is considered the most basic ability of the Quincy. Muqing has the Quenching Cross in his equipment. Maybe he'll make a cameo appearance as an archer someday. Spiritual Barrier. As the name suggests, it is a technique that uses spiritual pressure to block the will of others from entering one's own heart. In this world where mutants exist, there are many people who have the ability to read minds, so it is very necessary to master the skills of building a mental barrier. After finishing all the skill books, a bunch of strange knowledge appeared in Muqing's mind. Unfortunately, at the moment he was in the town, and it was not convenient to make too much noise. Otherwise, he would have wanted to use his divine body to materialize a death god captain and practice his ability. Boom. A loud explosion was heard in the distance, and even the ground shook slightly. Muqing stood up and walked to the window, looking in the direction of the roar. He could vaguely see the rising flames, illuminating the darkness before dawn. It seems that Xiao Shihua has taken revenge. Chapter 14. The cold moon is sad and confusing. Muqing held his Zanpakutō, standing above the sea of clouds, confronting the 6 paths of reincarnation. Blade Zen. Zanpakutō is the incarnation of the soul of the death god. The death god can synchronize his thoughts with the Zanpakutō through meditation, thereby entering his own inner world and communicating face-to-face with the will of the Zanpakutō. In fact, most of the death god's exclusive moves and skills were basically learned from the spirit of his own Zanpakutō through the method of Sword Zen. The environment that Muqing is in now is not suitable for strenuous activities, but in his inner world, he can have fun without restraint. Definitely, this is not an easy task. Are you ready? The 6 eyes were cold and sharp like cones, which made Su Muqing feel uneasy. But this is his chosen method of exercise. Bring it on. Su Muqing took a deep breath, gripped his Zanpakutō tightly, and pointed the tip of the black blade at his opponent. Suddenly, Liu Dao's eyes, which were like the dark abyss, burst into a brilliant spark. The next moment, he floated up and suddenly appeared in front of Su Muqing. He swung his right hand, and the identical black blade, like a black lightning, slashed towards Su Muqing. Su Muqing's expression was solemn. He slightly tilted his body to avoid the blade, then turned the blade in his palm and accurately chopped off the opponent's swift and unparalleled blow. With a sharp sound, the two blades collided, and brilliant sparks exploded in the clear moonlight. The strong wind stirred up by the huge spiritual pressure blew the sea of clouds underfoot into a mess, just like the sea in a storm. After one blow of the knife, the two of them retreated together. Su Muqing frowned. Your strength is not as strong as I thought. Are you letting me down? You are exercising, not seeking death. Liu Dao had an expressionless face. His figure froze for a moment. Then he rushed straight out and quickly approached Su Muqing. Su Muqing's clothes fluttered as she stared at Liu Dao's figure. Liu Dao was indeed suppressing his strength. His speed was not that fast, at least not so fast that Su Muqing couldn't see clearly, but he was completely unable to predict where he would land. Liu Dao seemed to be flying straight towards him, but his speed was sometimes fast, sometimes slow, and his direction was also uncertain. He seemed to be advancing and retreating, flashing to the left and moving to the right, making it impossible for him to grasp his position. Even as his opponent approached, Su Muqing still couldn't catch sight of him, so he simply ignored him and quickly raised his Zanpakutō, sending a black slash flying from the blade. Accompanied by the wind roaring like dragons and tigers, the ferocious black sword pressure rolled towards the 6 paths like surging waves. Wherever the sword passed, 6 figures suddenly disappeared. Su Muqing felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared from the side and slashed at his chest with a knife. The speed was so fast that it was as fast as thunder. Su Muqing's heart was a little confused, and he quickly blocked his sword with his sword. Unfortunately, the opportunity has been lost. In the moment when blood splattered, the two men fought more than 100 times. The two Zanpakutō hit each other quickly, sparks flew in the middle, and the danger was so severe that there was no chance of a hair's breadth left. Then, the two figures suddenly merged and separated. Su Muqing floated back like a kite with a broken string and landed on a broken cloud. The blood drained from his face, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest heaving rapidly. This kind of close combat is the most exhausting, and coupled with the fact that he had lost the initiative before, with his novice-level combat experience, the final result can be imagined. In that short moment, he was hit by at least a dozen punches and 6 or 7 knives. With the same strength and speed, Liu Dao can completely defeat him. Su Muqing remained calm, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He asked curiously, "How did you do that?" He was not asking about Liu Dao's fighting skills, but his footwork and body movements, which looked very complicated, yet seemed very simple. He was dazzled from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling irresistible. Liu Dao did not directly answer his question, but instead asked a question. What is the Hell Realm? What is hell? Su Muqing murmured thoughtfully as the scenery before him changed rapidly, from a fairyland-like sea of clouds to a hotel room again. Because of the pain from inside and out, he could no longer maintain his meditative state and involuntarily broke away from the blade meditation. However, the rapidly changing scenery before him made him feel moved. The secret of Hell Road is a real illusion. Could it be that all those strange feelings just now were all caused by the influence of Zanpakutō? Just like Makoto Hirako's Zanpakutō reverse blow, the blade after Shurikai will emit a fragrance, completely reversing the enemy's sense of direction. This seemingly simple ability is actually extremely practical. Anyone who gets hit by it will basically be at a complete disadvantage. Even a strong warrior who has experienced many battles will be at a loss when facing it for the first time. The illusion of hell is more comprehensive and more terrifying. The extent to which it can be brought into play depends entirely on the imagination of the operator. Liu Dao's practice of suppressing his senses during the battle and making him run around in exhaustion can only be regarded as the tip of the iceberg of hell. Finding a Zanpakutō to learn combat techniques is indeed the right approach, even better than simply eating books. He had a deeper understanding of his Zanpakutō. Although he was mentally exhausted and the damage to his soul caused by the 6 paths was heartbreaking, Su Muqing's mood was still bright and cheerful. Then, Zheng Lailai arrived. She had just recovered some strength when she ran away from the small-town hospital. By the way, for killers, being stabbed in a non-vital part is really no big deal. We're going to London. Zheng Lilai said to Su Muqing. We can't stay here any longer. My friend has prepared new identity documents. Once we get the documents in London, we will immediately transfer to other countries. As soon as she woke up, she heard from the unfortunate priest that the killer tournament had been completely wiped out. You know, among those fat-bellied guys, there are 2 English senators. It's very easy to cause trouble for them here. Now she has completely given up the will to die, so naturally, she doesn't want to stay in this dangerous place anymore. Su Muqing naturally had no objection and said, I can leave at any time. What about McAvoy? Is he leaving too? The unlucky pastor can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but he's really a good guy. Zheng Lilai paused slightly and shook his head. He's not from this circle. It would be very dangerous for him to follow us. Anyway, no one except you and me knows he's involved in this. Let him stay here and continue his peaceful life. Su Muqing looked at her. What about you? Zheng Lilai hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, I won't be a killer anymore. Even though I didn't make any money this time, I can find another job and still support myself. Su Muqing thought for a moment and said calmly, You won't get any of the championship prize money, but Xiao Shihua left behind a generous inheritance, and you can get a portion. Well, you can use it for charity and accumulate merit for them. Zheng Lilai lowered his eyes and remained silent for a long while before he responded forcefully, Thank you. I will. Chapter 15. Dullisborough is 403 kilometers from London and takes about 4 hours to drive. It was already afternoon when the 2 left Dullisborough, so when night fell again, they had not yet entered the area of London. We just have to go through Surrey, and then we'll be in the Greater London metropolitan area. In the driving seat, Zheng Lilai gave him some scientific explanation. In general, London is an international metropolis, but in England's administrative system, London does not have the status of a city. It is just one of the secondary administrative districts under Greater London. Greater London is a first-level administrative division under England, covering the capital London and its surrounding satellite towns, a metropolitan area consisting of 33 secondary administrative districts. Surrey is adjacent to the southwest of Greater London and is only a few dozen kilometers away from London where they are going. It doesn't feel like a city at all. The county, in the west, is equivalent to the city, in the east. But Su Muqing looked at the town outside the window full of Western country style and felt that it was not as prosperous as the county town in his hometown. Zheng Lilai smiled and said, Surrey is a non-metropolitan county. Although it has the title of a county, it can actually be considered a suburb of London. It only takes more than half an hour to drive into the city of London, so most of the residents here work in London. Su Muqing gave her a strange look. Are you familiar with this place? Zheng Lilai's smile faded slightly. After a pause, he replied, I've been here on missions before. I understand. Su Muqing turned his head and continued looking out the window. Suddenly, he frowned and looked up at the sky. At the moment, it was still dusk, and everything was shrouded in the vast twilight mist. In the reflection of the last ray of sunset light, a layer of gauze like cicada feathers seemed to cover the sky and the earth. But the sky suddenly turned dark without any warning. Even the few stars hanging in the sky seemed to be suddenly painted black and lost all their light. Then, the dim street lights on both sides of the road disappeared. The rumble of cars passing by and the whisper of the evening breeze blowing through the trees all disappeared, leaving only the bone-chilling darkness in all directions. What is going on? Zheng Lilai stepped on the brakes hard, opened his eyes as wide as possible, looked around blankly, but saw nothing. Then, a dot of light ignited before her eyes and quickly expanded to the size of a fist. The 20th breakthrough, illuminating the sky. This is a destructive form of ghost arts, but as long as most of the spiritual pressure is restrained, it can be used as a light source. It seems something interesting is happening. Su Muqing looked at the darkness outside and gently placed the shining celestial ball on the control panel. Stay here and don't move. Su Muqing gave her some instructions, opened the door and got out of the car, then changed his handprints again. The 26th binding path, Chu Guang. The ghost version of invisibility magic, covering objects and distorting light, making it impossible for others to see. Su Muqing didn't know what was going on, but the shocking thing he just saw made him feel that it would be better to take some insurance measures. Mutant, Gotham, and now Dementors. What kind of a hell of a world is this? But Voldemort's soul should be very valuable, right? Su Muqing muttered to himself, taking quick steps, his figure flashing several times, passing through an empty park and approaching a dirty alley. Then he heard a faint but firm voice. Expecto Patronus. The next moment, a point of light in the darkness quickly expanded and turned into a huge amount of silver stag. The stag was made entirely of light, yet it seemed alive. It charged towards the terrifying monster opposite with great agility. Except for not carrying a scythe, the image of the Dementor is definitely most like the death god in Western mythology. It is covered with a black cloak, its whole body looks like it has been soaked in water, and it has scabbed palms, just like a rotting corpse. Dementors are known as one of the most terrifying magical creatures in the world. They haunt the darkest and dirtiest places in groups, cheering on corruption and despair, sucking all the peace, hope and happiness from the air around them, and reminding people of the most terrible things. However, their nemesis is also hope and happiness. Necromancers use spells to transform the happiness in their hearts into patron uses, which is the best way to restrain Dementors. In his memory of his friend, Harry Potter summoned his own Patronus and repelled the Dementor with just one collision. Definitely, just repel. This ugly mutant spirit is almost impossible to kill. The Dementor was knocked back by the stag. When the stag was about to attack again, the Dementor felt frightened and flew into the air like a bat with a terrifying howl. Dementors have no intelligence. Just like beasts, they will flee in panic when they encounter their natural enemies. This way, Harry called to the stag. He was attacked by more than one Dementor, and another one went after his fat cousin. He hated his cousin's family, but he would not kill them. Harry raised his lit wand high and was about to run down the alley to rescue his annoying cousin. Suddenly, a soft moan sounded in my ears. Conquer him, Queen Mermaid. Boom. A brilliant golden flash of light blasted down from the deep night sky, and with a rumbling sound, landed on the head of the Dementor that had escaped into the air, pressing it heavily to the ground. The torn Dementor fell to the ground, like a dying beast, whimpering weakly and painfully, and finally bursting like an inflated balloon. What's this? Harry was a little confused, and suddenly saw the golden flash twist, and then a pale light flashed from the depths, like a meteor breaking through the sky. Harry instinctively wanted to dodge, but saw the meteor passing by. Suddenly, a terrifying scream was heard in the alley. Dudley, Harry Potter, still in shock, suddenly remembered that his fat cousin was suffering from the Dementor's kiss. The Dementor's attack is not fatal, but the result is worse than death. A person who has suffered the Dementor's kiss will only have his brain and heart working, no longer have any sense of self, no memory, and no chance of recovery, because his soul has disappeared. Thinking of the consequences of the Dementor's kiss, Harry didn't bother to look at the exploding Dementor and rushed into the alley in a panic. Soon, he saw Dudley and the second Dementor. Dudley lay curled up on the ground, whimpering and shaking constantly. The second Dementor is hanging on the wall. It was pierced by a pale light and nailed to the wall at the end of the alley. Waves of light flickered around it, constantly grinding like a millstone. The figure of this Dementor became fainter and fainter, and soon it exploded like the first Dementor. The moon, stars, and streetlights suddenly returned to reality. A warm breeze blew through the alley, rustling the trees in the nearby garden, and the rumble of cars on the street filled the air again. Harry stood quietly, looking confused. What is going on? Dementors actually appeared in the Muggle world, right on Shaowei Road, and attacked him. And that golden light. Harry dispersed his Patronus in confusion, and suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. He subconsciously raised his wand again and turned to face the newcomer. Little friend, are you going to face your savior like this? The man walked over leisurely and waved his hand. The giant blade stuck in the wall immediately turned into a stream of light and flew back into his hand in a blink of an eye. In a faint glow, it turned into a long and narrow black knife. Harry asked nervously, "Who are you?" He shrugged and replied calmly, "A death god passing by." Chapter 16. Death God. Harry's eyes widened, somewhat bewildered. He scratched his head and said, "I thought you were an Auror from the Ministry of Magic." Muqing sheathed the knife and said calmly, "If the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic wanted to protect you, there would be no Dementors here." He didn't remember much about Harry Potter, but only some general plot details. It seemed that the Dementors were sent by the Ministry of Magic, not to kill Harry Potter, but to expel him from the wizarding world in a legitimate way, so as to cover up the fact that Voldemort had returned. The Ministry of Magic is just a bunch of incompetent necromancer bureaucrats who are good at internal fighting but not good at external fighting. When facing an overwhelming enemy, the first thing they think of is to cover up their own mistakes, as if the enemy will really disappear if they eliminate all the insiders. Such a dumb, shocking thing to do. At this time, there was another loud and hurried sound of footsteps. The two turned around and saw an old lady with gray hair, carrying a rope shopping bag and wearing worn carpet slippers, trotting into the alley, panting. "Mrs. Fig." Harry started and quickly put his wand away. But suddenly the old lady screamed, "Don't put it away. Silly child." "What?" Harry was stunned. The old lady muttered in panic, "What if the Soul Eater is still around? You are a witch." For Harry, discovering that his cat-crazy old lady neighbor actually knew what Dementors were was almost as shocking as running into two Dementors in an alley. The panicked old lady stared at the dark streets around her and said tremblingly, "I am a squib. Dumbledore's orders require me to guard you, but I cannot tell you anything. You are too young." She almost grumbled, turned her eyes, and looked at Sue Muqing nervously. "Excuse me, who are you?" She knew very well how important little Harry was, and Dumbledore had gone to great lengths to protect him. However, she had never heard of such a necromancer. When the Dementors attacked, the old squib lady, who had no ability to cast spells, could only use the magic device given by Dumbledore to shapeshift herself into a tea bag to escape the Dementors' tracking. However, she still saw his strength. The Dementors, feared by everyone in the necromancer world, were like harmless rabbits in front of him and were easily eliminated. Such a powerful necromancer should not remain unknown. "I'm just a passerby," Sue Muqing answered calmly. "I'm not from the English necromancer community, but, well, little friend, since I saved you and your friends, can you do me a favor?" Harry was stunned. "What is it?" Sue Muqing said calmly. "I'm going to Diagon Alley to buy some magical items, but I'm unfamiliar with the necromancer community in England. Can you take me around there? There are many strange things in the necromancer world of Harry Potter." He plans to go shopping and buy some magical items, such as gilly grass that allows the user to breathe underwater, a traitor detector that rotates and makes sounds when someone nearby lies, a magic tent with a folded interior, and various magic potions for quick healing, etc. If possible, he also planned to buy a magic textbook and try to teach himself magic. By the way, the necromancer's magic damage was very average, but in life, it was simply a magical skill. The repair spell alone was enough to make Sue Muqing spend his time. "No." Before Harry could answer, Mrs. Fig screamed, "Harry, look what's happening. Dementors." The appearance of the Dementors frightened the old squib lady. She grabbed Harry's shoulders with her skinny hands and shouted hysterically, "This is just lucky, Harry. You must go home now and stay at home. I will inform Dumbledore. No matter what happens, don't leave the house." Harry looked conflicted. In fact, he had been isolated from the wizarding world since the end of Goblet of Fire. He brought back the news that Voldemort had resurrected, but it seemed that no one believed it. Dumbledore seemed to have forgotten his existence. Ron and Hermione were in the same place, but did not invite him, and his godfather Sirius only told him to stay quietly and be a good boy. But he was really fed up. When Harry hesitated, Sue Muqing said calmly, "I will protect his safety. Even if Voldemort and his minions appear, I can ensure that he returns home safely." Harry Potter was shocked. "Mr. Death God, how did you know about Voldemort's resurrection?" Sue Muqing replied casually, "I heard about what happened during the Goblet of Fire." "Thanks." Harry was very happy. Finally, someone believed in him. "Harry, you." Mrs. Fig was getting increasingly irritable. Sue Muqing interrupted her and said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Fig. You can go and inform Mr. Dumbledore. I will take Harry home. I think he will be able to find Harry's location." As he spoke, he lowered himself down and picked up Dudley like a cotton ball. The Dementors did not devour his soul, but the breath alone was enough to seriously injure this ordinary person, and he probably would not be able to recover in a short time. Sue Muqing's contact healing can allow him to recover quickly, but he doesn't like this fat man. So, let him go home and stay there quietly. "Let's go, Harry." Sue Muqing waved to Harry. "My car is over there." Harry. "It's all right, Mrs. Finn." Harry trotted after Sue Muqing. Mrs. Finn was so angry that she jumped up and down, but she could only watch. Because she was a squib and had no ability to cast spells, she couldn't stop him even if she wanted to. On the off-road vehicle, Zheng Lilai held the steering wheel, his face pale and panting. Wherever the Dementors pass, the light is absorbed, courage and hope fade away, and nothingness gradually takes over the heart. It is simply a natural medicine for depression. Fortunately, Zheng Lilai was relatively far away from the Dementors, and her will was stronger than that of ordinary people, so the impact she suffered was not serious, and she was not as miserable as Dudley. "How does it feel?" The sudden sound made Zheng Lilai tremble all over, and he picked up the gun and rushed forward. However, in just a moment, the gun in her hand disappeared. After making up for it, her tense nerves relaxed. "You're finally back." Zheng Lilai fell limply on the seat. "Sue Muqing, rest assured, the trouble is over." Zheng Lilai nodded and closed her eyes. She was so exhausted that she needed to rest for a while. Sue Muqing opened the car door, threw the fat Dudley into the trunk, and asked Harry to get in with him. Then he walked back to the driver's seat, put the weak Zheng Lilai in the passenger seat, and said to Harry, "Harry, show me the way." Oh. Harry looked at the luxurious car curiously and exclaimed, "Mr. Death God, your car is beautiful. There are cars in the necromancer world, but they are all very old-fashioned cars. Although they have many magical abilities, they are not very comfortable to ride. The LM200 that Su Muqing drove out of Roberts Manor is the only mass-produced off-road vehicle in the history of Lamborghini. In order to obtain a contract from the military, this car is designed in accordance with the military standards of high strategic mobility, high tactical mobility, high protection, high concealment, and component structure. It has very perfect mechanical performance and off-road capability. There are only 328 of them in the world. Naturally, it is not comparable to the classic cars in the necromancer world or the low-priced cars of Harry's uncle's house. For me, I'd rather have a magic car. Su Muqing tilted his head slightly. Also, my last name is Su, and I'm from the East. Can you show me the way now? Chapter 17. The Dursleys were incredibly noisy. Dumbledore might jump out at any time, and Su Muqing didn't want to waste time with them. Before the Dursleys could utter an angry question, he threw a broken wheel at them and tied them up tightly from head to toe. Even their mouths were blocked with spirit ropes. Su. Harry opened his mouth, happy but also a little worried. He had wanted to do this a long time ago, tie up his vicious uncle and aunt and let them bear his pressure. But he was just thinking about it. Don't worry, the magic will dissipate automatically. I just don't want to hear their nagging. Su Muqing snapped his fingers again, knocking the blue-faced Dudley unconscious. He clapped his hands and said, "I'm short on time, so, shall we set off for Diagon Alley?" Under the horrified gaze of the Dursleys, he took the confused Harry out of the house and drove towards London. It wasn't until the Lamborghini's lights flashed and it drove out of the quiet privet drive that Harry came back to his senses. Looking at the long darkness outside, he felt a little uneasy. Perhaps I should stay home and wait for news from Dumbledore. According to the statute of secrecy enacted by the Ministry of Magic, underage necromancers are strictly prohibited from using magic in Muggle areas, and necromancers who violate this law will be severely punished. Although Harry believed his actions were justified in order to fight the Dementors, he still had to accept questioning from the Ministry of Magic according to procedure. His leaving home at this time seemed like a fugitive from justice. Here comes news. Su Muqing didn't even turn his head, but opened the car window. Along with the sultry summer air, a long-eared owl also rushed into the carriage. It swooped in through the left window and nearly hit Harry in the face. It held a large piece of parchment letter in its mouth and threw it at Harry, then nimbly and gracefully passed through, flew out of the right window, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. I have to say, the way necromancers raise pets is really top-notch. Looking at the clever and nimble owl flying lightly into the quiet wilderness, Su Muqing pursed her lips and wondered whether she should also buy a magic pet. It seemed very interesting. At this moment, Harry's expression changed rapidly, first to surprise, then to anger, and finally to deathly pale. He looked up at Su Muqing and murmured coldly and numbly, "I've been expelled from Hogwarts. Everything is over. I can't go back." Su Muqing glanced at him. "Notice from the Ministry of Magic?" Harry nodded desperately. "Yes. You should trust Dumbledore's power," Su Muqing said. "Without his consent, the Ministry of Magic's order to expel you cannot be truly carried out." Harry held his head and said painfully, "But I don't know if Dumbledore will protect me. He hasn't contacted me for a long time." Before he finished speaking, Su Muqing interrupted, "Look, good news is coming." "What?" Harry was stunned when he heard the cavernous sound of wings. Then a wrinkled, obviously old barn owl flew into the carriage. The owl, holding a small roll of parchment in its beak, ruffled its feathers and took off the instant Harry got hold of the letter. Harry opened the second letter with trembling hands, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "This is a letter from Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore just arrived at the Ministry of Magic. He's trying his best to settle this matter." He paused and said distressedly, "Mr. Weasley also said not to leave the Dursleys' house, not to hand over your wand, and not to use magic again. But how can I refuse to hand over my wand without using magic? The answer is, just be by my side." Su Muqing said calmly, "If the Ministry of Magic comes to trouble you, I will help you deal with it. You don't need to use magic." He was now hoping that a group of ignorant black necromancers would jump out. He had previously eliminated 2 Dementors, which increased his soul jade by 600. He thought the value of necromancers would not be much different, especially those high-level necromancers. Well, he planned to collect 4,000 soul jades and do a 40-draw streak. "Oh, He had already done a 10-draw streak before, so he only needed to collect 3,000 more soul jades. I believe that Voldemort and his minions will help him fulfill this wish. Harry blinked and relaxed a little. Thank you, Sue. In order to save time, Sue Muqing drove very fast and entered the city of London in just half an hour. Near the Leaky Cauldron, he found an upscale hotel, put the sleeping Zheng Lilai down, and then followed Harry Potter into the dirty and narrow bar. As one of the symbols of England's wizarding world, this dark and dirty pub is full of decadence, just like the aging British Empire. As soon as Sue Muqing and Harry entered the bar, the chattering in the bar stopped immediately. Harry Potter is a celebrity, and he has always been welcomed here. This time, the necromancers had strange expressions. The bar was silent. After a moment, the bar owner, who looked like a shrunken walnut, whispered, "Mr. Potter, why are you here so late?" Harry waved his hand stiffly. "Mr. Tom, this is Mr. Sue from the East. He wants to go to Diagon Alley to buy some things. I'm just helping to bring him here." Oh, the group of old necromancers looked at each other and seemed to relax a little. Amidst the whispers, the bar owner raised his voice. "Then you better hurry up before Diagon Alley rests." "Okay, thanks." Harry nodded awkwardly, and amidst the strange looks of the necromancers, he led Sue Muqing across the bar and into a small courtyard surrounded by walls. "There's nothing here except a trash can and some weeds. I feel terrible." Harry turned his head to look at the bar, looking uneasy. "Don't worry, everything will be over." Sue Muqing comforted him casually while looking around. The rich spirit particles flowing in his body allowed him to see things that the naked eye could not see. This patio, which looks very ordinary, is carved with a complex magical model. Ghost magic is also magic. Although the form is different, the essence remains the same. Sue Muqing thought that since he could learn the way of ghosts, he should be able to learn magic as well, right? Harry shook his head uncomfortably, dispelling the panic in his heart, took out his wand, and tapped it lightly 3 times on the wall tiles above the trash can. Sue Muqing watched his movements, watching that touch of magic power activate the locked magic model. Then, the magic model quickly shapeshifts to form an invisible door. As the invisible door was built, the bricks Harry had knocked on began to shake and move rapidly. First, a small hole appeared in the middle, and then the hole became larger and larger, finally forming a wide archway that led to a winding cobblestone street. Chapter 18. Diagon Alley at night seemed very deserted. The shops were deserted and there were few pedestrians on the streets, creating a scene of depression and desolation. Harry muttered, "I've never seen Diagon Alley like this." Sue Muqing didn't comment and said, "Let's go to Gringotts first. I need to exchange some gold galleons." Harry looked at the briefcase in his hand and said, "Is this what you're going to exchange for galleons?" Sue Muqing patted the file box. $1 million should be enough. This was picked up on the way from Joshua's estate. There are 3 currencies in the necromancer world: gold galleons, silver sickles, and copper nuts. Gringotts provides exchange services for various Muggle currencies. The exchange rate between gold galleons and US dollars is approximately 1:7. That is, 1 galleon can be exchanged for $7. $1 million can be exchanged for 130,000 gold galleons. You know, the prize money for the champion of the Goblet of Fire is only 1,000 gold galleons, and 130,000 gold galleons is enough for Sue Muqing to make a big purchase. Harry naturally had no objection. He led Sue Muqing along the winding cobblestone streets towards the snow-white Gringotts standing among many small shops. 2 goblins were standing at the door of the inner hall. Even though it was already night and there were no guests, they still stood straight. The door was made of silver and was engraved with poetic warnings to malicious thieves of the serious consequences of theft. Sue Muqing looked up, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. It seemed that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was hidden in a vault in Gringotts. Should he take the opportunity to get it away? In addition to being obtained through recharging, the spirit iron used to upgrade your Zanpakutō can also be obtained by decomposing high-level magic items. Something that stores 1/7 of Voldemort's soul should be able to decompose into a lot of spiritual iron, right? However, this thought only flashed through his mind before he put it behind him. The risks and benefits are not proportional. The most important thing now is to purchase the necessary magical items. There is no need to fall out with all the necromancers in the English necromancer community just for a Horcrux. After all, he is only a senior official now. Moreover, goblins are good at calculating and hiding things. Even if he dismantles Gringotts, he may not be able to find the Horcrux. Anyway, when Voldemort starts causing trouble, all the Horcruxes will appear one by one, and we can collect them then. The process of exchanging gold galleons was smooth. The magical world is very closed and does not like to interact with ordinary people, but the magical worlds of various countries communicate frequently. Occasionally, seeing an oriental face is not worthy of surprise for the knowledgeable goblins. Hundreds of thousands of gold galleons piled up into a small hill. When the goblins learned that Su Muqing was unwilling to deposit her money in Gringotts, they did not complain at all and even thoughtfully gave her a purse. Although it looked very worn, it was very practical. It was a storage bag that could hold a small mountain of gold galleons. However, Harry took a look and muttered unhappily, "These goblins are so stingy. This broken bag won't last long." Su Muqing didn't care and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, just buy a new one." "Well, we can go shopping." Harry pulled himself together and asked, "What do you want to buy?" "Well, let's buy some magic books first." Su Muqing thought for a moment. "What kind of magic books did you buy when you first started learning magic?" "There is only one bookshop in Diagon Alley, Flourish and Blots. Hogwarts does not provide textbooks. All students purchase their textbooks from here." What makes Su Muqing very happy is that there are not too many restrictions on buying magic books here. Except for black magic books, most types of magic books can be bought here. Following Harry's guidance, he picked up more than a dozen Hogwarts magic textbooks in one go, including Standard Spells Series, Magic Theory, Beginner's Guide to Shapeshifting, Magic Potions and Liquids, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, and High-Level Shapeshifting Guide. If you can understand half of the contents of these magic books, it will be enough to graduate from Hogwarts. Su Muqing was not greedy. He only needed the life magic of the necromancer world. As for the combat black magic, he could defeat those black necromancers with just a Bankai and a Zanpakutō. He threw a bunch of magic books into the purse, and the worn-out bag felt a bit overwhelmed by the weight. Harry took Su Muqing to the magic sundry shop and bought a small suitcase with a built-in traceless extension charm and a confusing charm, a magic tent with 3 rooms and 2 living rooms, a travel cloak soaked in the disillusionment charm, and several kinds of magic potions. Then, they went to Madame Malkin's robe shop and had several sets of clothes custom-made with repairing spells, cleansing spells, disfiguring spells, and protective spells. He bought a bunch of things for less than 50,000 gold galleons, which made Su Muqing very impressed. The prices in the necromancer world are really reasonable. "Don't you need a wand?" While waiting for his clothes to be made, Harry looked at the knife hanging on his waist and couldn't help asking Su Muqing, in the Eastern wizarding world, knives are used as wands? His social circle was very narrow. He had never left England and had never seen an Eastern necromancer. The feeling Su Muqing gave him was very different from that of a Western necromancer, and he seemed to be very unfamiliar with magic. "I also plan to buy a wand and a magical pet." Su Muqing tilted his gaze to the darkness at the corner of the street, but it may take a while. In the deep darkness, something seemed to be rolling inside and sliding towards this side from the depths. This voice. Harry swallowed hard and backed away until he hit the wall. Su Muqing patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be afraid. I said I would protect your safety." However, Harry was still very nervous. Such monsters had caused him too much psychological trauma. Suddenly, his forehead began to hurt so much that it felt like it was about to split open. He shook his head vigorously, and the scene before him suddenly changed. He felt like he was dreaming, and his body suddenly became smooth, strong, and flexible. He slid along the wet ground, parallel to the ground, across the dark, cold stone. It was very dark, yet he could see strange, colorful lights shimmering around him. He turned his head and saw a man standing under the light. The vitality and fresh smell made him salivate. Boom! Harry opened his eyes, and every inch of his skin was covered with cold sweat. At the same time, a giant snake as thick as a tree trunk stretched out its curled body and emerged from the shadows. It gave Zhang's boss a ferocious bite, and the smell of snakes filled half of the street. Su Muqing shook her head and laughed. After letting go of one Horcrux, Voldemort unexpectedly sent another one. Voldemort is really confident this time. His voice paused slightly, and he looked up at the sky, feeling even happier. It turns out there was a group of black necromancers accompanying them. No wonder that old pervert dared to throw out the Horcrux. If you lose something in one place, you will gain something in another. The ancients were right. Su Muqing took a step forward, drew out his Zanpakutō, and raised the blade upwards. Roar, divine punishment. Chapter 19. The moment Su Muqing chanted the words of liberation, violent spiritual pressure swept through like a hurricane, turning the clouds in the sky into vortexes. Harry was anxious and was forced to retreat repeatedly by the fierce spiritual pressure until he hit the wall. Fortunately, this burst of spiritual pressure was short-lived. Then, The hurricane will turn into a depression, making it difficult to breathe. Harry took his hands away from his eyes and felt a tightness in his chest. This physical repression made him almost forget his fear. Across from the robe store, black figures appeared. The men's eyes gleamed behind their hoods, and 7 glowing wands pointed directly at their hearts. Muqing glanced at each Death Eater, somewhat disappointed. There should be a lot of Death Eaters, right? Voldemort only sent a few of you. Originally, the Death Eaters were somewhat confused and uncertain due to the rampant invisible spiritual pressure, but upon hearing Muqing's rude words, several Death Eaters immediately booed softly. One of the female Death Eaters growled, "How dare you say his name?" Muqing sneered, "Is Voldemort ashamed to be seen?" The next moment, 7 different voices shouted simultaneously, smashed to pieces. 7 magic spells flew towards Muqing from different directions, like 7 gorgeous fireworks. The 8th of the Binding Path, Rebuke. Muqing did not dodge, but raised his left hand with the back of his hand facing forward to form a spirit particle shield. A series of explosions sounded almost simultaneously, and the firework, set off by 7 mana bombs, covered the spirit shield. Click! The shield was broken. Muqing shook his head. After all, he was only an elementary-level ghost martial artist, and he was a beginner, so his defensive ability was a bit weak. The Necromancer's bone-shattering curse was not a black magic spell. It was usually used to blow up solid obstacles, and its power was about the same as that of a high-explosive grenade. Muqing was naturally not satisfied that they couldn't even defend against high-explosive grenades. Careful! When Harry exclaimed, Muqing suddenly turned around and held his Zanpakutō horizontally in front of him. Boom! As one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, Nagini, a giant poisonous snake, likes to hide in dark places, waiting for the enemy to reveal a flaw, and then suddenly launch a fatal attack. As Muqing resisted the 7 necromancer spells, she slid silently into the shadows to the side. The moment Muqing's spirit shield shattered, she immediately thrust out her poisonous fangs like sharp sabers. Then she growled in pain. The moment her fangs collided with her Zanpakutō, she almost thought her fangs were going to break. However, she soon stopped worrying about her teeth. After blocking the giant snake's kiss with his Zanpakutō, Muqing immediately swung his sword and slashed. In order to get rid of this living Horcrux as quickly as possible, he added the power of divine punishment to the slash. At that moment, the dark blade was stained with a layer of golden light, turning into huge amounts of spiritual blades, which, accompanied by thunderous wind whistles, slashed at Nagini's thick and long body. The sword pressure created by divine punishment was extremely heavy. While chopping Nagini away, it also created deep marks on the long street. The trace extended from Muqing's feet for dozens of meters. It was more than half a foot wide and 3 or 4 meters deep, like a miniature canyon. However, under such a powerful blow, the giant snake lying on the ground just rolled over, then turned over its heavy body, slid rapidly on the dusty ground, and rushed into the darkness like lightning. Compared to Nagini's fear, Muqing was surprised. It didn't hang up. The next moment, he came to his senses. Voldemort's spell is protecting her. Voldemort, who was extremely afraid of death, endured great pain and split his soul into multiple parts in order to obtain the regenerative healing factor, and made them into multiple Horcruxes for preservation. Except for Harry Potter's accidentally created Horcrux, each Horcrux is protected by powerful black magic and can only be destroyed by substances with special magical powers. Even a powerful white necromancer like Dumbledore suffered a fatal black magic curse because of forcibly destroying a Horcrux, and his long lifespan was forcibly reduced to less than a year. How did the original plot destroy the Horcrux? The fangs of a basilisk. The sword of Gryffindor, tainted with basilisk venom. What else? I wonder if Bankai can destroy a Horcrux. Muqing frowned, and suddenly his body flashed and disappeared from the spot, pulling the confused Harry away with him. Avada Kedavra. The 7 Death Eaters seemed to be crazy, shooting arrows of green light at them, leaving deep, broken holes in the walls of Diagon Alley. They didn't know that Nagini was a Horcrux, but they knew how important she was to Voldemort. If they didn't do their best to protect her, even if they could go back alive, they would inevitably end up in a more miserable end than death. That guy ran away, so you guys stay here. Muqing put Harry aside, turned around, raised the Zanpakutō in his hand, and slashed down at the series of dangerous light arrows. Buzz! It was as if a giant blade that pierced the sky and the earth flashed again, pressing down from a great height. In an instant, it crossed the distance of space and landed on a Death Eater. Boom! After crushing the Death Eaters, the giant spirit blade slammed into the ground, causing an explosion covering dozens of meters in radius. Several Death Eaters nearby were drowned by the blast before they could react. The two unlucky guys closest to them were even evaporated by the high temperature caused by the blade. These magicians are all high attack and fragile, and are completely vulnerable in front of the ferocious Zanpakutō. Monster, run! The only two remaining Death Eaters were trembling with fear and wanted to turn around and run away, but they bumped into each other with a bang. Falling unconscious, there was a sound of wind in the sky, and as two silver rays fell, two Death Eaters fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, several figures riding on brooms landed quickly. The leader was an old man with long gray hair, a large part of his nose missing, and a strange prosthetic eye. Muqing did have an impression of someone with such a unique appearance. He is the retired Auror, Moody, also known as Mad Eye. The other necromancers, both men and women, were undoubtedly members of the Order of the Phoenix. Muqing couldn't remember many details of Harry Potter, but he still remembered this scene. Moody led a group of necromancers from the Order of the Phoenix to protect Harry Potter and evacuate to the Weasley family's burrow. However, these guys were obviously late. Or maybe it was because he had intercepted Harry in advance and brought him to Diagon Alley, making it difficult for them to determine his exact location for a while. But no matter what, Muqing would not allow them to steal monsters. "Harry, are you okay?" Mad Eye Moody asked Harry, but his exaggerated fake eye kept rolling around, looking at the small canyon, the big hole on the ground, a few Death Eaters that were not human-shaped, and finally staring at Muqing vigilantly. Another middle-aged man in tattered robes, with a sickly look on his face, was closer to Harry than Moody and consoled him. "It's okay, Harry. We'll take you to safety." "Professor Moody?" "Professor Lupin." Harry was excited to see someone familiar. "I don't know anything about professors," Moody said, studying him. "I never taught you anything, did I?" Harry was speechless. At this time, Lupin asked, "Harry, what shape is your Parthenomenon?" "A stag," Harry said nervously. "That's him, Moody." Lupin's expression relaxed. Ever since Barty Crouch Jr. used Transfiguration Water to impersonate Moody, sneaked into the Goblet of Fire tournament, and resurrected Voldemort, every time the members of the Order of the Phoenix met, they had to go through a similar procedure to ensure that their companions were not impersonating Death Eaters. "And you, strange necromancer?" Moody turned his head cautiously, his real eyes and iron-blue magic eyes locked on his Muqing not far away. "My last name is Su, and I'm from the East." Muqing didn't even turn his head, and suddenly swung the knife. Laugh. The blade passed through the two Death Eaters who were unconscious due to the curse, and a large number of blood vessels burst out immediately, which scared a group of Order of the Phoenix members and made them clench their wands tightly. Muqing's expression remained calm. He sheathed his sword and glanced at them with a playful tone. "Your grudges have nothing to do with me. I'm just used to eradicating them completely." Chapter 20. Death Eaters are a group of fanatical supporters of the theory of bloodline. Although the leader they follow is not a pure-blood necromancer, the vast majority of Death Eaters come from ancient and noble pure-blood families. A pure-blooded necromancer may not be stronger than a half-blood, but in terms of overall proportion, a pure-blooded necromancer is indeed stronger than a half-blood. Therefore, the value of each Death Eater is very good. The 7 Death Eaters who just died contributed a total of 2,100 soul jades, which is less than 100 away from the expected 3,000 soul jades. Muqing was overjoyed. The necromancer world is indeed a dungeon with rich rewards. The necromancers of the Order of the Phoenix looked at each other, not knowing how to face this stranger. They even need to test each other before meeting internal members, so naturally they don't dare to trust him completely. However, he mercilessly killed the Death Eaters, and seemed to be more impatient than them. Lupin stared at Muqing and said tentatively, "Mr. Su, thank you for protecting Harry. However, Harry has become a target of the Death Eaters. He shouldn't be here. It's too dangerous. We need to take him to a safe place." Muqing shrugged. "I just asked Harry for a favor and brought me to Diagon Alley to buy some things. I didn't kidnap him, so you don't need to ask for my opinion. He abducted Harry out, firstly to find Diagon Alley, and secondly to attract the Death Eaters. Now that Diagon Alley had been found and the Death Eaters had been revealed, there was no need to keep Harry tied to her. Thanks for your help, Harry." Muqing patted Harry's shoulder and said with a smile, "You live in the world of ordinary people, so you should know about cell phones, right? I'll leave you my number. If you encounter any problems that you can't handle, I'm happy to help you solve them." "Thank you, Su," Harry responded adoringly. He had witnessed the horror of the Death Eaters with his own eyes, but in front of Muqing, they were like toys that could be disassembled at any time. In this crisis-ridden time, It is definitely a blessing to have such a strong supporter. In fact, if Lupin hadn't winked at him, he would have invited Su Muqing to go with him to their safe place. Then, Harry looked at Lupin and asked hopefully, "Professor, how do we get back? And where do we go?" He had been feeling depressed for too long and couldn't wait to see his friends. "By broomstick," said Lupin. "That's the only way. You're too young to teleport, and they're monitoring the fireplace network. Setting up a manual portkey would be pointless for us." Moody turned his one working eye towards Harry and said, "Remus said you were a good Quidditch player." "He's the best," said Lupin, checking his watch. "Anyway, Harry, we'll leave at the first signal." Harry was a little panicked. "But my things are all at the Dursleys'." A young witch with purple hair said briskly, "Don't worry, I've packed everything for you. This is Nymphadora." Before Lupin finished his introduction, the young witch shuddered and said angrily, "Don't call me Nymphadora or Remus. My name is Tonks." Lupin shrugged helplessly. Nymphadora Tonks, a girl who only likes people to know her last name. What would you do if your stupid mother named you Nymphadora? Tonks complained softly. In English, Nymphadora has an obscene meaning. Since she realized this, she no longer allows others to call her by her name. "This is Kinsley Shacklebolt. Elphia's Doug. This is Darius Digger." The signal they were waiting for had not appeared yet, so Lupin began to introduce a group of necromancers to serve as bodyguards for Harry. Harry nodded awkwardly as Lupin introduced each person. He sincerely hoped that these guys would not keep staring at him as if he had suddenly become the Joker on the stage. He was also wondering why so many people were here. Suddenly, Su Muqing turned his head and glanced at the night sky in the distance, and warned, "You'd better leave immediately, otherwise it will be very troublesome." A group of Order of the Phoenix necromancers were startled. Having escaped from the public eye of Harry, they felt a little relieved and asked, "Su, what happened?" Su Muqing said calmly, "I feel like there's danger approaching, but I don't know if it's directed at you, or at me, or maybe both." Moody and Lupin exchanged a quick glance and made a snap decision. "Don't wait for the signal. Let's leave immediately. Come here, boy." Moody roughly guided Harry towards him with his wand. "I need to make you invisible." "What do you need from me?" Harry asked in surprise. "An invisibility spell," Moody said, raising his wand. "Lupin said you once acquired an invisibility cloak, but it didn't work while we were on flight. This spell will better disguise you." Then Moody whacked Harry on the head with his wand, as if he were merely cracking an egg. Icy magic flowed from the point where the wand hit Harry's body, causing the color of his skin to change rapidly. However, it is not truly invisible. It just accurately adheres to the colors and materials near his body. This invisibility technique is obviously crude and is actually more like optical camouflage. There is no real invisibility spell in the necromancer world. Otherwise, Harry's family heirloom invisibility cloak would not be called a holy artifact. Moody had just cast the disillusionment charm, which is used in many knockoff versions of invisibility cloaks. It's said to make one invisible, but in fact, it blends into the environment like a chameleon. Su Muqing shook his head. "Let me do it." He scanned the group of necromancers and specifically asked, "Do you want to make only Harry invisible? Or do you all need to be invisible?" Lupin was surprised. "I don't know much about Eastern magic. Can you make us invisible?" "Real invisibility." Moody continued, "If we could become invisible together, that would naturally be the best outcome." "No problem." Su Muqing turned his hand seal, and invisible and intangible spirit particles spread out like flowing water. The 26th binding path, Chuguang. In an instant, all the necromancers disappeared. "Wow, Moody, Tonks, I actually became invisible, just like the legendary invisibility cloak. Even my demonic eyes can't see through it. But how can we guide Harry if we can't see each other?" The necromancers of the Order of the Phoenix were both delighted and troubled. "The hell butterfly will locate you." Su Muqing raised his chin towards the empty space. The necromancers were startled for a moment and turned their heads to see two empty places, each with a butterfly resting on it. The butterfly is as big as an adult's palm. The surface of its wings is almost entirely black, with purple crescent-shaped markings on the ventral side. Under the bright light, it glows with a faint phosphorescent glow, looking noble, cool, and mysterious. Su Muqing pointed at Moody's shoulder, then at Harry's. "These are the hell butterflies. They'll land on Moody's and Harry's shoulders, pointing out their locations for you. That way, you don't have to worry about anyone getting lost along the way." "That's all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Su." The necromancers expressed their gratitude enthusiastically. Su Muqing glanced at the darkness in the distance. "The invisibility magic I cast can last for half an hour. You need to hurry. Guys, stay with Harry and me. Don't fall behind." We're going to fly in a tight formation. Huh. I thought this would be dangerous, but with the protection of a real invisibility spell, we should be able to complete this mission smoothly. Moody's voice echoed across the empty space. Now, everyone, climb onto your brooms, and let's go. Sue, goodbye. Amidst Harry's excited shouts, a strong wind roared straight into the sky. Almost at the same time, the space in that empty area fluctuated violently, and the figures of necromancers emerged one after another. Disapparition spell. Chapter 21. Sue Muqing was a little disappointed. He thought that the people who came were Death Eaters seeking revenge, but unexpectedly, they were Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. However, the results don't seem to be much different. The leader of the group of Aurors was a woman with an arrogant expression on her face, who looked like a human-shaped toad, making people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. She was not tall, probably less than 1.6 meters, with a thick and short neck and a broad, loose face. She was wearing a pink frilly skirt and a black velvet bow on her deliberately styled short curly hair. The old witch, pretending to be a young girl, paused for a moment on the two Death Eaters' corpses, then stared at Sue Muqing and asked in a trembling and high-pitched voice, "This strange Oriental magician, can you tell me what happened?" "Oh, and Mr. Harry Potter violated Article 13 of the International Magicians Confederation's Articles on Confidentiality. He must go to the Ministry of Magic to attend a disciplinary hearing. Where did you hide Mr. Harry Potter?" "First, I did not hide Harry Potter." In response to the disgusting witch's question, Sue Muqing replied coldly. "Secondly, those guys were Death Eaters. They tried to attack Harry, and I helped him solve the problem." The Aurors looked at each other, then gasped at the two mutilated corpses. The old witch Dolores Umbridge let out a chilling, ringing laugh and declared contemptuously in a disgusted and arrogant tone, "Strange Eastern necromancer, you tried to help Harry Potter spread rumors about you-know-who. To this end, you destroyed Diagon Alley, killed several necromancers, and framed them as Death Eaters. Dawlish, Shacklebolt, arrest him and send him to Azkaban to await trial by the Ministry of Magic." The Aurors she brought with her shuddered, clearly very unhappy with this pretentious boss, but none of them dared to actually express it. Likewise, they dared not disobey their superiors' orders. Falling unconscious. The Aurors did not see with their own eyes how he slaughtered the Death Eaters, but the remaining traces were enough to make them alert. So, several Aurors waved their wands almost simultaneously. However, Sue Muqing is faster. He swung out the heavenly punishment in its initial stage, and with just one strike, along with the stunning spell and several Aurors, they were lifted into the air by the sword's pressure. The next moment, a silver light flashed through the darkness of the street, making a sound like a gunshot, and headed straight for Sue Muqing's legs along the ground. "I have to say, your disapparition charm and protection charm are much more powerful than theirs, old witch." Sue Muqing's figure flashed, avoiding the silver light, and spun around to chop down with a knife. Boom! A shrill roar sounded, and the ugly pink figure suddenly retreated more than 10 steps and fell to the ground with a bang. The violently twitching face looked miserable, and the chest heaved up and down with anger and frustration. "I am Dolores Jane Umbridge, the high-level Deputy Minister of Magic. Your actions are a provocation to the entire Ministry of Magic." Being able to become the Deputy Minister of Magic, she is very confident in her spellcasting skills. However, after just 2 encounters, she and the people she brought with her were all knocked down. "You should be thankful." Sue Muqing sneered and put away the knife. "If I had planned to provoke the Ministry of Magic, you would have been cut into pieces by now. The necromancers in the world of Harry Potter are not very destructive, but they are very good at being weird and strange. Therefore, the power of the necromancer world is not weak. If a bunch of high-level necromancers surround him, Sue Muqing can easily be defeated even if he uses his Zanpakutō Bankai. At least at this stage, he has no intention of going to war with the entire necromancer world. Although this old witch is extremely annoying, her identity is indeed a problem. Without sufficient reason, he couldn't really kill her. Otherwise, he would inevitably attract the Ministry of Magic's full-scale pursuit, and Voldemort hiding in the shadows would be very happy. Not only the old witch Umbridge, but also the Aurors who came with her, Sue Muqing did not kill them. In this way, even if the Ministry of Magic still refuses to give in, there is still room for maneuver. He didn't bother to pay attention to the old witch's vicious look and turned to walk into Madame Malkin's robe store. Well, after 2 waves of necromancer battles broke out in succession, Madame Malkin was not scared away, which surprised Sue Muqing. Moreover, although the old lady was very frightened, she still completed her job perfectly. A plain black casual suit. An ordinary set of moon-white casual clothes. There is also a set of Death Tyrant outfits similar to Zangetsu. Under Madame Malkin's trembling gaze, Su Muqing walked into the fitting room, changed into black magical casual clothes, put away the other custom-made clothes, took out a pile of gold galleons and placed them on the counter, then turned around and walked into the long street again. At this time, the old witch Umbridge, several unlucky Aurors, and the broken bodies of the 2 Death Eaters had all disappeared. The streets damaged by the battle have been repaired and are as clean as if nothing had happened. I have to say, Necromancer's repair spell is simply a magical skill. Su Muqing looked towards both ends of the long street. At the moment, there was no one in sight in the originally deserted streets and alleys. Many shops were sealed with wooden boards, but he could vaguely feel that there were pairs of eyes looking out through the thick wooden boards. He pondered for a moment and prepared to buy the last 2 things, a wand and a pet. There is only one wand shop in Diagon Alley, Ollivanders. It was a small, shabby shop with a peeling gold sign on the door and a magic wand in the dusty window. Fortunately, it was not completely boarded up like other shops. The shop door was ajar. Su Muqing pushed open the door and walked into the small shop. Behind the dusty and silent counter, Ollivander stared strangely at the stranger who walked in with his large, light-colored eyes. "Hello," Su Muqing greeted. "Mr. Ollivander, I want to buy a wand." "Oh, strange, sir." The old man's expression froze for a moment. He used his pale long fingers to stroke the wrinkles between his eyebrows and said softly, "Definitely. People who come to Ollivander's are here to buy wands." His expression suddenly grew serious. He glanced at him sharply, then pulled out a tape measure with silver markings from his pocket and asked, "Which arm do you use to wield a magic wand?" "Su Muqing, I am used to using my right hand." "Oh, please lift your arm so I can measure you." Ollivander was busy, measuring from shoulder to fingertips, from wrist to elbow, from shoulder to floor, from knee to armpit, and finally measuring the circumference of the head and the distance between the 2 nostrils, which was more exaggerated than Madame Malkin's clothes. Every Ollivander wand contains a powerful magical substance, which is its essence, Mr. Stranger. We usually use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heart nerves. Every Ollivander wand is unique because no 2 unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are exactly the same. After measuring the dimensions one by one, the old man walked to the back of the shelf, muttering, and came out with a gray box. He placed the box on the counter and opened the top, revealing a black wand. Hollywood, phoenix feather, 7.5 inches, excellent elasticity. Ollivander's old face became strange again, and he handed the wand to him tremblingly. "I believe this wand is the most suitable for you." Su Muqing took the wand and suddenly felt a heat on her fingertips. A burst of magical power burst out, instantly crushing the space and wrapping his body. Su Muqing's expression changed, and he quickly threw the wand away. Unfortunately, it's too late. The wand seemed to be stuck to his hand, and he was suddenly pulled off the ground by the invisible force and then spun rapidly into the void, as if he was moving through the howling wind. It seemed like just a moment, and the strange pulling force disappeared. Su Muqing broke free from the void and landed lightly on the ground. He looked around and raised the magic wand in his hand. The cold fire in his eyes rose again. Portkey. Chapter 22. Portkeys are very special magical artifacts, usually inconspicuous objects, that can quickly transfer people from one space to another. The wand Ollivander handed to Su Muqing had apparently been made into a makeshift door key. He and Ollivander had never met, so naturally there was no enmity between them. But he has a grudge against Umbridge. Given the old witch's tyranny, she would definitely threaten Ollivander and ask the old man to tamper with his wand. No wonder the old man's expression was so strange. Su Muqing held the light magic wand and waved it gently. Suddenly, a rainbow light shot out and jumped around like fireworks. He blinked in surprise and muttered to himself, It seems that even though Ollivander was threatened, he still didn't want to ruin his reputation. He really chose a very handy wand. Sadly, it's of no use at the moment." Su Muqing stuffed his wand into his suitcase and looked around. He was now in a long, desolate corridor, surrounded by oppressive darkness. A cold wind blew in from afar, accompanied by a whistle like the cry of a ghost, and bursts of disgusting odors like a sewer. Another familiar name quickly came to his mind. Azkaban, the necromancer prison built on an isolated island overseas, is a dangerous place that all necromancers are terrified of. The word Azkaban is a combination of the name of the Muggle prison, Alcatraz, built on an island, and the Hebrew word Abaddon, which means realm of destruction and the abyss of hell. It was not originally used as a prison, but the home of an unknown magician. This unnamed magician has a bad and cruel personality and is an evil necromancer who is proficient in black magic. This man lives alone in the ocean and takes pleasure in luring, torturing, and killing Muggle sailors. After his death, the concealment spell he used disappeared with him, and the wizarding world discovered the island and its buildings. At this time, Azkaban had become a lair of Dementors, and after several years, it became the most terrifying prison in the European wizarding world. The large number of Dementors living here were tamed by the Ministry of Magic and became jailers. Facing the Dementors' almost rotting gaze, all joy and courage is sucked out of people. Even people who were originally sane and non-dangerous would quickly lose their minds after entering Azkaban. A large number of prisoners died of depression and despair before they were released from prison. Well, for all the necromancers in the wizarding world, this is a hell they would rather die than enter. But for Su Muqing, this place is nothing short of a treasure trove of experience. The magic in Harry Potter is difficult to kill Dementors, but the power from the soul is their nemesis. In other words, it was not difficult for Su Muqing to deal with the Dementors, which necromancers were very afraid of. Realizing this, the slight regret in his mind instantly disappeared. Suddenly, a low roar came from the depths of the castle. Su Muqing straightened up and glanced back. Something began to move in the shadows at the end of the corridor, and a tall, terrifying gray-brown figure suddenly rose from the carpet. The next moment, two lifeless hands, as thin as cicada wings, stretched out from under the cloak, lifted the hood on the top of the head, opened the ferocious mouth, and pounced out with a hissing. Dementors. The Dementor's most deadly weapon is called the Dementor's Kiss, which is equivalent to the killing curse. When they perceive a happy emotion, they will remove their hoods, press their mouths against the other's mouth, and devour the soul of the person being kissed. As long as the brain and heart are still working, a person can live even without a soul. But he no longer had any self-awareness, no longer had any memories, no longer had anything, and there was no hope of recovery at all. He was just an empty shell, living in incomparable simplicity. The experienced baby is here. Su Muqing was delighted and raised his Zanpakutō, holding it in front of him. Scatter, Synopsis. With a whisper-like hum, the long and narrow blade shattered into pieces, turning into dancing petals, which followed the wind in the corridor and flew towards the figure. The fragrant and beautiful cherry blossoms fell like drizzle, and the ghostly and dirty cloak was instantly torn into thousands of scars. Then, Su Muqing heard screams. A terrible, horrible scream. The screams of Dementors. Screams for help. Su Muqing smacked his lips. It seems that the power of Synopsis in its initial stage is at least one level lower than that of the semi-reincarnated Emperor Shark. That's right, Synopsis is not known for its lethality. The extremely sharp blade can easily cut through flesh, but the damage it causes to this kind of ethereal magical creature is greatly reduced. That is to say, this Sakura blade is made of soul power, which is their nemesis and can cause damage to them. If it is made of pure metal material, it will be useless no matter how you play with it. Su Muqing did not stop the Dementor from calling for help. He wished it would call for more help. At this time, he was just remotely controlling thousands of petals, constantly cutting the Dementor, tearing the dirty cloak into pieces, revealing the dark mist inside. That black mist is the Dementor's true form. Thousands of cherry blossom-shaped blades swept through the mist like a stream of water, causing it to dissipate quickly. When the Dementor was cut into pieces and the last wisp of black aura was dissolved, countless shrill hisses came from the void outside the window. Kill Dementors, Soul Jade plus 300. The Soul Jades have accumulated over 1,000, enough for 10 consecutive draws. But no rush. Su Muqing turned and looked out the window, and saw that the dark sky had turned a deeper black. It was a large group of Dementors, estimated to be at least 100 of them. A dark group, like flowing dark clouds, glided in the air and headed straight for this corridor. More than 100 Dementors breathed long and slowly, causing the temperature to drop suddenly and thick fog to rise in the gloomy air. Su Muqing stood in the castle, feeling a cold current invading his body. The fog became thicker and thicker, causing his vision to become blurred. Su Muqing frowned slightly and stretched out his hand. In an instant, the thousands of cherry blossoms that had floated away immediately flew back to the hilt of the sword. Synopsis' blade appeared again. Su Muqing held his Zanpakutō and swung it casually. Boom! The heavy sword pressure exploded, instantly dispersing the thick fog on all sides. Only then did he realize that he was surrounded. More than 100 Dementors formed a thick wall around Su Muqing. Their sharp breathing surrounded him like an evil wind. Pairs of rotten and filthy arms stretched out from under the cloaks, covering them like cages. However, before their cages were fully formed, they were pushed open by the sword pressure released by Su Muqing. Very good. Su Muqing looked around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The next moment, he held Senbenzakura upside down, with the tip of the knife facing downwards and his 5 fingers spread out, letting Senbenzakura fall vertically to the ground. The moment the tip of the knife touched the ground, it created ripples like a stone thrown into a lake. As the Zanpakutō sank into the ground and disappeared, neatly aligned huge blades rose up on both sides of Su Muqing. Benkai, Senbenzakura Keiichi. As Su Muqing finished speaking, 2 rows of huge amounts of blades all turned into cherry blossoms. The cherry blossoms all over the sky dance in the wind, creating a gorgeous and colorful scenery. But the murderous intent hidden in the beautiful scenery is enough to make people feel suffocated. Chapter 23. The ability of Senbenzakura is to split the blade into countless invisible thin blades, cutting the enemy from all directions. Because the blade refracts light when flying, it appears light pink, looking like countless withered cherry blossoms, hence the name Senbenzakura. The difference between Shurikai and Benkai of Senbenzakura lies in the number of broken thin blades. Senbenzakura, in the Shurikai state, can only decompose into hundreds of thousands of thin blades, while Benkai goes a step further than Shurikai, and the number can reach at least hundreds of millions. Under Su Muqing's control, he can launch an attack that combines offense and defense and has almost no blind spots. Want to run? It's too late. Dementors are magical creatures and also have the emotion of fear. The petals surging like a fierce tide exuded an aura that made them tremble with fear. When they perceive happiness, they will take off their hoods like hungry wild dogs, open their ugly mouths, and madly suck the souls of the people being kissed. Now they were filled with fear and fled in panic like frightened wild dogs. Unfortunately, it is meaningless amid the raging tide of cherry blossoms. Hundreds of millions of blades formed a huge vortex, easily sucking more than 100 Dementors into its belly. In an instant, messages popped up one after another. Kill Dementors, Soul Jade plus 300. Kill Dementors, Soul Jade plus 300. Kill Dementors, Soul Jade plus 300. 117 times in a row. When the continuous jumping information stopped, Su Muqing released his Benkai and saw that the Soul Jade had jumped to 38,015. Super big harvest. Not to mention 30 consecutive draws. Even 300 consecutive draws would be enough. But Azkaban is obviously not a good place to draw a lottery. Su Muqing looked around. The top 2 floors of the prison fortress where he was had been completely reduced to ruins by the swirling Senbenzakura. The lower floors were in chaos. Many crazy prisoners fled the castle screaming in terror and jumped directly into the sea, swimming frantically. Dementors can absorb all the hopes and happy feelings of the prisoners. Most of the prisoners imprisoned here are tortured by Dementors into despair and lose all hope of survival. At this moment, the only people who still have the desire to escape are probably the Death Eaters. Su Muqing had no intention of hunting him down. This gang member had been tortured for years and had no magic wand in his hand. His value had been reduced to the limit, so it was not worth hunting him down. It's better to wait until Voldemort is resurrected and the Death Eaters occupy the London wizarding world, and then he will come to reap the rewards. At this time, he planned to find Zheng Lilai first, get his ID, and then complete the lottery he was looking forward to. Then, Su Muqing snorted coldly. That damn old witch, you wait. Although this overwhelming wealth was brought by that old witch who pretended to be young, he was not going to let go of her vicious scheme. With a draw rate of nearly 400 times, he would definitely be able to obtain a large number of soul jades, which might allow his spiritual power to rise again. As long as his spiritual pressure is raised to the captain level, he dares to challenge the entire Ministry of Magic alone. If the Ministry of Magic doesn't hand over the old witch, he doesn't mind overthrowing the Ministry of Magic. Su Muqing took out the white cloud magic carpet, roughly identified the direction, and then flew straight to the south. He remembered that the isolated island where Azkaban was located seemed to be in the waters north of Great Britain. So if we fly south from here, we should be able to return to England, right? It turned out that Su Muqing chose the right direction. In a moment, he had entered the northern part of England. After seeing human habitation, Su Muqing descended from the clouds and bought a map of England from a small town. Then, following the instructions on the map, he set foot in London again. He was too lazy to descend from the clouds to take a car, so he simply used bending light, again to cover up the clouds and his body, and then moved forward as if nothing had happened, heading straight for the hotel where Zheng Lilai was hiding. Soon, The sign of the high-end hotel appeared before his eyes. Su Muqing's vision turned, and the leaky cauldron bar not far away also appeared in his sight. He thought for a moment, then slightly changed the direction of the cloud so that it landed at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Su Muqing planned to first find out the old witch's whereabouts. If she was in Diagon Alley now, it would save him a lot of trouble. Inside the leaky cauldron, which is full of decadence, there are still those strange-looking necromancers. When Su Muqing pushed the door and walked into the bar, everyone's expressions changed slightly. There was an indelible fear in those dim eyes. Apparently, they had heard about his rampage in Diagon Alley last night, where he killed several necromancers. But they obviously didn't know that all the necromancers who were killed were Death Eaters. As the deputy to Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge, Umbridge was extremely loyal to Fudge. She also refused to acknowledge that Voldemort had returned and believed that Dumbledore and Harry were both cunning liars. Even if she saw the corpse of the Death Eater last night, she would never admit this fact. As for the matter of Su Muqing killing the Death Eaters, she would naturally cover it up with her own opinions. Moreover, being hypocritical and power-hungry, she would fabricate Su Muqing's trick into shocking news in order to enhance her own reputation. Therefore, these necromancers who lingered here all day recognized Su Muqing's face and knew that he was arrested by the old witch and thrown into Azkaban. However, now, Su Muqing was as calm as ever. After just one night, he stepped into the leaky cauldron again. The warriors were dumbfounded, but frightened by his bad reputation. They did not dare to step forward and talk to him. Su Muqing didn't bother to pay attention and walked across the bar and into the small patio at the back. Looking at the seemingly ordinary wall, he thought for a moment, then raised his Zanpakutō and gently knocked 3 times on the bricks on the trash can. Spiritual power transformed into magic power and poured in, activating the magic model. Calipul. The door to Diagon Alley opened. Su Muqing stood at the entrance and looked around. Diagon Alley is much busier in the early morning than late at night. At least, all the quirky and exciting shops and restaurants were basically open for business, although there weren't many tourists at this time. Su Muqing touched his chin, hesitant. Now that we've entered Diagon Alley, where can we find the answers? This question was quickly determined in Su Muqing's mind. The old necromancer at Ollivander's wand shop would surely be able to answer his question. However, just as he was about to reach the wand shop, Su Muqing turned around and walked into the shop next door. A low and soft humming sound came from this dark shop, and the golden sign on the door read, Magic Zoo. This is a magical pet shop. Su Muqing still remembered that he wanted to buy a magical pet. I just don't know if there are any magic pets sold there that suit his taste. Chapter 24. The pet store is not very big, and there is a cage hanging on almost every inch of the wall. Not only is it a bit small, but it's also very noisy. The inhabitants of the cages were all chirping, croaking, and making all sorts of vague hissing noises. Su Muqing glanced around. In the first cage, a pair of large purple toads gulped down water. In the next cage, a giant tortoise, its jewel-encrusted head gleaming in the sunlight from the window, lingered. In the third cage, an orange-red venomous snake poked its head out of a glass tank, observing everything outside. In addition, there are fat rabbits that keep jumping around, cats of various colors, and noisy crows. Su Muqing was very dissatisfied. The so-called magical pets in this store are all very common breeds. Very unsatisfactory. Su Muqing approached the counter and asked the witch opposite, Are these the only insignificant little things you have here? The witch, wearing heavy black glasses, said, Usually, those who come to Diagon Alley to buy magical pets are Hogwarts students. Hogwarts accepts a limited number of breeds. I suggest getting your child an owl. Not only will it keep its owner company, but it can also help deliver letters and packages. I can guarantee that the owls we sell in our store are smart and well-behaved, and are definitely no less beautiful than those sold at Eeyore's Owl Shop. Su Muqing shook her head. I am a traveler from a distant place, and I want to buy a pet for myself. The witch looked him over and asked, So, what kind of pet do you want? Su Muqing thought for a moment. Do you have a phoenix here? If we talk about the magical animal in Harry Potter that makes him most excited, it is the phoenix raised by Dumbledore. The witch frowned. You should know that while the phoenix isn't particularly aggressive, few necromancers have successfully tamed it. Dumbledore was able to tame the phoenix because he spent all day with the phoenix and spent an extremely long time before becoming the phoenix's master. There is no such great magician behind this magic pet temple. Su Muqing was a little disappointed. After thinking for a while, he asked again, Where is Zouwu? Zouwu is a mythical beast in Eastern legends. It is as big as a tiger, with colorful patterns on its body and a tail longer than its body. It is said to be very capable and can travel 1,000 miles a day when riding it. There are also such magical animals in the worldview of Harry Potter. The witch shook her head again, but said, Zou is a very rare magical creature. It has not appeared in the magical world for many years. Then, she changed the subject. Although we don't have a phoenix or a Zou, we do have a thunderbird egg. I wonder if you are interested? Thunderbird. Su Muqing became interested when he heard it. He vaguely remembered that a thunderbird appeared in Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. The creature was enormous, with the majesty of an emperor, and it seemed that when it flapped its wings, it could cause thunder and lightning and heavy rain. The witch said, Thunderbirds are very ferocious animals and were rarely seen in the past. This time, an explorer accidentally found an egg while exploring Arizona. Su Muqing didn't hesitate and asked immediately, How many gold galleons do you need? The witch grinned, 100,000 gold galleons. Su Muqing couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. 100,000 gold galleons, converted into British pounds, is only about 1 million. To Su Muqing, nature is nothing. However, he only exchanged 130,000 gold galleons yesterday, and had already spent a small portion of it. When the witch faced him, she didn't show any strange expression. Obviously, she didn't recognize him. But if he left Diagon Alley at the moment, went to the bank outside to withdraw pounds, and then came back here, who knew what would happen? Su Muqing thought for a moment and said, I'll be back soon. Ollivander's wand shop, founded in 382 BC, is a 1,000-year-old shop. It can definitely pay tens of thousands of gold galleons in compensation, right? Not far from the pet store is Ollivander's wand shop. Su Muqing pushed open the shabby door and walked into the small shop again. Behind the counter, Ollivander stared at the customer who walked in, his face full of disbelief. Su Muqing said calmly, Mr. Ollivander, we meet again. You. Ollivander stammered, looking at him like he was a ghost. He had clearly helped Umbridge make a portkey from her wand and had her thrown into Azkaban. So how could? Su Muqing said calmly, No need for that expression. I think you'll see the news soon at the news of Azkaban being demolished. Ollivander's eyes became rounder, and those large, light-colored eyes looked like two shining moons in the dim shop. He was dumbfounded and asked, You dismantled Azkaban? Su Muqing shrugged and said, I guess so. Although he only demolished the top few floors, the total disappearance of the Dementors was Azkaban's greatest loss. Is a prison without guards still a prison? You. Ollivander's eyelids were trembling, and his dry hands were shaking even more violently. Su Muqing raised his hand, and the blade of his Zanpakutō was already on his neck. Mr. Ollivander, you helped that old witch and sent me to prison with a portkey. Shouldn't you say something? Feeling Blade's murderous aura, Ollivander felt his heart tremble with fear. He said bitterly, I can't afford to offend the Deputy Minister of Magic. Su Muqing said simply, I want compensation. Ollivander blinked and asked tentatively, What kind of compensation? Su Muqing sheathed his sword and held up a finger. First, I want 50,000 gold galleons. Ollivander said quickly, No problem. For most necromancers, 50,000 gold galleons is an astronomical figure, but for the Ollivanders, it is not a serious loss. Things went so smoothly that Su Muqing expressed his satisfaction and raised another finger. Second, I want the position of that old witch. Where is Umbridge? Ollivander was stunned. What do you want to do? Su Muqing said calmly, Definitely revenge. Ollivander reminded. Umbridge is the Deputy Minister of Magic. Su Muqing didn't care, so? Ollivander choked. These necromancers living in the British wizarding world cannot afford to offend the big guys at the top, but the power of those big guys can only be used within their own circle. Since they come from the Eastern world, they naturally don't care about the threat from the Ministry of Magic. Ollivander sighed and said, I don't know where Umbridge is now, but I heard that she has been appointed as the new teacher of defense against black magic at Hogwarts. I think she will report to Hogwarts in the next 2 days. Hogwarts. Su Muqing seemed to be lost in thought. Please wait in the shop for a moment while I go to Gringotts to get the galleons. Ollivander didn't want to bother with his conflict with the ministry anymore, so he walked out from behind the counter and headed straight towards Gringotts. Chapter 25. Ollivander was very straightforward and did not play any tricks. He quickly took out the gold galleons and handed them to Su Muqing. Su Muqing didn't hesitate, waved goodbye to the old man, turned around and returned to the pet shop, paid out 100,000 gold galleons, and got the Thunderbird egg. According to the witch, it will take at least several months for this Thunderbird egg to hatch. Su Muqing was not in a hurry anyway, so he stuffed the Thunderbird eggs into the magic box and turned to leave Diagon Alley. Half an hour had passed when he re-entered Diagon Alley. This period of time is not short, but there has been no response from the Ministry of Magic. One can imagine the extent of corruption there. When Su Muqing returned to the hotel, Zheng Lailai was sitting on the windowsill, staring at the sky outside in a daze. The sound of Su Muqing opening the door did not alarm her. He walked closer, followed the other person's gaze, looked outside, and found nothing unusual. "What are you looking at?" Su Muqing's voice woke Zheng Lailai from her deep thoughts. She shrugged and replied, "Thinking about the future." Su Muqing asked, "What are your plans?" Zheng Lailai let out a long sigh and said with a gloomy look, "I plan to return to the East, find a normal job, and live the rest of my life in peace." "Good choice." Su Muqing chuckled. "But before you leave, you have to get my ID done first." "It's already been done." Zheng Lailai stood up and picked up a large envelope from next to the TV. Su Muqing opened the envelope and found a stack of information inside. Zheng Lailai said, "Here are all of America's identity documents, social security cards, naturalization certificates, green cards, passports, driver's licenses. They are all legal in the official system." Su Muqing flipped through the documents and said with some surprise, "These completely legal documents prove that your friend is quite resourceful." Zheng Lailai said, "Actually, it wasn't my friend who did this, but an organization that specializes in assassins. That organization is very powerful, with branches all over the world and a good network of connections with local official organizations. Getting some identification documents wasn't a big deal for them." Su Muqing was a little curious. An organization dedicated to serving killers? The Continental Hotel. Zheng Lailai uttered a name. Su Muqing couldn't help but grin. This name was not unfamiliar to him. There are actually mainland hotels in this world. I wonder if one day he will meet the big guy who said, "Give me back my life," in some corner of New York. Zheng Lailai pulled a gold coin from his pocket and toyed with it between his fingers. The Continental Hotel was jointly established by 13 of the world's most powerful underworld organizations. It's a hidden organization that exists tacitly in both the black and white worlds. They have branch hotels in many major cities in the East and the West. They serve as havens for assassins and excellent intelligence centers. The Continental Hotel operates a membership system, serving only registered assassins within the organization, and uses specially made gold coins as currency. With enough gold coins, you can buy almost anything at the Continental Hotel. Creating an identity certificate like yours only costs 1 gold coin. It's a good deal. Su Muqing seemed to be lost in thought. He was thinking about whether he should go to the Continental Hotel and get a killer's license. Zheng Lailai looked at him and said, "I've done what I promised you. Can I leave now?" Su Muqing smiled slightly. "I said, as long as you complete my requirements, you can stay or leave as you like." "Goodbye then." Zheng Lailai smiled, but soon lost it and changed her tone. "No, it's better not to see you again. A dangerous person like you. If I get too close to you, my life will definitely not be peaceful." The female killer, freed from all burdens, washed her blood-stained hands and left with a light heart. Su Muqing ordered a delicious meal from the hotel restaurant. After enjoying the feast, he locked the door and even lowered the curtains. Under the bright light, he sat on the sofa and turned on the system with great anticipation. A total of 38,000 soul jades, enough for 380 draws. According to the drop rate of the prizes in the lottery column, he can get at least 6 SSR level items and 3 UR level items. If I'm lucky enough, maybe I can raise his spiritual pressure to the captain level. Every 4 times of 10 consecutive draws, an SSR item will be obtained. On that ocean freighter, he had already drawn 10 times in a row, so this time he directly chose 30 times in a row. Bite! As the clear sound of wind chimes echoed, the large windmills in the system began to spin. Almost in an instant, 30 illusory cards appeared in Su Muqing's field of vision in an orderly manner. Spirit Iron times 17 Soul Crystal times 10 White Fighting Experience Book X75. R. Kendo Experience Book X97. R. Flash Step Experience Book X102. R. Ghost Path Experience Book X99. R. Hell Butterfly X5. R. Spirit Crystal X20. R. Image Card times 15. R. Quincy Cross. R. Quincy's Weapon Death God Skill Book, Utsukuni. SR Secret Footwork, for Maple, Part 3 Zanpakutō. Sambukenju, SR the Zanpakutō of Yuchiryu Kasaka, Vice Captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13. It can manifest 2 sword beasts as assistants and launch a trinity, attack together with Yuchiryu. Su Muqing's eyelids twitched, and she said speechlessly, "Bad luck." During his first 10-pull draw, he won 2 SSR level prizes at once, but during this 30-pull draw, he didn't win a single SSR prize. Kusaka Yuchiryu's 3-step sword beast is not considered a strong ability even among Vice Captain level Zanpakutō. In addition, the assist column of Zanpakutō is limited. Even the Captain level Zanpakutō are not all qualified to be on the list, let alone the Vice Captain level Zanpakutō. Therefore, this 3-step sword beast has only one destiny: to decompose into spirit particles to increase spiritual pressure. Relatively speaking, it was Kong-chan that helped Su Muqing more. Kyuzin is a high-level footwork in Shuinpa, and its usage is similar to the substitute technique in Naruto. It can leave behind outer clothes or other items as a substitute in the moment before being attacked to avoid the upcoming damage. Su Muqing scratched his head. Come again. This time, 40 consecutive draws. Bite. 40 cards appeared and were automatically sorted. Spirit Iron times 20 Soul Crystal times 13 White Fighting Experience Book X92. R. Kendo Experience Book X114. R. Flash Step Experience Book X132. R. Ghost Path Experience Book X98. R. Spirit Crystal X45. R. Ghost Repellent Spray X. Are a spray that protects the user when being targeted by a ghost. Soul Removal Medium. SR, a technique for extracting objects from death gods or ordinary spirits without causing harm to them. Transformation Watch. SR, a watch specially made by Urahara Kisuke. When the button on the watch is pressed, it transforms into the super soldier Kayla Cressa with the ability of a low-level death god. Training Ground. SSR, the underground space created by Urahara Kisuke and Guriya Tessai in the Urahara shop Zanpakutō. Kurstai Sunga. SSR, the 70th blade. Zomari Lulu's return blade. This time the luck returned, but not much. Although 2 SSRs were released, they did not help much in improving Su Muqing's strength. The training ground needs to be selected in an area and placed before it can be deployed. It may be very helpful in the future, but now it can only be thrown into the inventory. Kurstai Sunga. Su Muqing looked at the Zanpakutō with disdain on his face. This looks like that ugly Devil Asen's sword, right? Disassemble it immediately. Zanpakutō is the 7th Zanpakutō among the 10 Espada Arrancar. After returning to the blade, it will turn into a super ugly monster. Even though that extremely ugly form had the title of the fastest moving among the Arrancar, Su Muqing had no intention of keeping him. It's so ugly. Chapter 26. Su Muqing took away a bunch of prizes without hesitation. He put all the other miscellaneous items into the inventory and directly stuffed the 2 Zanpakutō, 3-step sword beast, and duck and sunga into the decomposition machine. Decomposition, 3-step sword beast. Ryatsu increased by 5000. Obtain spirit iron times 2. Analysis. Mantra Sunga. Ryatsu increased by 12,000. Obtain spirit iron x6. Obtain soul crystal times 2. Su Muqing was a little surprised. The benefits gained from disassembling the Zanpakutō are better than assisting in the battle. This SSR level Zanpakutō, when hung on the assist column, can only obtain 10,000 spiritual pressure. But if you choose to decompose it, you can not only get 12,000 spiritual pressure, but also spiritual iron. Definitely, advantages and disadvantages are parallel. Choosing to decompose is just a one-time deal, but hanging it on the assist column, in addition to increasing the spiritual pressure by 10,000, you can also borrow the ability of the Zanpakutō. In this way, which one to keep and which to decompose depends entirely on the needs. Su Muqing clicked his tongue, opened the lottery machine again, and chose to continue the lottery. UR level items will definitely drop after 100 draws, and Su Muqing expressed great anticipation. However, there were some unexpected things in this lottery. In the first 2 draws, he clicked on the 10 draw option several times in a row. Clicking 3 times in a row means 30 consecutive draws, and clicking 4 times in a row means 40 consecutive draws. For this draw, Su Muqing still chose 40 consecutive draws. However, he only clicked twice on the 10 pull option, and the option was locked. What's going on? Su Muqing was a little confused. The lottery machine did not stop, and in a blink of an eye, 2 rows of cards were swiped out. The next moment, the cards were automatically sorted out and appeared in his field of vision. Spirit Iron times 11 Soul Crystal times 7 White Fighting Experience Book X35. R. Kendo Experience Book X47. R. Flash Step Experience Book X52. R. Ghost Path Experience Book X61. R. Spirit Crystal X15. R. Portable Prosthetic Body. R. A prosthetic body that can be quickly inflated like a balloon and can be used as a substitute in battle. Zanpakutō, Frozen Cloud. SR Zanpakutō of the Godiya, 13th 4th Division Vice Captain, Kotetsu Yun, with the ability to control ice and snow. Holy Word F. Fear, SSR. creates a bolt of light with fear to attack the enemy. The living object hit by the bolt will have everything in its heart transformed into fear. Zanpakutō Forging Technique. You are from the reading material of the Soul King Palace Phoenix Hall. Zanpakutō Forging Technique? Muqing was dumbfounded. Could it be that the technique used by the sword god, Namia-Oyu, to forge a Zanpakutō? The foundation of all Zanpakutō in Soul Society, Seireitei, was created by Namia-Oyu. Since the creation of Soul Society, there has never been a death god who could completely awaken his Zanpakutō without using the shallow attack he forged. It can be said that he laid the foundation for the construction of Jingling Court. If this is really the technology, it is uncertain how much it will improve Muqing's strength. But what is certain is that in the future, he can completely emulate Namia-Oyu and create a Zanpakutō guard for himself. Muqing couldn't wait and pocketed all the prizes. Then he immediately took out a thick book from the inventory. This is actually a notebook. The handwriting on it is very sloppy, mixed with strange graphics, and the meaning of many parts is unclear. But Muqing was very excited when he saw it, because it was a note written by Namia-Oyu himself, which clearly recorded the process of his creation of Zanpakutō and his materialization to become the personal guards of his own palace. Maybe one day in the future, I will create a Seireitei and build the 13 court guard squadrons myself. Muqing stroked the notebook, his mind wandering to many things. Unfortunately, many things here are too professional. As a beginner, it will definitely take him a lot of time to study them thoroughly. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. He put the notebook away and put it back into the inventory, then focused his attention on the new holy text. The ability of the holy word, fear, is just as its literal meaning. It is like the fear gas created by Gotham's Scarecrow. It can bring boundless fear to people through attacks, and those who are not strong-willed will be scared to death. Moreover, no physical form of defense can stop this attack. It's just that after the incarnation of the holy body, the shape is really ugly. Muqing complained, but did not break it down directly like Cursed-Eye Sunga. He can obtain the movement speed of Cursed-Eye Sunga through other means, but the power of derived fear ways cannot be obtained by other means. At worst, you can use the image card to modify the appearance after evolving into the holy body. Muqing put the holy word F into the spiritual seal column, increasing his spiritual pressure by another 10,000. Let's look at Frozen Cloud, a vice-captain level Zanpakutō. No problem, just like the 3-step sword beast, throw it into the decomposition machine. Decomposition, Frozen Cloud, Ryatsu increased by 5000, obtained soul crystal times 2. Then he turned his eyes to the lottery machine. Whether it is the option of single draw or the option of 10 consecutive draws, they are all locked. Muqing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Could it be that there were too many draws today and the draw mechanism was locked? It would be fine if it is only temporarily locked, but if it is locked forever, then we are doomed. Muqing thought about it, stretched out his finger, and poked the option. Bite. Prompt a hint. Trial draw ends. Official lucky draw begins. The soul jades required for the lottery are increased. Podium prize level upgrade. The next moment, the locked option opened. Muqing was speechless. There will be a trial version and a formal version for the lottery. However, it is not a permanent lock. Muqing quickly clicked on the tip in the corner and looked at the new lottery rules. There have indeed been changes. Previously, an SSR level item would appear every 40 draws. Now it has been changed to every 40 draws, UR level items will appear. In the past, UR level items would appear every 100 draws. Now it has been changed to every 100 draws, USR level items will appear. Unification has been raised to a new level. However, the amount of soul jade required increased tenfold. Previously, 10 consecutive draws only required 1,000 soul jades, but now it has become 10,000 soul jades. The 9 consecutive draws just now consumed 9,000 soul jades. Muqing's current net worth is only 29,015. The 300 consecutive draws I had imagined were gone, and now I only have enough money for 2 10-draw series. 10 times the amount. Black-hearted capital. Muqing muttered unhappily, but his hand showed no hesitation as he clicked on the new option twice in a row. Spirit Iron times 75 Soul Crystal times 64 White Fighting Experience Book X20, SR. Kendo Experience Book X27, SR. Flash Step Experience Book X22, SR. Ghost Experience Book X21, SR. Spirit Crystal X35, SR. Ghost Path Skill Book. Binding Path 62. 100 Step Railing, SSR. White Fighting Skill Book, 1 Bone. SSR Captain Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni's Unique Skill Holy Word X. All Seeing. SSR in the state of long-range attack. Everything touched by the gun muzzle and the target will be penetrated. Zanpakutō, Hyorimaru, SSR the strongest Zanpakutō of Ice and Snow Zanpakutō, Kaiten Kayakatsu, UR rule type Zanpakutō. Muqing no longer has any resentment. The cost of the lottery has increased tenfold, and the level of the prizes obtained has also increased tenfold. Not to mention that I got 4 SSRs in just 2 10-draw runs. Not to mention the final UR. The basic rewards alone are far more abundant than before. The experience gained from various experience books all increased tenfold, and the spiritual pressure increased by the spiritual power crystals also increased tenfold. Muqing didn't hesitate and immediately put the prize in his pocket. Chapter 27. First, he ate a bunch of experience books and spiritual crystals. Muqing's 4 skills of slashing, punching, walking, and ghost were upgraded from level 1 to level 4 in a blink of an eye. His spiritual pressure also soared, from just over 100,000 to nearly 340,000. The strength of the Death God does not depend on his Zanpakutō, but on the level of his spiritual pressure. The stronger the spiritual pressure, the stronger the Death God. The amount of spiritual pressure increased 3 times, which means that Muqing's strength increased more than 3 times. And this is not the end. 131 spirit irons, 98 soul crystals. Looking at the Zanpakutō and several holy words, Muqing pondered for a moment, then raised his hand and threw 50 soul crystals onto the steel. The current number of soul crystals is only enough to upgrade 1 holy text. He is not in urgent need of the power of fear and penetration of all things now. It would be better for him to build himself into a body of steel first to ensure his survival rate to the greatest extent possible. A faint glow appeared above the steel pattern, and the additional spiritual pressure jumped 5 times, from 10,000 to 50,000. As for the Zanpakutō, it's a bit difficult. 100 spirit iron can upgrade 2 SSR Zanpakutō and 1 UR level Zanpakutō. Which upgrade method will produce better results? Muqing did not hesitate for too long. He had already upgraded an SSR level Zanpakutō, and now it was time to try the UR level 1. Now he has 2 UR level Zanpakutō in his hands. I got the Queen of Mermaids when I made my first recharge, and the Flower Heaven Crazy Bone from the 10th consecutive draw. Queen of the Mermaids is the 30th Blade's return blade, possessing the ability to manipulate water. Kaiten Kayakatsu is the Zanpakutō of the captain of the 8th Division and the future Captain General Kairaku Shunsui. The Shurikai ability of this Zanpakutō is to turn children's games into reality. As long as you step into the spiritual pressure range of Kaiten Kayakatsu, you will be forced to participate in the game. The rules of all games are set by Huatian Quangu. If you win, you can survive, and if you lose, you must die, even if its owner loses. Compared to Shurikai's turning children's games into reality, Bankai can be said to be the realization of adult drama. The range of spiritual pressure is larger, and it is more destructive to both enemies and friends. Compared to the Imperial Mermaid Queen, who controls the water flow, Huatian Quangu is obviously stronger. But Muqing hesitated for a moment, and finally chose the Queen of Mermaids. He is not very good at playing games, and is afraid that if he expands into the gaming field, he will end up killing himself. It's better to master the Shurikai form first, and then upgrade Hanaten Kayagaku. Buzz. At the moment when the Imperial Shark Queen upgraded, Muqing's body shook, and her spiritual pressure swept out like a storm. With a crisp crash sound, all the glass products were shattered in an instant. The walls on all 4 sides creaked and cracks appeared, as if they would collapse at any time. Oops! Muqing was shocked and hurriedly held his breath, trying to suppress the scattered spiritual pressure. However, the method that worked as easily as one's own arm did not work at this moment. Could it be? Promoted to captain level, Muqing struggled to suppress his spiritual pressure while glancing at his own panel. Host, Muqing Zanpakutō. 6 paths of reincarnation, 1. Heaven path, sealed, 2. Ashura path, sealed, 3. Human path, sealed, 4. Animal path, sealed, 5. Hungry ghost path, sealed, 6. Hell path, opened. Supporting characters, Queen Shark, half return blade plus 200,000 Ryatsu, / Hanaten Kayakatsu, Shurikai plus 20,000 Ryatsu, / Simbinzakura, Bankai plus 50,000 Ryatsu, / Tensei, Shurikai plus 10,000 Ryatsu, / Hyorimaru, Shurikai plus 10,000 Ryatsu, Spirit Seal, Steel, Advanced plus 50,000 Spiritual Pressure, / Fear, Beginner plus 10,000 Spiritual Pressure, / All Connecting, Beginner plus 10,000 spiritual pressure, skill, / LV4 / LV10 fist, LV4 / LV10 walking, LV5 / LV10 ghost, LV4 / LV10 spiritual pressure. 559800, level 3 spiritual power, special skills. Death God, sword pressure, Conchan, Igu ghost path / Quincy, contact healing / spirit beam / holy / psychic barrier / items. Transmigration body X10, avatar card X35, hell butterfly X8, soul enlightenment gauntlet, hollow mask, Quincy cross X2, training ground, transformation watch, spirit repellent spray X, portable prosthetic body, Zanpakutō forging technique, soul and foreign body extraction medium soul orb, 9015 spirit iron, 32 soul crystal, 48 golden ring, 245-0000. Damn, he's really reached the captain level. The UR level, Queen of the Sharks, just upgraded from the elementary level to the advanced level, actually brought 200,000 spiritual pressure, causing Su Muqing's spiritual pressure value to soar to more than 500,000. It's worthy of being UR grade. However, now is not the time to be sentimental. Captain-level spiritual pressure is like a natural disaster to ordinary people. The moment he couldn't contain his surging spiritual pressure, all the creatures in the entire luxurious hotel were shocked and fainted with their eyes rolled back. Moreover, this force is still spreading outward. If he couldn't control his power well, he might have achieved the feat of destroying an entire city single-handedly today. Maybe some big guy will jump out and hit him hard on the head. In this chaotic world, who knows where in the corner lies a high-ranking boss? For safety reasons, it is better to stay away from the crowd first. Wait until the spiritual pressure is sorted out, and then come back for revenge. Su Muqing didn't hesitate at all. He put on a Chu Guang and didn't bother to ride on the cloud. He directly used the instant step and stepped continuously in the void. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. As his figure walked away, the dull, oppressive, invisible pressure also dissipated in the blink of an eye. In the extremely messy room, brilliant sparks suddenly jumped up. Mars is jumping around violently, forming a perfect circle. From the other side of the magic portal, a bald woman who looked like a hermit walked out with a calm expression. She looked around the messy room, raised her eyebrows slightly, then walked to the broken window and looked in the direction where Su Muqing left. Then, she raised her hand and touched the pendant on her chest. A brilliant and glittering magical light spun, revealing the green gem embedded in it. The shimmering light of the gem reflected in her eyes. After a moment, a smile appeared on her face. Interesting. The female magician chuckled and turned to walk through the portal. The next moment, the gorgeous portal disappeared. At the same time, in Ravinska Mental Hospital in northern England, a decadent man lying on the hospital bed suddenly stood up, turned his head and looked in the direction of London with wide eyes. This terrifying magic, which demon from hell has jumped out again? He opened his palm and faced that direction. The lines engraved on his forearm sensed the surging magical power. This power seemed to be quite different from the magic he was familiar with, but its depth made him shudder with fear. However, he had faced forces even more terrifying than this before. The decadent man clenched his fists, turned over, and tried to jump off the bed, but he only did half of the movement before falling down again. No. This matter has nothing to do with me anymore. Chapter 28. Su Muqing didn't know that his spiritual pressure burst attracted the attention of more than one group of people. At this moment, he just wanted to find a secluded place as soon as possible to subdue the runaway spiritual pressure. The cloud carpet can carry people flying, but its speed is not very fast, so Su Muqing chose instant step. Having reached level 5 in instant step, he may not be as good as a real captain, but among the vice captains, he is definitely considered high-end. Su Muqing used his full strength to use his instant steps, and each step he took could allow him to leap over 100 meters. He flashed continuously in the air, teleporting hundreds of times in an instant, rushing all the way from the greater London area into the vast ocean. On the endless sea level, he jumped more than 100 times in a row and finally saw an empty island. The island was only a little over 100 square meters in size, and apart from a few low-growing clumps of Pittosporum tobira, there was no sign of any other living creatures. Su Muqing was not picky and fell directly from midair. Boom! The moment he landed on the island, the violent spiritual pressure could not be suppressed and turned into a howling hurricane, sweeping in all directions. The extremely strong spiritual pressure raged wildly, suppressing the huge amount of water flow and forming overlapping violent waves. The surging waves rose dozens of meters high, spread in all directions, and rolled down with a rumbling sound. In an instant, the coastal land on both sides was hit by huge waves. Muqing was in no mood to pay attention to those things. He just sat cross-legged on a piece of bluestone, trying hard to sort out the spiritual pressure in his body. Suddenly, his eyes blurred. The scenery in front of me changed from the blue ocean to a continuous sea of clouds. Blade Zen. Muqing was a little surprised. Blade Zen requires absolute concentration to synchronize the mind with the Zanpakutō and achieve the purpose of communicating with the Zanpakutō. During the previous Blade Zen, Muqing had put in a lot of effort and relied on a bit of luck to achieve synchronization, which allowed him to enter his inner world and conduct preliminary learning with the Zanpakutō. But this time, they were synchronized for some unknown reason. Your spiritual pressure is increasing rapidly. Muqing turned around and saw his Zanpakutō. Lu Dao sat on a cloud mountain, looking at him calmly. "Hello again, Lu Dao." Muqing waved and greeted the other party. Lu Dao said calmly, "I have called you many times, but you never responded to my call." Muqing was stunned. "Calling me? What?" Conversations between the Death God and the Zanpakutō are usually initiated by the Death God. If the Zanpakutō calls out in the opposite direction, then something must have happened. I just want to remind you to pay more attention to your Zanpakutō. Lu Dao stood up, flicked his finger lightly, and the Zanpakutō inserted at his side suddenly flew into the air and landed next to Muqing. Muqing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Could it be that Zanpakutō would be jealous? He indeed did not use his own Zanpakutō during this period, but instead used the Zanpakutō installed in the assist column. Is it because of this that Lu Dao is in a bad mood? No way. Muqing felt that he was not a petty person, and as his other side, his Zanpakutō should not be stingy either. What's more, the ability of the Zanpakutō to assist in battle also requires the help of the 6 paths. In other words, every time you add a combat-assisting Zanpakutō, it is equivalent to adding a different ability in addition to the 6 paths of reincarnation. The assisting Zanpakutō is just an external manifestation. The 6 paths are the real root, and there is no need to be jealous. Lu Dao's face was expressionless. Didn't you notice the changes in your Zanpakutō? Change. Muqing raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his hand to draw out his Zanpakutō. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. On the other side of the underworld, the way back is gone, and the hungry ghost path opens. I decide the good and evil of all the demons and monsters, and I will open the path of beasts. Muqing was extremely surprised. 2 of the 5 sealed reincarnations were suddenly unsealed. Hungry Ghost Path is just as its name suggests. It can transform the creatures killed by Blade into spirit particles and devour them like evil spirits to enhance the master's spiritual pressure. The animal realm can open the gates of hell, pull the enemy into the animal realm, and transform them into great voids for the master to command. In general, the opening of these 2 reincarnations has limited effect on Muqing's strength, but both have very interesting abilities. Lu Dao, take advantage of this rare opportunity to have another special training session. Muqing flicked the sword blade with his fingers, and a crisp, buzzing sound was heard. Lu Dao did not answer, but opened his hand and pulled out a long sword. Hogwarts. Harry Potter frowned as the half-eaten bread slipped from his fingers. Umbridge, a high-level prosecutor. He stared at the newspaper in front of him, his face filled with anger. Is the Ministry of Magic going to destroy Hogwarts? The newspaper in Hermione's hands unfolded, revealing a large picture of Dolores Umbridge. That artificial face was full of smiles, blinking at them again and again. The caption above the photo reads, "The Ministry of Magic seeks educational reforms, and Dolores Umbridge, Deputy Minister of Magic, is appointed the first high-level investigator to conduct a close investigation of Hogwarts." This is a new decree just passed by the Ministry of Magic during an impromptu action last night. This is not the first time in recent weeks that Minister Cornelius Fudge has introduced new decrees to implement improvements to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When Harry was attacked by Dementors, he used magic in front of Muggles, violating the Ministry of Magic's taboo. The Ministry of Magic held a hearing and intended to expel him from Hogwarts, but fortunately Dumbledore arrived and refuted the accusations against him. However, Fudge actually sent Umbridge to Hogwarts to become the new teacher of the Defense Against Black Magic class. However, this teacher who was supposed to teach black magic defense refused to teach students any practical defensive spells and only let students read textbooks in class. Harry knew that Voldemort had been resurrected, and now they should practice magic as soon as possible instead of just reading books stupidly. Because of this, he had an argument with Umbridge in class and was sentenced to detention. This made Harry dislike Umbridge so much that his dislike even surpassed Snape. Now that he saw that the hateful old witch was appointed as prosecutor and given the power to investigate other teachers, he was naturally even more furious. Fudge forced her to come to us through this education order. Now Fudge has given her the power to inspect other teachers. Hermione breathed rapidly, her eyes sparkling. I can't believe it. This is absolutely shameless. In this school, no one likes the old witch who is pretentious, arrogant, and domineering. However, a mischievous smile spread across Ron's face. You're still laughing? Harry and Hermione glared at him and shouted at the same time. Oh, I can't wait to see Professor McGonagall get examined, Ron said happily. I guess Umbridge wouldn't even know what happened if she got beaten up. Professor McGonagall's magical attainments are second only to Headmaster Dumbledore. With Umbridge's magical skills, if she provoked Professor McGonagall, she would definitely be beaten badly. Suddenly, the sharp voice of the administrator Filch came from afar. You are not a student of the school. Who are you? Harry and the other two turned their heads and saw Filch standing at the door of Hogwarts' Great Hall, confronting a black-haired young man. Hermione and Ron looked curious, but Harry's expression changed. Sue? Hermione was stunned. Is he the person you were talking about? Wasn't he imprisoned in Azkaban? Ron looked nervous. Azkaban was destroyed. He must have taken the opportunity to escape, right? Hermione became even more curious. Then he should have fled England. So why did he come to Hogwarts? Ron had no idea why the murderer who killed a bunch of Death Eaters with a knife suddenly appeared here. Harry was in no mood to pay attention to his friend's speculations, so he stood up and ran over quickly. Chapter 29. Su Muqing arrived at Hogwarts. He practiced Blade Zen on an isolated island in the deep sea for nearly a month. The effect is remarkable. Not only did the violent spiritual pressure become submissive again, but the two skills of slashing and stepping also rose to a higher level. He then returned to London. The newspaper Harry saw was also seen by Su Muqing, among the newspapers sold in Diagon Alley. After knowing that the old witch was in Hogwarts, he immediately found King's Cross Station and found the railway to Hogwarts through the magically hidden platform 943rds. The next step is easy. Just get on the cloud and rush all the way along the direction of the railway. Hogwarts School is located in the Scottish Highlands, only a few hundred kilometers from London. The ancient magic steam train takes several hours to travel slowly, but the cloud carpet only takes 20 minutes. The Muggle shielding spells and concealment charms placed around the school naturally had no effect on Su Muqing, allowing him to enter Hogwarts openly. He was thinking about how to find Umbridge, but he ran into the equally annoying old squib first. Argus Filch was born into a necromancer family, but he could not do magic. However, relying on his family background, he still became the caretaker of Hogwarts. He could almost call out the names of every student at Hogwarts. All outsiders entering Hogwarts must obtain his consent. Su Muqing's sudden appearance as a stranger naturally caught Filch's attention. Although it was a squib that could not cast spells, Filch was not too afraid when facing invaders. He stared at Su Muqing with his bulging eyes, and if the other party made any unfriendly move, he would immediately call for backup. However, before he could wait for the other party's response, a voice came from behind him. Su. Filch was very unhappy and asked sharply, Mr. Potter, he is your friend? Potter said stubbornly. Well, sort of. Su Muqing did save his life, but he, like his godfather Sirius Black, was a fugitive from Azkaban. He wondered if the old witch would use this as a reason to expel him from Hogwarts after she knew about his relationship with the two of them. Filch sneered. You should know the rules of Hogwarts. If your friend breaks into the school without permission, both you and your friend will be punished. If Dumbledore had made the decision, the matter would probably have been resolved, but Umbridge is the one in power now. Filch believed that Umbridge would agree with his idea. Well, Harry Potter opened his mouth to protest, but Su Muqing ignored Filch and asked directly, Harry Potter, do you have a new professor named Dolores Umbridge? Harry Potter was startled. You are here to see Umbridge? Su Muqing said calmly. She used a trick to throw me into Azkaban. Shouldn't I seek revenge on her? When Filch heard this, he screamed, You're a fugitive from Azkaban? Suddenly, a chaotic sound coming from the North Tower attracted the attention of several people. They subconsciously turned their heads and saw that the door of the North Tower had opened. A group of students with angry expressions rushed out from inside, and a special tense atmosphere filled the air. Hermione grabbed a blonde girl and asked, Parvati, what happened? The blonde girl said angrily, It's Professor Trelawney. Umbridge wants to fire her. I was thinking of skipping divination class and pretending to be sick to finish my article on Snape, but now it seems that's not necessary. Looking at Trelawney walking at the end of the crowd, pushing a huge suitcase, Harry Potter couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Trelawney is the professor of divination and has lived in Hogwarts for 16 years. It can be said that this is her home. But now, she is being driven out of her home. Although Harry always thought Trelawney was a terrible teacher, he never thought she deserved such a tragic end. Blame Umbridge. As she spoke, Umbridge walked out from behind the door, wearing her usual pink coat and black velvet bow tie, with a hypocritical smile on her flabby face, looking very complacent. I've been teaching here for 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. You can't do this to me. Trelawney put the suitcase down and turned to look at Umbridge, her eyes magnified by the lenses filled with tears. Umbridge still smiled, raised the parchment in her hand, and said in a drawling voice, "But I can." Trelawney's sobs grew stronger, and she wiped her wet cheeks with the corner of her shawl. Seeing the tears about to fall from behind her glasses, her expression suddenly froze. Then, she looked at the other person through the large glasses that magnified her eyes many times, paused slightly, pointed at Umbridge with a trembling finger, and said, "You will encounter terrible danger, and you will encounter it soon." She tried to speak in her usual disembodied voice, but her whole body was shaking with anger, which destroyed the mysterious effect of the voice and made her prophecy seem like a curse. Yeah. Umbridge's toad-like mouth smiled even wider, but there was obviously a hint of anger in her narrowed eyes. Umbridge, like Harry Potter and others, did not believe the fortune-teller's predictions and thought he was cursing her. At this moment, a cold voice came into her ears. "Dolores Umbridge." Umbridge's expression froze, and the hypocritical smile on her face disappeared. The voice was not familiar, but it etched itself deeply into her mind. Umbridge slowly turned her body like a wooden man, and the terrifying figure suddenly came into her sight again. "It's you?" she screamed, her eyes bulging outward. Muqing was thrown into Azkaban by her using a portkey, and then the news came that Azkaban was destroyed. She didn't know what had happened, but Muqing would undoubtedly come back to settle the score with her, so she hurriedly hid in Hogwarts. Who would have thought that the other party would ignore Dumbledore's intimidation and rush directly into Hogwarts? Dumbledore happened to be away from school right now, and she didn't know if any other magic professors could protect her from him. Muqing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled faintly. "Dolores Umbridge, I come to seek revenge on you." Umbridge didn't think too much. She took out her wand from her waist and shouted, "Crucio." There are 3 unforgivable curses in the wizarding world: the Killing Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Cruciatus Curse. Cruciatus Curse is the spell of the Cruciatus Curse. After being hit, the person will feel piercing pain all over the body. The piercing pain will make the person who has cast the spell feel like dying. According to the rules of the Ministry of Magic, anyone who uses these 3 extremely cruel black magic on others will be thrown into Azkaban for life imprisonment. But Umbridge no longer cared. If she couldn't subdue the other party, she would probably be the one to die. Furthermore, she was a close confidant of the Minister of Magic and would not face severe punishment even if she used the unforgivable curse. Chapter 30. Magic possesses incredible power, but the flight speed of magical energy is not that fast. At least, it's slower than a bullet fired from a gun. Even the fastest sniper bullet couldn't hit Muqing, let alone the slow magic. However, he had no intention of dodging. Seeing that the faint magical energy was about to touch his body, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the oncoming energy, as if slapping a mosquito. Wow! The Cruciatus Curse was instantly deflected and landed on Filch. Ah! The squib was lifted off the ground by magic, and he tumbled and struggled in the air like a drowning man, howling in agony. Then, with a crunch and the sound of breaking glass, he collided with the oak door of the hallway and fell unconscious, curled up on the floor. In Hogwarts, Umbridge's only follower is the janitor Filch. But at this moment, Umbridge was obviously in no mood to care about the lives of the people around her. Seeing that the Cruciatus Curse had no effect at all, Umbridge became even more panicked. She turned around, squeezed through the crowded students, and ran hurriedly towards the Great Hall. Hogwarts is a huge amount of magic castle that has witnessed centuries of ancient magic. It contains countless magic traps. Even Dumbledore does not know all the secrets of Hogwarts Castle. Umbridge believed that as long as she rushed into the castle, she could use the magic traps visible around her to escape the enemy's pursuit. At that time, as long as she holds on until Dumbledore returns, she will naturally be able to capture him. However, will Muqing let her hide in the magic castle? Looking at the pink toad running towards a hallway, Muqing sneered slightly and suddenly sank his right hand, and a cross appeared on his wrist. The next moment, the cross quickly opened and turned into a spiritual bow. The cross-summoning spirit bow is destroyed, and fear condenses into arrows. Dolores Umbridge. Su Muqing's cold call made Umbridge subconsciously turn her head and look behind her. At the same moment she turned her head, the shining arrow pierced her heart. At the same time, a slightly gloomy male voice and an old and rapid voice sounded at the same time. God's edge is shadowless. Fainted. The visitors were two other magic professors, Snape and McGonagall. These two are necromancers in Hogwarts School, whose magical attainments are second only to Dumbledore. When they heard that Professor Trelawney had been expelled, they rushed over to check on the situation, only to discover that Su Muqing was showing his might. They all hated Umbridge immensely, but she was the Deputy Minister for Magic, one of the official representatives, so they couldn't just stand by and watch her die. So when they saw Su Muqing drawing his bow and shooting an arrow, the two necromancers immediately released their magic. However, Su Muqing didn't care about the attacks on Snape and McGonagall. The moment after he shot the arrow, he casually turned the back of his hand. The eighth path of binding, rebuke. An almost invisible spiritual shield blocked the direction to the side, and the two magical energies collided with it without causing any ripples. Su Muqing looked at the two magicians, thoughtful. Judging from the level of magic impact of these two, it is probably about the same as that of a vice-captain level ghost. Dumbledore is the strongest necromancer in the European wizarding world, but I don't think he is much stronger than Snape and McGonagall. In other words, the opponents Su Muqing has to face are just a few beggar-sized vice-captains. Then there is nothing to worry about. Snape and McGonagall were shocked by Su Muqing's strength, but they quickly wanted to change the spell to attack again, but Umbridge's shrill scream attracted their attention. Go away. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Umbridge seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, wailing miserably and driving away the monster that frightened her. But the monster, condensed in her mind by fear, obviously would not obey her orders. Seeing those strange things getting closer and closer to her, Umbridge grabbed her wand in fear and began to chant spells. Avada! Just as the killing curse was about to be uttered, McGonagall's face turned pale as she raised her hand and quickly chanted the spell. Expelliarmus. Umbridge was surrounded by students, and if she was hit by the killing curse, she would surely die, so she had to remove Umbridge's wand. McGonagall's magical attainments far surpassed Umbridge's. As soon as the magical energy touched her, the wand in Umbridge's hand flew away. However, Umbridge apparently didn't notice this. She was still waving her wand with sweat on her forehead, and she kept shouting the killing curse in fear. Umbridge, who lost her wand, was unable to cast magic. In the nightmare, she did not lose her wand, but the killing curse she released did not cause any damage to the monsters surrounding her. Umbridge likes to act young, and like most girls, she has an inexplicable fear of creatures. She doesn't like Hagrid, who is half-giant, and is very afraid of centaurs. She has a strong fear of the unknown world and the wilderness. After being hit by the arrow of fear, the fear hidden deep in the heart suddenly boiled over. At this time, Umbridge was like an ordinary girl who saw a ghost for the first time. She was terrified and screamed madly because of excessive fear. When her heart is burned out, she will suffocate and die. Looking at Umbridge's painful expression, Harry Potter felt very refreshed. He hated the old witch so much that even Snape was better than her. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hated her, he had no ability to do anything to her. Su Muqing's action this time was not only to avenge himself, but also to let them vent their anger. But they were secretly very happy, but McGonagall and Snape couldn't think so. Although they all disliked Umbridge, she was an official representative. If anything happened to her at Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic would certainly make things more difficult for them. McGonagall and Snape looked at each other and shouted to the little necromancers, "All students, return to the dormitories." McGonagall directed the students to return to the castle, while Snape waved his wand at the mad Umbridge without hesitation. Resurrect quickly. This is a spell that can revive a person from a coma. Snape thought that as long as the other party broke free from the nightmare, he would naturally recover. However, his spell seeped into Umbridge's body and had no effect at all. Umbridge was there, screaming and threatening as before. Stop the curse immediately. Rejuvenate. Several healing spells failed in succession, and Snape frowned. Suddenly, a familiar old voice sounded. Everyone is petrified. Umbridge, who was hit by the petrification curse, had a grayish color on her body. Her flailing limbs and cursing mouth all froze in an instant. The next moment, two old figures appeared beside Umbridge. An old necromancer with half-moon glasses, a long crooked nose, and flowing silver hair and beard. One was a short, stocky necromancer wearing a bowler hat, and a pinstriped robe. The first is Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who is considered the greatest necromancer of our time. The second is the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Chapter 31. Realizing Umbridge's predicament, Dumbledore chose to seal her with the petrification curse the moment he arrived to prevent her from worsening her injuries. However, the power of fear comes from the heart. How can it be blocked by a mere petrification spell? Umbridge was petrified and her limbs could no longer move, but the fear rising in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Dumbledore noticed this, thought for a moment, and then cast another spell. Armor Protection. This is a spell to resist evil curses. It can rebound minor spells and weaken the power of powerful spells, even if it cannot completely eliminate them. Sadly, the fear remains. After just a few breaths, those terrified eyes lost all color. Dumbledore cried out inwardly that something was wrong when he saw this and hurriedly removed the petrification spell. But Umbridge, who had been freed from her restraints, had already breathed her last in fear and had no strength to shout anymore. Professor Umbridge. Umbridge. Fudge was horrified, crouched down, and shook Umbridge, but received no response. Pomfrey. Where's Pomfrey? Come and save them. Fudge, looking increasingly nervous, called out in panic. Pomfrey is the head nurse of Hogwarts School. She has all kinds of magical potions and may be able to revive the dying Umbridge. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's words extinguished his last hope. Fudge, she's dead. Magic does have many magical effects, but it is also difficult to revive the dead man. Fudge's fat face seemed to relax suddenly, as if someone had let the air out of it. He stared blankly at the dead Umbridge. After a long while, he seemed to gather himself together, looked up at Dumbledore, and said in an annoyed voice, Dumbledore, he is provoking the Ministry of Magic. He is provoking the Ministry of Magic. You won't let him go, right? Umbridge was Fudge's confidant, but her death obviously did not affect Fudge too much. Fudge's deepest fear now was whether Dumbledore would take advantage of this opportunity to bring about the same fate as Umbridge and seize his position as minister. Dumbledore stared back at him, his long fingertips touching each other. After a pause, he replied, I hope he gets a fair trial. Fudge snorted coldly. The Ministry of Magic will conduct a fair trial. Dumbledore sighed and turned to Sue Muqing. Mr. Sue, thank you for saving Harry Potter from the Dementors. Sue Muqing said calmly, even without me, Harry's Patronus is enough to protect himself. But without your help, he'll always get hurt. Dumbledore paused, then changed the subject. You destroyed Azkaban? Sue Muqing said calmly. Yes. Fudge couldn't help but ask, where are the Dementors in Azkaban? Azkaban was inexplicably destroyed, most of the prisoners escaped, and the more than 100 Dementors guarding there disappeared without a trace. For the Ministry of Magic, this was undoubtedly an earth-shattering event. During this time, Fudge kept pulling Dumbledore to find out the reason behind this incident. Until recently, Sue Muqing, the criminal, who was finally thrown into Azkaban, was listed as a suspect. This time, Fudge and Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts to ask Umbridge and Harry Potter for all his information. Little did they know that the person they suspected was at the scene and shot Umbridge to death with an arrow in front of them. Fudge didn't care much about Umbridge's life or death, but those more than 100 Dementors were an important force for the Ministry of Magic and must not be lost. Unfortunately, Sue Muqing's answer dealt him a heavy blow. Those monsters. I killed them all. Impossible. Impossible. Fudge's voice trembled even more as he shouted in disbelief. Even the Patronus charm can only drive them away. Dementors are immortal. Sue Muqing sneered. Even if it's originally dead, it will eventually disappear. How dare some mere dark magical creatures claim to be immortal? Fudge was about to say something when Dumbledore interrupted him and said directly, Mr. Sue, it was indeed wrong for Umbridge to use the portkey to throw you into Azkaban, but Dumbledore cleared his throat, looking a little embarrassed, but when he saw Fudge's eyes, he could only continue. You can complain to the Ministry of Magic. They shouldn't have broken into Hogwarts and killed Umbridge directly. Sue Muqing smiled, so Dumbledore said amiably, you can choose to surrender first. I believe the Ministry of Magic will give you a fair trial. Sue Muqing glanced at him and asked, like Harry Potter? Fudge secretly instigated the Dementors to attack Harry Potter, forcing him to use magic in the Muggle world, thereby making him violate the taboo laws enacted by the Ministry of Magic. Even with Sue Muqing's intrusion, Harry Potter still summoned the Patronus. Fudge immediately convened a trial, intending to expel him from the wizarding world in order to block the rumors of Voldemort's return. If Dumbledore had not been prepared and left a squib near Harry Potter's house as a witness, Fudge's plan would have succeeded. Fudge lost his patience and shouted, "Dumbledore, catch him." Dumbledore smiled wryly and whispered, "I'm sorry." Muqing smiled, so confident. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then said, "This is Hogwarts." Muqing was able to easily destroy more than 100 Dementors. He must have super powerful strength. Even Dumbledore did not have the confidence to defeat him. But this is Hogwarts. Dumbledore pulled his wand from his sleeve and waved it lightly to the side. Statues move. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst a series of dull roars, stone statues of various shapes carved throughout Hogwarts Castle woke up from their silence. Stone statues holding giant axes, crossbows, swords and shields, and knight spears jumped down from the heights of the castle, making loud noises on the ground. They are the guards of Hogwarts, responsible for keeping the enemy out when war breaks out. But at this moment, Muqing was already in Hogwarts, so they had no choice but to change direction, rushing in from all directions and surrounding him. In addition to the awakened stone guards, the magic professors of Hogwarts also rushed to the battlefield. They didn't know what was going on, but they would never disobey Dumbledore's orders. The war is about to break out. Chapter 32. Mr. Su, as long as you surrender, I promise you will receive a fair trial. Dumbledore raised his hands, showing his companions, and gave one last exhortation. He really didn't want to conflict with Muqing. Firstly, the other party is an extremely dangerous person. At this moment when Voldemort is awakening, the wizarding world should not make another powerful enemy. Secondly, this conflict was entirely caused by Umbridge. Her behavior was a bit impulsive, but not incomprehensible, and it would be against her will to conflict with her. Dumbledore had decided that if the other party surrendered, he would do his best to protect him. Muqing remained non-committal about the old necromancer's advice, saying simply, "Looks like I need to find some help." He opened his palm and summoned his Zanpakutō. Dumbledore sighed, stared at the gleaming blade, and asked with interest, "Is this your wand?" "I guess so." Muqing smiled faintly, swung his sword suddenly, and chanted softly, "Come out." Thousands of hands. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shaking sound, the flat grassland suddenly exploded, and a figure rose from the ground, instantly growing from small to large and rushing into the sky. The necromancers' faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly used teleportation to avoid this area. The many tall stone statues that were slow to react were like small stones. They were blown away by the huge amounts of expansion force, hit the Hogwarts castle, and fell down heavily, breaking their arms and legs. When the necromancers calmed down a little, they looked up and saw a huge amount of monsters standing on the broken lawn. No, it should be sitting. It was a huge Buddha hundreds of meters tall, sitting cross-legged on a wooden lotus throne. Behind his back were thousands of hands, and on the palm of each hand was a vivid eye. Hogwarts Castle, which can accommodate hundreds of people, is not even as big as one of Buddha's arms. What kind of monster is this? The huge wooden Buddha with 1,000 arms and eyes shocked everyone present. Even Dumbledore was stunned and showed an expression of disbelief. What kind of magic is this? Fudge's hair stood on end, and he felt that every nerve in his cerebral cortex was shouting hysterically at him. The fear that came from the depths of his soul made him begin to regret. He shouldn't have provoked that person. At the same time, he began to secretly hate Umbridge. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Philip said coldly, "I just hope that those hands are not all used for attacking." He was extremely disgusted with this minister of magic who had no ability but loved to cause trouble. "Sorry, these hands are indeed for attacking." The cold voice that rang in his ears made Fudge shudder. The necromancers looked in the direction of the voice and saw that their opponent had appeared on the Buddha's shoulder at some point. The next moment, a hand from behind the Buddha suddenly struck down. Boom, boom, boom. The extremely surging power, mixed with the light of destruction, stirred up an overwhelming storm the moment it came into contact with the ground, like a surging wave, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. Under the pressure of this violent aura, all the necromancers couldn't help but tremble all over. At this moment, they felt as if the whole world was collapsing. But in this terrifying life and death moment, all the magic professors first moved to the outskirts of the castle, trying their best to open the protective shield and desperately resist the spreading shockwave. They can die, but the students inside cannot die. The rumbling wind and thunder stirred up by the explosion resounded through the sky, and accompanied by the surging spiritual pressure, the stone statue guards who had survived were easily crushed into slag. Fudge, the only one who chose to escape, was flipped over by the swept-up shockwave and hit the collapsed stone pillar, his head covered in blood. The professors who tried their best to protect the castle were surprised to find that the terrifying shockwave did not shake the castle at all. Younger professors like Philip were thankful for the strength of their magical defenses, but Dumbledore knew very well that their magical defenses alone would not be able to withstand that blow. Do you want to continue? Muqing stood on the Buddha's shoulder, looking at the broken earth below. Naturally, he didn't have the ability to use would release. This time's true thousand hands, just like the last metal angel, are illusions created by Zanpakutō. The illusion of nothingness cannot actually launch an attack, so the punch just now was the result of Muqing using one bone. However, if the necromancers still want to continue, what they will have to endure next is endless one bone. They believe that the effect of one bone is initiated by Zhen Qianqian hands. So now Zhen Qianqian hands will really use one bone, and every punch will be a one bone. With Hogwarts' magical defense, Muqing was confident that he could destroy it with at most 3 punches. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand hastily, saying, "Mr. Su, we surrender." Fudge had fainted, and no one forced him to take risks. In fact, even if Fudge was sober, he would definitely choose to stop. Muqing's position in his heart is probably higher than Voldemort's. Muqing didn't take the incompetent Minister of Magic seriously at all. He just stared at Dumbledore and announced calmly, "I want compensation." Originally, he came to Hogwarts just to kill Umbridge, but since Dumbledore was looking for trouble, he naturally would not let her go. Dumbledore said without hesitation, "What do you want?" Muqing dispelled the illusion, floated down from the sky, and said calmly, "I want a copy of all the magic books in your collection." Dumbledore immediately said, "No problem." Muqing's gaze shifted to the main hall at the castle entrance. "Harry, come out for a moment." Most of the students were sent to the dormitory, except Harry Potter, Hermione, and Ron, who sneaked out again. The scene of the earth collapsing and the sky collapsing just now frightened them all. Now when they heard Muqing's call, they couldn't help but feel a little timid. Dumbledore thought for a moment and waved to Harry Potter. "Harry, come out." "Okay." Harry Potter scratched his forehead and walked out of the entrance hall surrounded by his 2 friends. Wow, what's going on?" Meeting Muqing's gaze, Harry couldn't help but swallow. Although Muqing saved his life, the two were not really familiar with each other. Philip took a step forward, staring at Muqing, and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Su, the compensation you are going to ask for next, is it related to Harry?" Muqing smiled faintly and said, "It does matter. It matters a lot." Chapter 33. Harry mustered up the courage and asked, "What do you want?" Muqing smiled and said, "I want your Parseltongue." Parseltongue. Harry was stunned. He thought the other party was going to ask for the invisibility cloak, which was the most valuable legacy his parents left him. But who knew that what the other party wanted was Parseltongue? Parseltongue is speaking in the language of snakes, which allows one to communicate with snakes. It is completely unnecessary for Harry, and he is even happy not to have this ability. However, he didn't know how to separate the Parseltongue from his body. At this time, Dumbledore said, "If Mr. Su wants Parseltongue, there is no need to get it from Harry. I can teach you this language." Yes, Dumbledore also knew Parseltongue. At the same time, he can speak many foreign languages such as mermaid language and fairy language. However, what Muqing really wants is not a foreign language. Muqing changed the subject. "Do you know what a Horcrux is?" The 3 little ones looked confused. Even Hermione, the academic genius, had obviously never been exposed to this concept. Not only were the 3 teenagers confused, but even professors like McGonagall and Snape were all clueless. Because even in the rich collection of books at Hogwarts, there is not a single book that introduces this evil magic. But Dumbledore obviously knew. A Horcrux is an object that contains part of a person's soul. Dumbledore waved his wand, casting a magic circle around him before continuing. It's an extremely evil magic that requires splitting the practitioner's soul, hiding one part in an object outside the body. That way, even if the practitioner's body is attacked or destroyed, they won't die, because part of their soul remains in the world, unharmed. Harry jumped up. "Voldemort." He glared at Dumbledore and cried, "He has a Horcrux somewhere, so he didn't die after attacking me." Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then finally said, "That is indeed one of my guesses." McGonagall looked serious. "Dumbledore, can you only make one Horcrux, or can you make more than one?" Dumbledore smiled wryly and said, "From what I understand, more than one can be made." Snape frowned. "That means, even if we can kill him this time, it might not be a complete end." Dumbledore sighed. "So before we officially start the war, we must know how many Horcruxes he has created." He smiled slightly and said, However, I think we should have destroyed one of his Horcruxes. Professor McGonagall asked curiously, "What kind of Horcrux?" Riddle's diary. Dumbledore looked at Harry and said, "It's the one that tells how to reopen the Chamber of Secrets. It was from that notebook that I discovered that Voldemort might have split his soul." Harry blinked in surprise. "That notebook is a Horcrux?" "Although I did not see Riddle emerge from the diary, you described to me a phenomenon I have never witnessed before," said Dumbledore. "A mere memory, acting and thinking on its own? A mere memory, draining the life from the girl who held it? What intrigues and shocks me most is the idea that the diary was used as both a ward and a weapon. No, there must be something far more sinister within that diary, a soul." "I still don't understand," Harry said. "It functioned as a Horcrux, in other words. The piece of soul contained within was safe and indeed helped its owner avoid death. But Riddle undoubtedly hoped someone would read the diary, hoping that his soul would possess someone else and unleash Slytherin's monster. Harry killed the soul sealed in the diary with the basilisk's fang, and the Horcrux was destroyed." "So, a Horcrux could be anything?" Harry grimaced. "Maybe an old tin can, or an empty medicine bottle." Hearing that he had destroyed a Horcrux was naturally a happy thing, but not knowing how many more he would have to destroy before he could truly kill the monster, his happiness naturally faded in an instant. "You were thinking of portkeys, Harry, commonplace objects easily overlooked." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "But would Voldemort have used an old tin or an empty potion bottle to preserve his own precious soul? The purpose of a Horcrux is to keep a part of one's soul safely sealed away, rather than tossing it into the path of others and risking destruction. You forgot what I told you about Voldemort's love of collecting souvenirs, objects of powerful magic and historical significance. His pride, his sense of superiority, his determination to carve out a remarkable place for himself in magical history, all lead me to believe that Voldemort would have chosen his Horcruxes with care, preferring objects worthy of such an honor." Ron grinned and said, "The diary doesn't seem that special." McGonagall shook her head. "The diary proves he is the heir of Slytherin. I believe Riddle finds it very significant." "So what about the other Horcruxes?" Hermione asked hurriedly. "Do you know what they are, Professor?" "I can only guess," said Dumbledore. "I believe Voldemort would prefer originally noble objects, so we must carefully search Voldemort's past to see if we can find any traces of such objects disappearing around him. But first we must find out how many Horcruxes Riddle has made." 6. Su Muqing was speechless. These guys' fear of Voldemort was obviously deep-rooted. Once they got some information, they couldn't wait to analyze it and completely forgot about him. Su Muqing's response brought everyone back to their senses. "How do you know?" Snape asked. Su Muqing curled her lips and said, "You don't need to worry about how I know this. You just need to know that Voldemort personally created 6 Horcruxes, but his soul was split 7 times. 7 times. Dumbledore was slightly startled and turned to look at Harry, as if thinking about something. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but say, "He actually split the soul into 7. That guy is really crazy," Snape said coldly. "It's not 1 divided into 7, it's 1 divided into 8. 8 soul fragments, 7 of which are made into Horcruxes, and 1 is in his body." Mag looked at Su Muqing and said, Mr. Su said there are only 6 Horcruxes." Dumbledore sighed. "I believe the last fragment of Riddle's soul is within Harry." "What?" Snape's face turned pale, and he glared at Dumbledore fiercely. Dumbledore looked at Harry and said slowly, "More than a decade ago, when Voldemort was about to kill young Harry, the Avada Kedavra curse was deflected by Lily's blood relatives. His soul was shattered into 2 pieces. 1 piece attached itself to Harry's body, while the other remained inside him and was later used for rebirth. I believe Harry's parcel tongue originated from Riddle. In other words, Harry is a Horcrux that is not a Horcrux. A Horcrux that has not been refined with magic." Harry shuddered. "In order to completely kill Voldemort, all the Horcruxes need to be destroyed. Doesn't that mean he will die too?" Snape's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled, "Dumbledore, is there any way to save him?" Dumbledore thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Su Muqing and said sincerely, "Mr. Su, you said before that you wanted to take away Harry's parcel tongue. Do you have a way to separate the fragment of Riddle's soul from Harry's soul?" Chapter 34. I can separate the fragments of Voldemort's soul. Su Muqing tilted his head and chuckled. "But as a reward, I need something else." Snape couldn't wait to say, "As long as you can do it, no matter what you need, we will do our best to deliver it." Su Muqing shrugged and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you can definitely afford the reward I want." Mag asked, "What is it?" Su Muqing said, "Some interesting potions, such as Felici's Felix and Veritaserum." Snape immediately said, "No problem. I have a collection of these potions." He is a master of potions. In addition to teaching students, his daily work is to research various potions, and he has collections of all kinds of potions. Muqing continued. Also, Hufflepuff's golden cup, Ravenclaw's golden diadem, and Slytherin's locket. Snape paused and looked at Dumbledore. These 3 items, like the sword of Gryffindor, are treasures left by the founders of Hogwarts. If Harry Potter's safety could be guaranteed, Snape wouldn't mind giving him all 4 treasures, let alone 3. However, the 3 treasures have disappeared for many years and are no longer in Hogwarts. McGonagall said, "I'm sorry, but the Hufflepuff cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket have all disappeared. We don't know where they are." Muqing said, "I know." Mag was speechless. "You know this too?" "One of them." Muqing raised his hand and pointed at the castle. "It's in the room of requirement. I'll go find it." Snape didn't say anything and turned and walked into the castle. The room of requirement is also called the room of coming and going. It sometimes appears and sometimes doesn't. Only when a person really needs it can he enter that magical room. Snape believed that with his current urgency, he would definitely be able to find the room. Hermione blinked and asked, "Mr. Sue, where are the other 2 things?" Muqing said, "The one in the room of requirement is Ravenclaw's diadem, and the Hufflepuff cup is in Gringotts, in Bellatrix Lestrange's private vault. Finally, Slytherin's locket is in Sirius's home at the Order of the Phoenix headquarters. I believe you will definitely give it to me, because they are all Voldemort's Horcruxes." After hearing this, several people were stunned. Ron shouted, "These 3 things are Horcruxes?" Muqing smiled and said, "Yes, they are all Horcruxes, genuine Horcruxes." Dumbledore pondered. Voldemort prefers original and noble objects. I imagine the 4 treasures of the 4 founders must have held a great allure for him. Ron said hurriedly, "Those 3 treasures are all Horcruxes. Could the sword of Gryffindor be one too?" Hermione patted him and said angrily, "If the sword of Gryffindor is also a Horcrux, why didn't Mr. Sue mention it?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "I do not know whether the other 3 treasures are Horcruxes, but I can be sure that Gryffindor's only known relic is safe and sound. He had always kept the sword of Gryffindor, and if it was made into a Horcrux by Voldemort, he believed that he would not be able to hide it." Dumbledore paused and asked, "Mr. Sue, is your purpose in coming to Hogwarts to help us deal with Voldemort?" Muqing smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, I don't belong to your magical world, and I'm not interested in helping you deal with anyone. I just happen to need Voldemort's soul, that's all. The raw materials of Zanpakutō are integrated from souls. The stronger the soul material, the more powerful the Zanpakutō will be. Voldemort, the powerful dark necromancer, has a soul strength even greater than Dumbledore's." Muqing believed that using his soul as material, he could forge a good Zanpakutō. Voldemort is still lurking now, and Muqing has no time to find his main soul, but he can first take out the soul fragments hidden in the Horcrux and forge a prototype. Need a soul? Dumbledore was a little unsure. Could this be another black necromancer? "Yes, I need souls, especially powerful souls," Muqing said calmly. "If you find other Horcruxes in the future and cannot destroy them, you can send them to me. Just a reminder, except for Harry, each of the other Horcruxes is engraved with powerful magical protection. If not handled properly, it will rebound and cause huge amounts of damage to the destroyer." Dumbledore made a mistake in operation and was hit by the rebound of the protective spell, which shortened his long life to 1 year. In the end, he had to choose to be killed by Snape. Harry didn't have so many concerns. What he cared about most now was how to stop being a Horcrux. So he asked impatiently, "Sue, how can we remove the fragments of Voldemort's soul?" "It's very simple." Muqing took out the soul foreign body extraction medium, sprayed it on his right hand, and smiled faintly at Harry Potter. "Warning, it will be a little painful." Very. Before Harry could understand what was happening, Muqing suddenly punched him in the chest. "Harry!" Hermione screamed in fright, and Ron was at a loss. Professor McGonagall was also very frightened. She raised her wand and was about to cast a spell, but was stopped by Dumbledore. Harry was not only terrified, but also in pain. He grimaced and screamed, "It hurts. It hurts so much. How could it be so easy to bear the pain that tore the soul apart?" However, since he was still able to cry out in pain, he was obviously not in danger of death. Although Mag was still nervous, she was relieved at least. After a while, Muqing began to slowly withdraw his hands. The palm with a faint blue glow was holding an illusory soul. His face seemed to have been burned by fire. His features were blurred, waxy, and strangely distorted. His face was as white as snow, and the whites of his eyes were filled with thick bloodshot. Looking at this former student, Dumbledore had a complicated expression and murmured, "Riddle." This accidentally born soul fragment obviously did not have any intelligence. It was just held in Su Muqing's hand without making any movement. Su Muqing was very interested. The quality of this fragment of Harry's soul was better than expected. Su Muqing felt that with just this one fragment, he could create a vice-captain level Zanpakutō. Su Muqing recalled the forging techniques of the sword god, wrapped the soul fragment with the spirit particle, and then quickly closed his palms. This fragment of Voldemort's soul condensed in an instant, turning into a mottled and impure metal ore. Su Muqing needs to use his spiritual power to turn it into a hammer and constantly forge it to remove the impurities in it, so that it can completely become the raw material, soul steel. Found it. I got the golden crown. Snape ran out of the castle at a rapid pace, holding a golden eagle-shaped crown. Su Muqing took the golden crown, looked it over briefly, and said with a smile, "Very good. It's mine." The procedure for taking Voldemort's soul fragment out of this thing is more complicated than before, so I can only wait until I have time to do it. Dumbledore made a prompt decision. "I believe Mr. Su has the ability to destroy Horcruxes. Professor McGonagall, you and the other professors stay to clean up the school. Snape and I will go to London together to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket." Chapter 35. Buckingham Palace. Su Muqing walked around the British royal palace holding a cup of ice cream. Dumbledore and Snape went to Gringotts and the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix respectively to look for the two treasures hidden in those two places. Su Muqing didn't plan to help repair the ruins, so he definitely returned to London with them, waiting for the two to bring the treasure to him. He has already bought a plane ticket for tonight. Once he gets the two treasures, he will leave the country. He came here with nothing to do and planned to visit the royal palace where the sun is setting and people can only eat and wait for death. Overall, it's a pretty grand building. The palace is a 4-story gray cubic building with a royal emblem hanging on the main entrance and a low railing surrounding it. There are many statues in the square in front of the palace. The golden statue of the goddess of victory stands on a high marble platform, shining with golden light, as if it is about to fall from the sky. There are more than 600 halls and rooms in the palace, including ceremony halls, concert halls, banquet halls, galleries, etc. Well, it is naturally incomparable to the Forbidden City in my hometown. But in Europe and the United States, this is already the most eye-catching palace building. Su Muqing strolled out of the palace and came to the square in front, stopping to look at the golden angel on the statue of Queen Victoria. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from behind. Following the footsteps came a violent shout. "Get out of here!" Su Muqing frowned and turned his head slightly, and saw two guards in uniform, holding rifles, striding towards him quickly. Soldiers in Western countries are not local soldiers. They will not change their routes because of pedestrians. They will just kick aside the obstacles in their way without any hesitation. Now, Su Muqing is blocking their way. Moreover, he had no intention of avoiding it. The two guards had no expression on their faces, but instead kicked their square-toed leather shoes harder. Unfortunately, the ending was a little different from what they expected. Bang! Just as their square-toed leather shoes were about to kick each other, suddenly huge amounts of force acted on them. Two guards wearing tall bearskin hats and looking majestic were thrown back like stones, shattering the glass of the Queen's gallery and falling among the cultural relics and furniture. In an instant, the entire palace was in chaos. Neither the visitors nor the palace guards knew what had happened. They only heard a chaotic roar and smoke and dust in the Queen's gallery, mixed with the wails of the guards. They thought Buckingham Palace was under attack, and there were chaotic screams everywhere, but no one came to bother Su Muqing. Su Muqing curled her lips in boredom and prepared to leave. Suddenly, his eyes fixed, and he turned his head to look. Those tourists who were running around in panic and those guards who had quickly gathered together, as if they were hit by magic, all rolled their eyes and fell down with a clatter. Oh, it's not as if they were hit by magic. They were actually hit by magic. The air was suddenly filled with the rustling sound of cloaks. In every corner of the palace, behind every statue, beside every tree, in every dark place, there was a necromancer apparition. They all wore hoods and covered their faces. Death Eaters. Su Muqing was happy. Unexpectedly, just before leaving, Voldemort sent a big gift. There are as many as 200 or 300 high-level necromancers, more valuable than those Dementors. The leading Death Eater pulled off his mask, revealing a woman's face. She was a tall woman with a haggard and withered face, but her former beauty could still be vaguely seen. Unfortunately, at the moment, this face, which still had some beauty, was filled with a kind of madness that was difficult to conceal. The woman opened her hand and sneered. "Baby, hand over the Ravenclaw diadem." Oh, Su Muqing was a little surprised to know that the Ravenclaw diadem had fallen into his hands. It seems that Voldemort had an undercover agent in Hogwarts and knew that his Horcrux fell into his hands. No wonder he dispatched so many people at once. However, he probably didn't know much. At that time, Dumbledore set up a barrier to prevent the sound from leaking out, so the undercover agent could only see Snape and hand the Ravenclaw diadem to him. But he didn't know that Dumbledore and Snape had already gone to look for the other two Horcruxes. Su Muqing waved his hand, and the golden crown appeared in his hand. He said to the woman, "If you want it, come and get it." "Clever." The woman chuckled, then suddenly raised her wand and shouted murderously, "Avada Kedavra!" Emerald green magical energy shot out and headed straight for Su Muqing's chest. The eighth path of binding, rebuke. Green lightning struck the spirit particle shield, and countless emerald green sparks flew everywhere. But this full-load killing spell still failed to break Su Muqing's spirit particle shield. "I remember who you are." Su Muqing shook his wrist, dispelling the spirit shield, staring at the witch, and said calmly, "You are Sirius's cousin." He only remembered that this crazy woman was Sirius's cousin, a crazy fan of Voldemort, and one of the most cruel Death Eaters under Voldemort. In the original storyline, Sirius was killed by his cousin with the killing curse. "I am Bellatrix Lestrange." The mad woman roared violently, waving her wand repeatedly, throwing out rays of magical light. This time, Su Muqing didn't use the spirit shield again. She just paced around as if nothing had happened, easily dodging the magical attacks, and said calmly, "Crazy woman, can you tell me where your master is? When you die, I will bring your body to our master." Bellatrix attacked several times in succession, but still couldn't do anything to Su Muqing. She simply stopped attacking alone and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Death Eaters, attack! Everyone attack!" Suddenly, hundreds of Death Eaters raised their wands, aimed at Su Muqing's position, and released various kinds of magic. "Shattered to pieces. Freeze them all. The flames are blazing." Crucio. The Death Eaters didn't care about the Ministry of Magic's taboos, and most of them used the unforgivable curses. The emerald green magic light, mixed with black or red light, weaved into a magic net, falling down all over the sky. Su Muqing snorted coldly, and in a flash, he took out his Zanpakutō. The tip of the knife drooped and sank into the earth. Bankai, Senbonzakura Keishu. Boom. 2 rows of tall blades emerged from both sides of Su Muqing, like a solid shield, blocking hundreds of magic spells. Su Muqing snorted lightly and said calmly, "I hope you can last longer than those Dementors." In an instant, the 2 rows of blades split into billions of cherry blossoms, rushing in all directions like a raging tide. Chapter 36. The number of Death Eaters attacking this time was greater than Su Muqing had expected. The number is not 1 or 200, but more than 300. However, they are also more fragile than expected. Even the crazy witch Bellatrix only lasted less than 5 seconds before being cut into pieces by billions of cherry blossom blades. Hundreds of Death Eaters, some strong and some weak, were wiped out in less than a minute. Seeing the Soul Jade jump from 9,000 to 60,000, Su Muqing smiled. However, he didn't bother to play the lottery, but turned his attention in another direction. In the collapsed Queen Victoria Memorial, tens of millions of cherry blossom blades formed a vortex, madly cutting the existence inside. But even with Senbonzakura's sharpness, it was unable to break through the opponent's defense. Su Muqing waved his hand, and the madly spinning cherry blossoms cracked open, revealing a figure inside. It turned out to be a giant python with a thick waist. Su Muqing's smile widened. "I let you escape last time, and now you dare to show up again. Voldemort is courting his own death." This giant python was actually Nagini, who was scared away by his sword of punishment in Diagon Alley. She is one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes, and also Voldemort's killing weapon. Probably in order to increase the success rate of this hunting operation, Voldemort not only sent his chief confidant Bellatrix, but also sent the ferocious Nagini. But obviously, this ferocious-looking snake monster was frightened by Su Muqing's knife. It had been hiding in the shadows since it came, waiting for Su Muqing to fall into a disadvantage before it dared to take the opportunity to sneak up and attack. Unfortunately, Su Muqing's terrifying nature was far beyond her imagination. After Senbonzakura's Bankai was deployed, she didn't even have a chance to escape. Senbonzakura's blades could hardly break through her defense, but they were enough to forcibly stop her fleeing snake body. At this moment, she saw the torn gap and immediately fought for her life. Her thick snake body twisted and squeezed Sakura hard, and finally she managed to get half of her body out. But the next moment, she felt the pressure surrounding her suddenly disappear. I hope Voldemort's protective spell is strong enough. Muqing stared at the giant python with interest, then suddenly raised his hand and shook it. Final scene, White Emperor's sword. In a blink of an eye, the pink blades that covered Buckingham Palace rushed towards Muqing at lightning speed. Countless cherry blossom petals gathered behind him and transformed into a pair of incandescent wings. This is the final form of Synopsis. All the petals of Synopsis are gathered behind the back to form spread wings, and a large amount of spiritual power is poured into the sword tip to deliver the strongest blow to the enemy. The scattered Synopsis cannot break the protective spell that Voldemort painstakingly imprinted, but the concentrated Synopsis is enough to destroy everything in its path. Hiss! Nagini perceived the danger and ran away without hesitation, and in the blink of an eye she was in the ruins. You won't be so lucky this time. Muqing shouted softly, stepped on the ground, and shot out like a white lightning. Boom! The next moment, an extremely bright knife light flashed, and the giant python winding in the ruins was cut into 2 parts at 7 inches. The exploding sword light swept across, completely destroying half of Buckingham Palace into rubble. Half of the snake body struggled tenaciously and cried out in pain. Muqing appeared and took out the soul extraction device again. Using the same method, he forcibly extracted Voldemort's soul fragments from the giant snake, which was only breathing its last breath. The second fragment is in hand. Muqing nodded with satisfaction and kneaded the soul fragment into raw material. He immediately dispersed the Synopsis and slashed it in the air with the 6-path snap. The hideous gate of hell appeared in the hurricane. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of iron chains emerged from behind the door, pulling hundreds of confused souls into the door like chicks. The souls of these hundreds of Death Eaters should be able to cultivate a few Killian Hollows. The entire Buckingham Palace has been demolished. I don't know how the necromancers at the Ministry of Magic can just let this matter slip. Muqing looked around, glanced at the palace that had turned into ruins, shrugged nonchalantly, turned around, and was about to jump onto the white cloud, but saw the half-collapsed Queen's art gallery and stopped. The Queen's picture gallery is the largest private art collection in the world. Its collection includes paintings by many classical masters such as Leonardo da Vinci, Rembrandt, Vermeer, Titian, as well as numerous fine antique sculptures, historical manuscripts, royal jewels, classical gold and silver wares, etc. Muqing planned to gather a group of them and take them away, which could be considered as revenge for his hometown. Night mist mixed with fog shrouded London. The twinkling lights shine through the hazy night, like distant stars, making the bustling world even more lively. Muqing sat by the window, looking at the scenery outside and sipping coffee leisurely. Outside the window, sirens sounded one after another, and a large number of military and police officers poured into the streets, patrolling back and forth on the long streets. The terrorist attack on Buckingham Palace has made this decadent country like an old lion whose tail has been stepped on, baring its fangs and claws at the whole world, trying hard to show its remaining dignity. However, Muqing didn't care. Anyway, no matter what, it's impossible to find the blame on him. After finishing the bitter coffee, Muqing placed the coffee cup on the table, opened the system interface, and summoned a colorful lottery tray. 6 times 10 consecutive draws. Muqing was in a good mood and was about to start the lottery when she suddenly remembered something. She quickly withdrew her hand and took out a bottle of fulling potion from the inventory. The luck potion can increase luck. He doesn't know whether the luck increased by this potion can be used in lottery draws, but it always makes sense to give it a try. Muqing smeared the entire bottle of fulling potion on her hands, and then pressed the lottery button continuously without hesitation. 6 times. Muqing didn't want to have such an up-and-down mood, so he simply finished all 6 draws at once. In an instant, amid the clattering sound of prize balls colliding, the lottery plate spewed out cards one after another. Then, the cards were automatically arranged from low to high in front of him. Spirit Iron times 245 Soul Crystal times 215 Hell Butterfly times 17. R. Character Card times 27. R. White Fighting Experience Book X75. SR. Kendo Experience Book X101. SR. Flash Step Experience Book X72. SR. Ghost Path Experience Book X85. SR. Spirit Crystal X125. SR. Zanpakutō Grey Cat. SR. The Zanpakutō of Ranjaku Matsumoto, Vice Captain of the 10th Division of the Godei 13 Zanpakutō, to be my SR the Zanpakutō of Hinamori Momo, Vice Captain of the 5th Division of the Godei, 13 Zanpakutō, Hozumaru, SR. The Zanpakutō of the 3rd Lieutenant of the Godei 11th Division, who assists Madarame Ikaku Star Seal, SSR, a special ability that can seize the extraordinary Ghost Path skill book, Binding Path 73. Mountain Reversal Crystal, SSR, Ghost Path skill book, Binding Path 81. Breaking the Sky, SSR, Ghost Path skill book, Broken Path number 90. Black Coffin, SSR. Quincy skill book, Shadow Realm. SSR injects spirit particles into the shadow to form a special boundary, so that you can stay in the shadow. Holy Text V. Dreamer. SSR turn imagination into reality. Zanpakutō. Sparrow B. SSR the Zanpakutō of Soy B. Captain of the 2nd Division of the Godei, 13 Zanpakutō. Skull Emperor. UR Zanpakutō of the 20th Blade. Byakugan Ruzenbang Quincy skill. Soul Sharing. Holy Word Seal. UR. Urahara Kisuk's Technical Development Notes. UR. Chapter 37. I actually got a soul mark. I'm one step closer to Yawatch. Looking at the series of prizes, Su Muqing smiled broadly. I don't know if it's the effect of the fulling potion, but the reward this time is obviously generous. In 6 draws, I got 3 URs, 7 SSRs, and a lot of SRs. For 3 SR level Zanpakutō, you can directly choose to decompose them to obtain 4 spirit irons, 3 soul crystals, and 20,000 spiritual pressure. After he had finished all the skill books, Su Muqing's 4 cutting, punching, and running away skills were instantly upgraded by 2 levels. Skeleton King Dreamer. Su Muqing thought about it for a moment, and directly allocated 100 spirit irons to upgrade the Skeleton Emperor to a higher level. The spiritual pressure soared again by 200,000. He did not choose to upgrade his other Zanpakutō, Sparrow B. The 2-hit kill of Sparrow B, Shirkai feels more useful than the 1-hit kill of Bankai. The amount of spirit iron and soul crystals is limited, so they should be used sparingly. However, Su Muqing took a look at the data panel and picked out another 50 spiritual irons, this time investing them in the Higher Maru. Higher Maru in Bankai form is obviously more useful than Keifeng. Then, he took out another 50 soul crystals and placed them on the Dreamer. Dreamer can turn fantasy into reality. Although there are many limitations, it is still a very powerful ability. As for Universal Connection and Fear, the chances of him using them are currently low, so he can give them to others and let them help upgrade them. Anyway, now that he has the Holy Word Seal, he can create his own Sterncross Knights. Definitely, the candidates for the Knights need to be carefully selected. Host, Su Muqing Zanpakutō. 6 Paths of Reincarnation, 1. Heavenly Path, sealed, 2. Ashura Path, sealed, 3. Human Path, sealed, 4. Animal Path, opened, 5. Hungry Ghost Path, opened, 6. Hell Path, opened. Supporting characters, Queen Shark, Return to Blade plus 200,000 Ryatsu, /Skull Emperor, Return to Blade plus 200,000 Ryatsu, /Hanaten Kaikatsu, Shirkai plus 20,000 Ryatsu, /Simbinzakura, Bankai plus 50,000 Ryatsu, /Hairimuru, Bankai plus 50,000 Ryatsu, /Tensei, Shirkai plus 10,000 Ryatsu, /Sparrow B, Shirkai plus 10,000 Ryatsu, Spirit Seal, Steel, Advanced plus 50,000 Spiritual Pressure, /Dreamer, Advanced plus 50,000 Spiritual Pressure, /All Connecting, Beginner plus 10,000 Spiritual Pressure, /Fear, Beginner plus 10,000 Spiritual Pressure, Skill, /LV6 /LV10 Fist, LV6 /LV10 Walking, LV6 /LV10 Ghost, LV6 /LV10 Spiritual Pressure, 897,400, Level 3 Spiritual Power, Special Skills. Death God, Sword Pressure, Konchan, Igu Ghost Path /Quincy. Contact Healing /Holy Word Seal /Shadow Field /Spirit Beam /Holy Arrow of Destruction /Mind Barrier /Items. Transmigration Body X10, Avatar Card X62, Hell Butterfly X25, Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet, Hollow Mask, Quincy Cross X2, Training Ground, Transformation Watch, Spirit Repellent Spray X, Portable Prosthetic Body, Soul Extraction Medium, Zanpakutō Forging Technique, Urahara Kisuk's Technical Development Notes, Soul Orb, 175 Spirit, Iron, 131 Soul Crystals, 216 Golden Ring, 245,000. The magic world is so generous. Looking at the updated data panel, Su Muqing exclaimed happily. 2 consecutive big gains. Both came from the magical world. For him, This was an amazing experience. If Dumbledore had asked him for help during the Battle of Hogwarts, he could have made another great harvest. So beautiful. So beautiful. Su Muqing happily poured a cup of coffee and looked through Urahara Kisuk's notebook. The knowledge recorded here are all inventions of Kisuk Urahara. Looking at the densely packed formulas inside, Su Muqing couldn't help but feel a headache. He murmured to himself with a frown, "Maybe I can find a professional." For him, making these messy things is much more difficult than forging a Zanpakutō. Su Muqing flipped through the entire notebook and found that he could only make a few simple things, such as anti-spiritual spray, anti-spiritual barrier liquid, recovery medicine, and transformation watch. Anti-spirit spray and anti-spirit barrier liquid are both spray-type potions that protect against spiritual damage. Recovery medicine, as its name suggests, can help injuries heal quickly. When Kurosaki Ichigo first met Byakuya Kichiki, he was beaten to the point of being on his last breath. He had to use recovery medicine to recover in a short time. The final transformation watch is as valuable as recovery medicine. In order to protect Ichigo Kurosaki's body, Urahara Kisuk specially made this transformation watch for Soul, which can turn ordinary people into super soldiers in an instant and have the combat power to compete with the Hollows alone. Anti-ghost spray and anti-ghost barrier liquid are of limited value. After all, not many people actually encounter ghosts. But there will definitely be many people who are interested in transformation watches and recovery medicine. Su Muqing was thinking about whether he should follow Urahara Kisuk's example and open a small shop specializing in spiritual weapons after he settled down. It would probably be very profitable. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked out the window. The increasingly dense fog was stained with a layer of black, making it appear even darker. From the depths of the gloomy twilight, two clusters of black aura emerged, like two pythons, splitting the thick fog and rushing straight towards here. High-level magic, apparition. Finally, Su Muqing smiled slightly and waved his hand, and the closed window suddenly opened automatically. Two balls of black aura flowed in at an extremely fast speed and transformed into Dumbledore and Snape. Each of them was holding a suitcase in his hand. Su Muqing smiled and said, "It seems that your actions were very successful." Dumbledore smiled wryly and said, "Although there were some troubles, it went smoothly." Snape snorted coldly. "But Mr. Su, you've made too much noise. The Ministry of Magic is already going crazy. In order to prevent muggles from paying attention to the magical world, the Ministry of Magic has to spend a lot of effort to modify the memories of all relevant personnel every time a similar incident occurs, and this time is no exception. Then you shouldn't blame me. You should blame Voldemort." Su Muqing acted as if nothing had happened. He took the two suitcases, placed them on the table in front of him, and took out the contents. Salazar Slytherin's locket. Helga Hufflepuff's gold cup. Snape asked in surprise, "The ones who attacked you were Death Eaters?" When they left, they also sent the unconscious Fudge to the Ministry of Magic. As a result, just a few hours after they separated, a magical war broke out in Buckingham Palace. They thought that Fudge had woken up and sent orders to capture Su Muqing, which was why the fight happened. Su Muqing flipped his hand and put the two items into the inventory, saying, "Yes, they are Death Eaters." Then, he said nonchalantly, "I want to congratulate you. The guy who attacked me was not only a Death Eater, but also another one of his Horcruxes. By the way, Voldemort might really be lurking for a while." Su Muqing suddenly showed up and took away 5 of his Horcruxes. In addition, the diary that was destroyed by Harry Potter a few years ago. So of the 7 Horcruxes he worked so hard to create, only 1 is left. I don't know if Voldemort's shriveled soul can come up with another duplication. Dumbledore asked in surprise, "Another Horcrux?" Su Muqing nodded. "It's a python named Nagini." Dumbledore was somewhat saddened and sighed. Nagini. She used to be a shy, kind, quiet, and good woman. But after her complete transformation into a snake, her kind and gentle nature has completely disappeared. Perhaps this is also a kind of relief. Nagini is a blood-cursed orc who could originally switch back and forth between human and animal states at will, but as time goes by, the blood curse inherited from her family will cause her to completely lose control, trapped in an animal's body forever, and forget all her memories as a human, becoming a true animal. Today's Nagini is the result of complete bestiality. She had been Dumbledore's friend, so Dumbledore was inevitably sad about her death. There are 7 Horcruxes. Harry dealt with 1, I'll help you deal with 5, and the last one is up to you. Su Muqing didn't say any more nonsense, stood up, stretched, waved at the 2 of them, turned around, and walked out of the airport VIP lounge. The 2 arrived just in time. If they had been a little later, the plane would have taken off. Chapter 38. Su Muqing, who became a rich man, bought a first-class ticket. It is more than 5,000 kilometers from London to New York, and the flight time is at least 7 or 8 hours. Now that he has sufficient assets, he naturally does not need to bother himself. Led by the beautiful stewardess, he sat in the spacious seat, ordered a bottle of drink, then lay back and closed his eyes. During this boring sailing time, Su Muqing was not in the mood to continue looking at the formulas, but planned to study the dreamer. Dreamers can create anything, including inorganic matter and life. Among the Knights of the Stern Cross, there are 2 members who were created by the dreamer. However, the life created by a simple dreamer should not be complete. The 2 members were completely formed and included in the Stern Cross Knights. It was the power of Yawatch that completely turned them into life. Su Muqing has no interest in creating life. What he cares about now is what kind of superpowers the dreamer can create. Yes, dreamers can create super abilities for themselves. All you need to do is imagine your body suddenly gaining some super abilities, and this imagination will become reality. However, this ability that you give yourself needs to be recorded at all times. Once you are distracted and use it for other purposes, the evolved ability will disappear. In fact, Su Muqing doesn't need to add other abilities now. He just wants to test whether he can accumulate some foundation for escaping the clutches of Death God in the distant future. The Death God has limits. According to Su Muqing's estimation, even if he became the highest Saint King, he would only be a unit-level universe at most. In this extremely dangerous universe, the unit-level universe is not very strong. The superpower that Su Muqing wanted to create was naturally not things like breathing fire, spitting water, telepathy, and magnetic field. He planned to first give himself a super physique. Dozens of times the strength strengthening is really tempting. Unfortunately, the dreamer's spirit particle has been winding around in his body for a long time, but it has never been able to stabilize. Su Muqing was a little disappointed, but more surprised. Although the idea of transforming himself into a super scion was not successful, it was not really impossible, but the spiritual power of the dreamer had not yet reached that level. When all of Yawatch's power is plundered one day, I guess he will really be able to become a super scion. Well, since I can't transform into a super scion in the short term, I'll think about another ability. A certain railgun would release ninjutsu. Hey, why not create a substitute for fun? The stand is a super ability in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, a special image condensed by spiritual energy, but just like the Zanpakutō of the Death Gods, each has a completely different ability. The strength of the stand's ability burst is not that strong, not even as strong as the Vice Captain level Death God, but at least it can supplement the ability. Su Muqing quickly recalled and chose one from among the many substitutes. Star Platinum. He can temporarily stop time and possesses great physical strength, and is known as the strongest stand. This should be successful, right? Su Muqing concentrated her mind, recalling the image and ability of Star Platinum, while activating the spirit of Dreamer, constantly deepening the impression in her heart. After a moment, he opened his eyes and smiled. Success! A sturdy figure with a blue-purple body has taken shape and is standing behind him, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Suddenly, the stand-in's eyes turned cold, and he stared at the plane's door. Su Muqing was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look in the direction he was looking, and saw a man in a suit and tie walking quickly through the aisle, approaching the emergency door with dull eyes. That is... Su Muqing raised his eyebrows, suddenly feeling ominous. He had just stood up and was about to go over to check when he saw a figure suddenly stand up in the business class cabin, rush to the emergency cabin door in a few steps, and grab the man's arm forcefully. The man's arm was reaching for the red handle on the emergency door. At the moment, the plane had already reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Once the emergency door was opened, the result would almost certainly be a crash and total destruction. The man who stopped the man from pulling the hatch was a man wearing a beige long windbreaker and had a somewhat cool and handsome look. The man in the windbreaker pulled the man's arms down, held them in his arms with all his strength, and took advantage of the situation to push the man down. When the man raised his head, his eyes were already dark, with no trace of white visible. Su Muqing's heart moved. Is that a demon? The flight attendant hurried over and stared at the two men struggling on the floor, feeling a little at a loss for what to do. Gentlemen, you... The man possessed by the demon could only struggle and growl. The man in the windbreaker raised his head with an effort and smiled at the stewardess, saying, I'm sorry, he has epilepsy and he's having a seizure right now. The flight attendant heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this and said hurriedly, I'll find a doctor right away. Need not. The man in the windbreaker hurriedly stopped her and said, "Please help me take him to the cargo hold. I have medicine to relieve his pain." "Oh, okay." The flight attendant agreed quickly, but looking at the two people entangled in a ball, she didn't know how to help. "Let me help." Su Muqing walked out of the first-class cabin, strode towards the two of them, and reached out to pinch the devil man. No matter how the other party struggled, his arms did not move at all. He walked towards the cargo hold at the rear as if he was holding a chicken. Looking at his receding figure, the man in the windbreaker was stunned. The corners of his mouth twitched for a while, and he hurriedly followed him. Following the walking ladder at the rear of the cabin into the spacious cargo hold, Su Muqing looked around and raised his hand to throw the devil man out. Roar! The man with dark eyes roared like a beast and was about to get up from the ground. Su Muqing snorted coldly and stretched out his hand to pull in front of him. The 62 ways of binding, the 100-step railing. Crystal light sticks appeared and shot out like javelins, piercing the man's hands and feet in an instant and nailing him to the deck. The light stick penetrates the inner soul, not the outer body, so there is no need to worry about causing damage to the aircraft. Wow, I've never seen this trick before. The man in the windbreaker walked into the cargo hold and looked at the shining light sticks with some surprise. He is also a veteran in the magic world. He has come into contact with a lot of witchcraft and magic, but this form of ability is the first time he has seen it. The flight attendant followed in and screamed when she saw this scene. The man in the windbreaker quickly covered her mouth and warned in a low voice, "Beauty, do you want to cause panic? Relax, relax, it's okay." Listening to the other party's advice, the flight attendant took a few deep breaths, felt a little relaxed, and quickly patted the man in the windbreaker, asking him to open his mouth. As she wished, the man in the windbreaker released his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, it's okay." The stewardess opened her mouth, took 2 deep breaths, and then glared at the 3 of them and said, What's going on?" The man in the windbreaker asked with a grin, "Beautiful lady, do you believe in God?" The flight attendant was stunned and said contemptuously, "Don't tell me you are God." The man in the windbreaker shrugged, pointed at the demon man, and said, "I want to tell you that he is God's pet." The demon. The flight attendant almost screamed. The man in the windbreaker said, "To be precise, he's an unlucky guy possessed by a demon." The man in the windbreaker examined the demon, then turned to look at Su Muqing and said enthusiastically, "I'm John Constantine, a solitary exorcist. Buddy, are you an Eastern magician?" Chapter 39. It's you. Su Muqing looked at the man in the windbreaker with a hint of disgust in his expression. If Doctor Strange is the representative of the mysterious side of the Marvel world, then Constantine is the representative of the mysterious side of the DC world. The only difference is that Doctor Strange is an orthodox magician, while Constantine is just a wild one. "You know me?" Constantine was a little surprised. "I've heard of it." Su Muqing raised the corner of her mouth slightly. "You made a mistake during an exorcism, causing an innocent little girl to be dragged into hell by a great demon." FKH. Constantine, whose scars were revealed, couldn't help but curse. It was because of that mistake that he ran to a mental hospital and shut himself in. It was not until an old friend who had gone to hell sent him a commission that he had to leave the mental hospital and prepare to go to America to protect someone. "I will definitely rescue her." Constantine sighed, and suddenly his spirits perked up. He stared at Su Muqing and said thoughtfully, "I seem to have seen this power of yours before. More than half a month ago, when he was isolated in a mental hospital, he perceived a burst of magical power. At that time, he thought it was some great devil that appeared in the world, but now it seems that it was actually the power of a magician. Could this person be from the magical holy land of Kamartaj? Or perhaps the long-dormant Eternal Council?" Su Muqing didn't explain his doubts to him, but said calmly, "My name is Su Muqing, you can call me Su. Constantine is a super scumbag who likes to scum his friends the most, but if you have a good relationship with him, you will definitely get constant devilish damage. Su Muqing needs to make money, and definitely won't keep him thousands of miles away." Constantine curled his lips and raised his chin towards the struggling demon man. "Su, how are you going to deal with that thing?" Su Muqing took out the soul extraction medium, sprayed it on his palm, and said lightly, "Definitely, beat him to death." The corner of Constantine's mouth twitched. "Beat? How?" As an exorcist, he has always had only one way to deal with demons. Expel. Recite the exorcism mantra to drive the possessing demon from the material world and send it back to its home. There was no way. He didn't have the magic power to kill the demon, so he could only choose to expel it. Hit like this. Su Muqing tilted his head and showed him his method. Just as he had stripped the fragments of Voldemort's soul from Harry Potter's body, He thrust his palm into the unfortunate man's chest and tore a red trask out of the man's soul. The next moment, Star Platinum. Following Su Muqing's light shout, the sturdy Platinum Star shuttled out from the void. The moment he set foot in the material world, time in this space froze. It is not convenient to use your Zanpakutō in the narrow cargo hold of an airplane, so it is just right to let your stand do it. Ola ola ola. Star Platinum rushed in front of Trask, bent his arms like a bow, and with a loud roar, burst out a series of purple fist shadows. The duration of Star Platinum's time stop is 5 seconds. In just 5 seconds, he threw hundreds of punches, smashing the Trask to pieces. It was total destruction. He has no chance of going back to hell. When the Platinum Star's time-stopping explosion ended, Constantine only saw Trask's body, shattered into sparks, slowly dissipating in the dim cargo hold. Constantine was dumbfounded. This is... Su Muqing said calmly. He was beaten to death. Constantine stared at Star Platinum in astonishment. Did he do this? Su Muqing chuckled and said, his name is Star Platinum. He is a helper formed from my spiritual energy. Spiritual energy. Constantine observed Star Platinum with great interest. He also wants to beat the devil to death. If I could get a helper like this, it would be much easier to face the devil in the future. Gentlemen, is he dead? The flight attendant is just an ordinary person, but she can't see the ghost physique substitute, nor can she see the demon being beaten to pieces. She just saw the roaring man, and suddenly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Constantine stretched out his hand to test it and replied, no, he's just asleep. I guess I'll have a high fever for a few days. After all, being possessed by a demon is not a pleasant experience. Su Muqing waved his hand to disperse the 100 steps railing, casually took out the anti-spiritual barrier liquid, and threw it to Constantine. This is anti-spiritual barrier liquid. Apply it on his shoulders or waist to relieve the discomfort of being possessed. There's such a good thing. Constantine laughed, poured the liquid in the bottle into his hands, pulled open the man's clothes at his shoulders, and applied the liquid on him. The flight attendant composed herself and approached Su Muqing. With a hint of fear, she pleaded, Sir, do you have any holy water that can prevent possession? I'm afraid I'll come across something like this again someday. Constantine casually said, demons are rare. Only those who meet certain conditions will be targeted by them. The flight attendant shuddered. I don't want to meet the requirements inexplicably one day. Constantine shrugged and said helplessly, Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of thing here. You can ask Su. Gentlemen. The flight attendant opened her eyes wide and tried hard to look aggrieved. Su Muqing rolled his eyes, took out the anti-spirit spray, and said, This is the anti-spirit spray. It can block the eyes of evil spirits and ordinary demons. Anyway, with Urahara Kisuk's notebook, similar small things can be made easily and can be used for advertising. Thank you. The flight attendant took the spray and thanked him profusely. You really have that kind of thing. Constantine stood up speechlessly and put the anti-psychic barrier liquid in his hand into his pocket as if nothing had happened. Your own pocket. Su Muqing curled her lips and didn't ask him to return it. She just pointed at him and said to the stewardess, If you want the anti-spiritual spray again in the future, please call him. He'll know where I am. But let me make it clear first, you have to pay for it next time. The flight attendant was a little worried. Is it expensive? Su Muqing shrugged. Don't worry, it's not expensive, $1,000 a bottle. The flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I can still afford $1,000. Constantine came over familiarly, patted Su Muqing on the shoulder, and said excitedly, Brother, are you interested in coming with me to kill a bigger demon? Su Muqing stared into Constantine's eyes and asked, Where? Atlanta. Hearing there was a chance, Constantine became even more enthusiastic and said solemnly, A devil who doesn't know how to live or die has set his sights on the daughter of an old friend of mine. I want to ensure her safety and give that devil a good kick in the A****. Oh, with you as my helper, maybe we can not only kick his A****, but beat him to death. Chapter 40. The demon that possesses a human being and tries to cause a plane crash, dragging the entire plane's people down to hell, is only the lowest level of inferior demon. But even such a low-level demon still sent 300 soul jades to Su Muqing. The demon that Constantine will be dealing with is obviously far superior to the lower-level demons. Su Muqing expressed her anticipation. Moreover, Constantine vowed that if anyone could help him deal with the high-level demon, he would give him a generous reward. This guy was not a poor man, but he had very limited money in his pocket, so the reward he promised to give was not money, but a magic weapon that Su Muqing would be satisfied with. He had no reason to refuse. The plane landed at the New York airport, and Su Muqing walked down the stairs, sniffing the air of freedom. That's right. For him, this place represents absolute freedom. Some things are difficult to do in his hometown, but in this free country, he can do them without any scruples. A friend of mine lives in New York. We'll meet up with him first, then go to LaGuardia Airport and fly to Atlanta. Constantine said the plan. There are 3 major airports in New York. Su Muqing and his wife landed at Kennedy International Airport. If they wanted to take a domestic flight, LaGuardia Airport would be more convenient. Su Muqing didn't care and said casually, I just want to ask your friend to help me find a suitable house. I plan to live here for a long time. Constantine smiled and said, That's a coincidence. My friend's name is Chase. He usually drives a rental car in New York. He's very familiar with every place in New York. As he spoke, his expression suddenly froze, and his gaze passed Su Muqing and fell on the corner outside the airport. In that dirty corner, there lay a dirty cat. To be precise, it was the cat's corpse. Su Muqing glanced at the cat, confused, and asked, Is there something wrong? Constantine hesitated, shook his head, and smiled. Nothing. Let's go. He raised his hand to stop a taxi, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat. Su Muqing got into the back seat of the car without hesitation. The taxi quickly left the airport. Su Muqing was looking at the scenery of the city, and his first feeling was, this city is so dirty. Dirty and messy. There is discarded garbage everywhere on the streets. Many walls are covered with strange graffiti, and drug addicts can often be seen. This legendary international metropolis is obviously much worse than expected. Constantine looked out the window and suddenly asked the driver, Hey, when did New York become filled with dead cats? The bearded driver turned his head to look at it and replied disapprovingly, It's been a week or 2. I heard that some homeless people can't stand the pampered cats, so they catch cats and kill them and dump their bodies on the streets. That's why you see cat carcasses from time to time. Last week, animal protection organizations made a fuss, forcing the New York Police Department to catch the cat killers. Unfortunately, those police are useless and can't find any clues. They can only arrest a bunch of innocent homeless people to fill the gap. But still, a lot of cats are killed every day. Look, there's another one. Constantine stared at the cat's corpse, thinking, 1 or 2 weeks. Constantine turned his head and called to him. Su, we may have to slow down our schedule. Oh, Su Muqing also saw the dead kitten, but didn't find anything wrong. This is probably the difference in experience. Su Muqing is just a newbie, so naturally he can't spot the hidden darkness at a glance like a veteran like Constantine. Constantine smiled and said, Perhaps we should solve a problem before going to Atlanta. Su Muqing asked casually, Aren't you worried about your old friend's daughter? Constantine shrugged and said frivolously, I'll let Chase go first. On the streets of Manhattan, the two got out of a taxi. Constantine immediately patted a man on the shoulder and introduced him with a smile. Su, this is Chase, my oldest friend. Chase is a tall, strong, middle-aged man with a full beard. He was a steady and forthright person, not very talkative. He nodded to Su Muqing and said, Hello, Su. Su Muqing looked at Chase and chuckled. You can become Constantine's longest-standing friend. It must be because you have enough vitality. This ordinary-looking white man possesses vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. This level of vitality must have given him extraordinary self-healing abilities, making him close to a regenerative healing factor. Chase smiled bitterly but didn't respond. Considering how deceitful Constantine is, if he didn't have such a vigorous vitality, he would have died long ago. Constantine lit a cigarette and puffed away as he said, Chaz does possess a powerful vitality, but he's not a mutant. That vitality comes from a magical accident. Many years ago, Constantine and Chase were drinking in a bar. Before leaving, the drunk Constantine cast a spell on Chase. Not long after he left, the bar caught fire and everyone in the bar was burned to death, except Chase. The lives of dozens of patrons in the bar were all absorbed by Chase, turning him into a regenerative healing factor. But his immortality is limited. Once he consumes the vitality of his guests, he will lose his self-healing ability. Constantine got back to the point and asked directly, Chase, has there been any murder in New York recently? Chase spread his hands. Is there ever a day without a homicide in New York? The crime rate in this international metropolis is the highest in the world. Even Gotham City, located in New Jersey and known as the City of Sin, has never had a higher crime rate than New York City in this statistic. Constantine twitched his lips. Okay, I misunderstood. The homicides I was referring to were particularly brutal and involved huge amounts of casualties. Chase thought for a moment and replied, In the past 2 weeks, there have been 2 similar murders. Each crime scene was a river of blood. He paused before continuing, but the perpetrators of both murders were caught red-handed by the police. There is no connection between the two cases. Constantine exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head. The police can't find the connection. It's just because the mastermind is hiding well. Chase's expression turned serious. Is this the work of an evil spirit? Constantine said. It's not an evil spirit, it's a demon. The enemies that exorcists face are often mainly evil spirits, and those mutated souls are much easier to deal with than demons. But the enemy they are facing this time is a real demon, and a rather advanced one at that. Chase frowned and said, "What are we going to do?" Constantine said, "You go to Atlanta first and protect Gaspard's daughter. We will sort out the trouble here and will join you soon." Chase nodded. Okay. He was Constantine's assistant and had absolute trust in him. Watching Chase disappear, Su Muqing asked, "Where should we find that demon?" Constantine snapped his fingers, threw the cigarette but to the corner of the street, and raised his chin forward. "Follow the traces of the cat corpse, and we will definitely find the demon." He reached out and patted Su Muqing's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Buddy, it will all depend on you then." Chapter 41. Staten Island. The dark clouds were driven by the night wind, like muddy floods, rushing across the deep night sky. Staten Island is one of the 5 boroughs of New York City, separated from Manhattan by the Statue of Liberty. However, compared with the bustling Manhattan, Staten Island is more like a quiet town. Tonight, the tranquility of Staten Island was broken. Outside the famous Bates Tavern on the island were police cars with flashing lights, and more than a dozen uniformed police officers were busy inside and outside the cordon. The two figures kept walking as they approached the blockade. A police officer immediately came over and stopped them, saying, "Hey, no entry or exit allowed. We are FBI agents. Is Detective Kate Beckett here?" Constantine pulled an ID from his pocket and waved it in front of the police officer. "She's the detective in charge of the restaurant murder case, right? This card has a little magic that can confuse people and can impersonate the ID of any organization." "Yes, that's right." The policeman nodded reluctantly and moved aside to make way. The police system in the United States is very strange. Each police department is independently governed by another. The FBI, as the federal police, has serious overlapping powers with local police and is therefore not well received by the local police system. Kate Beckett is a heroic female detective who has solved many major cases and is quite famous in the New York police force. If this case had not been too bloody, there would have been no need for her, a detective from the headquarters, to take action. The tavern, decorated in an old-fashioned style, looked like a slaughterhouse at the moment. Large patches of scarlet blood could be seen almost everywhere on the floor, walls, tables, and chairs. Kate Beckett carefully avoided the blood-stained tables and chairs and said unhappily to the middle-aged man beside her, "The facts of this case are very simple. This is the crime scene. The murderer was arrested on the spot, and the physical evidence has been collected. Castle, I don't know what else you are looking for." The middle-aged man called Castle does not look like a well-trained policeman from his hairstyle, clothing to manners, and expression. Instead, he looks more like an elegant businessman. In fact, his profession is not a policeman, but a famous mystery novelist. With the help of a powerful fan, he went to the New York Police Department as a so-called consultant, accompanying New York police in investigating homicides. In fact, his main purpose was to find inspiration for writing novels. Definitely, as a very good mystery novel writer, he has a wide range of knowledge and skills. Coupled with his extensive network of contacts, he often helps Kate Beckett solve cases. As a result, the two gradually develop a tacit understanding and constant bickering and friction, becoming a pair of eccentric but truly excellent partners. Castle was obviously uncomfortable with the smell of blood, but his expression was filled with inexplicable excitement. "You have already interrogated that guy, right? He has no recollection of what happened, and now he's using insanity as a defense, so we can't convict him." Beckett glanced at him. "Frankly, in this situation, I hope you can expose his lies and explain why he did this and what his purpose is." Castle licked his lips and asked excitedly, "Is he doing odd jobs here?" Beckett nodded slightly. "Yes, Hector Gomez. He obtained legal entry into the United States a few years ago and has been behaving himself fairly. But I don't know what happened today. A few minutes ago, he was peeling carrots, and then he peeled off the faces of several customers. After killing 5 people, he was pinned to the ground by other employees. This isn't the first case like this recently, right?" Castle pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. "A case where someone went berserk and attacked others in such a short period of time." Beckett angrily said, "You were snooping through the police files again?" Castle rolled his eyes. "Come on, I saw it in the newspaper." Beckett snorted in dissatisfaction, but still replied, "There are indeed 2 other similar cases. Both crime scenes were very bloody. Even the murderers who recovered normally would have wanted to die." Castle thought for a moment and asked, "Are all the victims relatively wealthy?" Beckett shook his head. The first victim was a banker. He was waiting for valet parking when the valet suddenly went crazy and attacked him with a knife. The second happened in an apartment. The murderer was just an ordinary office worker. When he was alone at home, he suddenly went crazy and shot and killed more than a dozen passers-by. So, the victims are not all rich. Seeing Castle deep in thought, Beckett frowned and said, "Do you think these cases are related in some way? So you insisted on following me? The 3 murderers have no connection, and neither do the victims. The 3 cases do have some similarities, but that's all. I've warned you before, most cases don't have touching stories behind them. Sometimes, those guys are just mentally ill." Castle was about to say something, but his expression suddenly froze. He glanced at her side and exclaimed, "What a beautiful butterfly." Butterfly. Beckett was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and saw a butterfly resting on his shoulder. The butterfly is as big as an adult's palm. The surface of its wings is almost entirely black, with purple crescent-shaped markings on the ventral side. Under the bright light, it glows with a faint phosphorescent glow, looking noble, cool, and mysterious. Beckett was surprised and asked, "Why are there butterflies here?" This should be a black swallowtail butterfly, a species of the genus Papilionidae. It mainly lives in plains and mid-altitude mountains. It's very rare in America. Haha, I've studied this butterfly before. In one of my novels, it's responsible for conveying the message of death. Castle approached with interest, stretched out a finger, and carefully stroked the butterfly's wings. However, before he could actually touch it, the cool and beautiful black swallowtail butterfly flapped its wings, flew gracefully, and then landed on another person's shoulder. At the same time, a faint voice said, "Sorry, my pet doesn't like to be touched by strangers." Beckett and Castle looked up and suddenly noticed that there was a strange young man standing there quietly. With short black hair, deep black eyes, and a slim black windbreaker, standing in a dimly lit corner, he gives people a feeling of oppressive silence. Next to him, there was a cynical man. Beckett narrowed his eyes and frowned. "Who are you?" "This is a murder scene. If an outsider breaks in, she will not be unaware of it." Muqing didn't respond, simply stroking the black butterfly's wings as if nothing had happened. Constantine fixed his gaze on the female detective, his eyes gleaming slightly as he said, "We are FBI agents. Regarding the 3 murders you just discussed, there are connections between them." Before Detective Beckett could speak, Castle couldn't wait to ask, "What's the connection?" Constantine didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked around and said calmly, "This is a serious matter, and the truth shouldn't be known to too many people. If you want to know, please find a secluded place. I will explain it in detail to Detective Beckett." Beckett looked at Muqing carefully, paused for a moment, and said, "The coast behind the tavern. Is that okay?" Staten Island is surrounded by water, and Bates Tavern is close to the sea, only 100 or so steps away. Constantine said, "Yes." Kate Beckett, from the American TV series Castle, Rick Castle, from the American TV series Castle. Chapter 42. On the way to the coast, Castle looked at the black swallowtail butterfly standing motionless on Muqing's shoulder, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Hey man, how did you train the butterfly to be so well-behaved?" Butterflies are insects with only instincts, no intelligence, and cannot be tamed. It's not that some people keep butterflies as pets, but they are actually no different from flowers and plants. The butterfly on Muqing's shoulder is obviously different from those brainless insects. It's like a bird. It's not a black swallowtail butterfly. It's a hell butterfly. Muqing said calmly. The hell butterfly is a mutant butterfly, much smarter than ordinary insects. It's incredible. Castle blinked, his interest growing even higher. "Where can I buy this kind of butterfly? I think Alexis will love it." He paused and added, "Alexis is my daughter. She's very cute." Muqing smiled and said, "The hell butterfly is a very rare species. There are very few of them left in the world. You can't buy it anywhere." They followed the cat corpse's instructions and found Staten Island. However, until the demon that possesses a person shows its true colors, even Constantine will not know who the demon is in. So, Muqing released the hell butterfly. The hell butterfly is best at tracking the breath of souls and can easily identify demonic possession. Muqing naturally wouldn't give such a practical little thing to others. Compared to the scatterbrained Castle, Beckett was clearly much more professional. Although he was also curious about the butterfly, he had no intention of asking irrelevant questions. When the three of them walked along the gravel road beside the tavern and reached the dimly lit seaside ring road, Beckett immediately interrupted Castle's upcoming nonsense and asked, "Agent, can you tell me now?" Constantine stopped and looked at her, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Before I discuss the connection between the three murders, I want to mention another connection. Many cats in New York have been dying mysteriously lately, both domesticated pets and stray cats on the streets." Castle's eyes lit up. "I also saw this news in the newspaper. According to the veterinarian, it is related to a certain virus." He didn't finish his words before he shut up under Beckett's sharp gaze. Beckett silenced his partner with his eyes, then turned to Constantine and said rudely, "Agent, please don't tell me those infected cats are related to those three murders." As a senior detective at the New York Police Department, she was extremely busy with her work every day, but she had no mood to listen to other people's nonsense, especially nonsense from the FBI. Constantine shrugged and said, "Let me review a historical event for you. In 1730, the cat massacre took place in Paris. Servants, starving every day, cared for and raised the pampered cats of their masters. When this feeling of inferiority to cats hit their minds, these enraged servants began slaughtering all the cats in Paris, killing an estimated thousands. Some historians and theorists believe this was the beginning of a war that engulfed France for decades." Castle said excitedly, "I've heard about this." Beckett glared at him. "Castle." Castle pursed his lips in boredom, put his hand to his mouth, and made a zippering motion. "Agent, please continue." Beckett's eyes were filled with sarcasm and anger. He waved his hand and said, "I really want to know why the cat slaughter in 1730 is related to the murder case in the 21st century. Constantine continued calmly, "I know another version of the story about the cat slaughter. The cats were actually slaughtered as a sacrifice, but the witches behind the massacre pinned the blame on the servants." "Which?" Beckett's sarcasm was barely concealed. "Are you kidding, sir?" Castle gave his partner a strange look. Beckett was indeed a cold and beautiful policewoman, but she was originally a very gentle person. Even if she was deceived by an FBI agent, she shouldn't be so angry, right? Constantine's expression remained calm. "Sacrificing thousands of cats is a form of black magic popular in Scotland. The old Scots called it Taihen. The purpose is to communicate with hell and summon Sun-Nylon." Sonolent. Castle couldn't help but interrupt again and asked with interest, "The fourth prince of Angel, who is said to be able to induce jealousy, hatred, and anger in people?" "Indeed." Constantine glanced at him. "In 1730, witches in England used black magic to summon Sun-Nylon, spreading jealousy, hatred, and punishment among the mortals. This lasted for a long time, perhaps decades, ultimately leading to the Paris Revolution." Castle clapped his hands and laughed. "That's an interesting idea. We could use it in our novels." Castle shut up. Beckett's face turned pale as he shouted at Castle. He then turned to Constantine and said sternly, "Gentlemen, you went to so much trouble to lure me here just to tell me that that guy named Sun-Nylon was summoned to New York and that a virus called hatred had infected the city. And that's why those seemingly harmless guys are sharpening their knives against innocent people." Constantine stared at her and said calmly, "Indeed, if this virus is not suppressed, it may spread further. You think I'll believe you?" Beckett reacted violently, pulling out the pistol from his waist and aiming at Constantine's head. Constantine remained calm throughout the entire process. Even with the gun pointed at his forehead, Castle was genuinely frightened and didn't understand what was wrong with his partner. Unfortunately, neither Constantine nor Beckett paid any attention to him. "I can prove it to you," Constantine said. "Okay," Beckett said frantically. "If you can't prove yourself, my bullet will go through your head immediately." "Beckett, what's wrong with you? Put the gun down." Castle tried to stop his partner, but as soon as he got close, he was kicked over by Beckett. He is just a weak writer. How can he compare with the elite police officers in terms of physical fitness? Beckett shook the muzzle of his gun and said coldly to his partner, "Castle, I've had enough of your foul mouth. If you dare say another word of nonsense, the next bullet will be yours." Okay. As a novelist with an extremely active mind, Castle immediately connected the change in his partner with the story told by Constantine. Although, this is unscientific. Constantine turned around and looked at Su Muqing. "It's your turn." "Clear." Su Muqing reached out as if nothing had happened, took out a fingerless glove from his pocket, and slowly put it on his right hand. On the back of his hand was a pale skull, staring at the sky with empty eyes. The remaining soul and foreign body extraction medium had been integrated into this soul-enlightening gauntlet. The night grew even darker. Su Muqing clenched his fist and smiled faintly at Beckett. "Just a reminder, it will hurt a little." Beckett's eyes panicked. What are you going to do? Save your life. Muqing was very close to Beckett. She raised her arm, and the fingerless glove swept like a black cloud, pressing against her face in an instant. The next moment, the palm seemed to turn into a shadow, pushing another burning shadow out of Beckett's body. Bang! Muqing pushed with great force, and the burning shadow flew out like a meteorite, hitting the guardrail dozens of meters away, making a roar like thunder. What happened? Beckett half fell to the ground, looking back at the explosion, a blank expression on his face. She lost her memory for a moment. Constantine took a deep breath. Sunion. Come out. Roar. A monster with long horns on its head, dark blue skin, pitch-black eyes, a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, and pale green hellfire burning all over its body stood up from the rising smoke and dust, staring at Muqing and letting out a deafening roar. In an instant, half of Staten Island was filled with the pungent smell of sulfur. Elite monsters are hard to deal with, so Muqing took a step forward and leaped over Beckett. He flicked his hand in his windbreaker, and a long, right-angled knife appeared in his palm. Then he held the knife by the handle, pointing the tip downward. Conquer him, Queen Mermaid. Chapter 43. Following Muqing's words, thick spiritual pressure transformed into a tide, flowing down from Blade's slender blade and condensing into a 100-meter-long water dragon. The huge water dragon roared to the sky and sucked Muqing into its body. Suddenly, boom! The water dragon was split in two and turned into rolling waves again, revealing the figure that was caught in it. Muqing reappeared with a drastic change in appearance. His black windbreaker was replaced by white bone armor. The shoulder armor on both sides was crescent-shaped, like a shark's tail fin. His helmet was an open shark lip, with eyes on the top and teeth on the sides. A row of fine and sharp teeth covered his mouth and nose. In addition to the changing outer garment, the blade in his hand also changed, from a narrow, straight, long knife without curvature to a broad-bladed giant sword with shark gill patterns engraved on the outer layer. What is going on? We seem to have seen a ghost. Looking at the flood-like waves that flowed around their bodies and surged into the sea, and then looking at the strange warriors not far away, Beckett and Castle felt that their brains were not enough. You guys better stay away and don't let anyone get close. It's dangerous. Muqing turned his head slightly and glanced at them. The opponent we are facing this time is comparable to a high-level hollow. In order to avoid accidental injuries, it is better for ordinary people not to get close to him. Careful! Castle glared and pointed behind him. Muqing remained unmoved and simply raised the shark gill-patterned giant sword. Burning sea flow. A large amount of scorching sea water gushed out from the blade, forming a wall of water in front of Muqing. Boom! Taking advantage of Muqing's unpreparedness, Sonilon prepared to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. His huge body hit the boiling water wall like a meteorite, immediately stirring up a fierce water mist. The water wall that seemed to be easily penetrated was unexpectedly tough. Wow, it's hot. Go, go. Castle was relatively close, and a few drops of water flew onto his exposed skin, almost immediately causing blisters. He didn't bother to doubt his life anymore, but got up with a grin, pulled Beckett, and ran away. There is no idiom in the West such as, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the pond are affected, but the principle with the same meaning is not difficult to understand. No matter what kind of monsters these two are, they are not something that mortals like them can afford to provoke, so it is better to run as far away as possible. Constantine did not stop, but ran away briskly, then hid behind a statue and continued to watch the show with great interest. Seeing that they were far away, Muqing snorted lightly, his eyes piercing, and he said to the monster opposite, I don't want to attract too much attention, so die as soon as possible. Roar! Muqing's contempt made Sonilon very unhappy. His body, burning with the flames of hell, suddenly changed direction, bypassed the sea current in front of him, and rushed over from the other direction. His giant claws, as heavy as mountains, chopped down 10 times in an instant, spreading the air like ripples. Unfortunately, what he hit was just the afterimage. Sonilon's attack momentum is extremely violent and as fast as lightning, making it difficult to catch his shadow. Muqing stepped up the stairs one by one, rising to a height of dozens of meters in an instant. He then raised the giant sword with shark gill patterns high up and swung it down with force. Broken waterfall. Boom! The sky seemed to be cut open, and a large amount of water flowed out, like a broken waterfall, pouring down from the sky, making a deafening roar. Each cubic meter of water weighs 1 ton, and the seawater pouring down in an instant weighs more than hundreds or thousands of tons. Sonilon didn't even have time to struggle before he was pressed into the ground by thousands of tons of sea water. Immediately afterwards, the surging sea water flowed back into Staten Island along the broken asphalt road, turning the nearby area into a swamp in an instant. The spiritual energy consumed in the return to Blade state was enormous. In just a dozen seconds, Su Muqing's face had turned slightly pale. He didn't care about worrying about accidental injuries and flew straight to the ground, holding the shark gill-patterned giant sword, drawing a long white line, and slashed at the dizzy devil. The sound of the giant sword cutting through the air was clear and pleasant, like the gentle singing of wind chimes. Sparks flew. Sonilon's body retreated half a step to block the tough claws, making a sharp sound like a blunt knife, mixed with his groan of pain. In an instant, Su Muqing's body spun slightly, and the sword's momentum changed from a leaping chop to a sweeping one. Boom! Sonilon was knocked back dozens of meters and fell towards the sea. The giant sword in Su Muqing's hand hummed, and quickly climbed up with a brilliant golden light. Wang Su's flash. The moment he swung his sword, a broad and dazzling flash of light swept across the end of the ocean. After the flash disappeared, time seemed to stop. The next moment, a semicircular explosion suddenly occurred on the other side of the horizon. That's enough heat to flatten a small town. After the flash, the scenery swayed slightly, but this was not a mirage or illusion caused by high fever, but a phenomenon caused by the distortion of space. Sonilon was still alive, but he was only breathing his last. Su Muqing instantly approached his remains, and under the devil's brutal gaze, he shook the shark gill-patterned giant sword, turning it back into a narrow, straight, long knife, and made a fake slash behind him. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the dark space, as if the air was boiling. In the howling sea breeze, a huge amount of door rose from the misty night. Behind the hideous black door, more than a dozen chains popped out and wrapped around the monster's broken body. Roar! Roar! Sonilon growled repeatedly, and fear finally appeared in his eyes, but he was unable to stop his body. He was quickly pulled into the door by the chains. Then, the gate disappeared. Sonilon is a great demon, and absorbing such a demon would boost his spiritual power to a higher level. Su Muqing turned his head to look at the noise in the distance. His figure flashed several times in a row and landed beside Constantine. He pressed his shoulder and disappeared with him in the blink of an eye. After the two figures disappeared, the embarrassed Beckett and Castle poked their heads out from the woods. After a moment of silence, Beckett murmured, "Guess. Who is he?" Castle shrugged. "I don't know who he is, but I know I need to change the protagonist of my novel. I'll write about supernatural mysteries from now on." Beckett pursed his lips and glared at him unkindly. "The protagonist of the novel you're writing now seems to be based on me. Are you planning to kill me off?" Castle was a little surprised. "To be honest, I thought you would feel liberated." Beckett was about to mock his partner when he heard the sound of messy footsteps. Chapter 44. Staten Island was bustling overnight. No, it should be said that the whole New York was bustling overnight. Su Muqing first summoned a flood, turning most of Staten Island into a swamp, and then threw a missile, shattering thousands of pieces of glass. It is conceivable how much chaos this would cause. But the most annoying ones are Castle and Beckett. They had just watched a mind-blowing fantasy drama, and before they could fully organize their thoughts, they were surrounded by a group of agents who dropped from the sky and politely invited them into a building in Manhattan, where they began a tense interrogation process. The middle-aged agent with thinning hair had a gentle smile on his face. "Mr. Castle, are you sure that Detective Beckett is possessed by the devil?" Castle looked like he had been teased, and he shouted in a state of collapse. "How many times do you want me to say it?" The famous novice village chief still had a smile on his face. "Just one last confirmation." "I hope so." Castle angrily stood up and stated again. First, Beckett suddenly became very irritable at that time. She was like a completely different person. She actually pulled out a gun and pointed it at that person because of the possibility of deception. She even threatened to kill me when I tried to stop her. I know Beckett very well. She has always been calm and wise. Even when she was angry, she would not do such a thing. He paused briefly to catch his breath, then continued. Secondly, Beckett has lost all memory of those few minutes, probably due to the aftereffects of being possessed by the devil, just like the victims of the previous murders. But I was very lucid at the time, and I clearly saw the mysterious agent wearing a black glove with a white skull printed on it. He then pressed it against Beckett's face, pushing out a terrifying demon. Castle looked serious as he made his final conclusion. "So, I can't really say for sure whether Beckett was possessed by the devil. I can only state what I saw with my own eyes. But for myself, I believe what the mysterious agent said." Phil Coulson was silent for a moment, then said, "One last question. Please describe the appearance of those two agents." Castle was stunned. "We were investigating a homicide at the time, and many police officers were wearing cameras. There must be footage of him." Phil Coulson shook his head. "We collected all the footage, and anything involving those two people became blurry. This is Constantine's work." Castle grinned, his face full of longing. "Amazing magic. I should have thought of it earlier." Phil Coulson. He had experienced the overactive imagination of this mystery novelist several times. This guy could make up a very exciting story in a very short time for any incredible thing. In just a few hours, he had heard more than a dozen versions. "Mr. Castle, we need your help in making a sketch of those two mysterious agents." Castle scratched his head. "They're not FBI agents, are they?" Phil Coulson kept smiling. No comment. Castle didn't give up. "Are they mutants?" Phil Coulson kept smiling. No comment. Castle pursed his lips and asked another question. "How do you plan to deal with them?" Phil Coulson kept smiling. No comment. "Well, I have to remind you that he is really." Thinking of the previous magical battle, Castle couldn't help but shudder. The pungent smell of sulfur on Sony lawn made him feel cold all over when he thought about it now. No matter how you think about it, you shouldn't mess with someone who can easily kill that kind of devil. Phil Coulson interrupted his warning and said with a smile, "Mr. Castle, please rest assured. We have extensive experience in handling similar incidents." Castle's eyes lit up. "Are there many similar incidents?" Phil Coulson kept smiling. No comment. "Please continue with the previous topic." "All right." Castle twisted his neck in boredom, carefully recalling the man's face. Bang. His head drooped and fell on the table. Phil Coulson's expression changed. He stood up hurriedly, stretched out 2 fingers, and felt Castle's pulse. His expression relaxed slightly, and he pressed the intercom. "Someone, send Mr. Castle for a checkup." Adjacent interrogation room. Beckett also looked exhausted, while the cold-faced female agent opposite her had no change in expression. As an elite in the New York police force, Beckett is an energetic man who often investigates cases all night long. However, after being possessed by a demon, although he was not injured, he was inevitably a little mentally depressed. "Sorry, I still can't remember." Beckett rubbed his brow. "I just remember the 2 detectives saying they had information related to the murder case, something confidential, and that we needed to find a quiet place to discuss it. I suggested going to the nearby coast, but when I regained consciousness, I was already there watching gods and demons. I can't remember anything that happened in between." The cold-faced female agent stared at her for a moment, then suddenly asked, "How does it feel to watch the battle of gods and demons up close?" Beckett smiled bitterly. "I need to reshape my worldview." The cold-faced female agent nodded. "Even though you lost your memory for a while, you're still impressed by that pair of gods and demons, right? The sketch artist will help you make a deeper impression on them." Bang. Beckett's head dropped, and he slumped over the table. The movements of the 2 partners are almost identical. The cold-faced female agent's actions were very similar to her partner's. She first took Castle's pulse and then called an agent to send her for testing. However, both Castle and Beckett simply fell into a dormant state. Half an hour later, the 2 partners stretched at the same time and sat up from the white hospital bed, full of energy. "Castle, Beckett, why are you here? No, where is this place?" The police duo looked at each other in bewilderment. The ward door was pushed open, and Phil Coulson and Melinda walked in. Seeing the 2 men sitting in their beds in a daze, they smiled and asked, "How did you 2 sleep?" "We fell asleep." "We fell asleep?" Their messed-up brains regained function, and they both asked at the same time. Phil Coulson said helplessly, "We tried every possible way, but there was no way to wake you up." Castle rolled his eyes and asked his partner excitedly, "Beckett, did you also lose consciousness when you were about to describe the mysterious agent's appearance?" Beckett frowned. "Yes." Castle almost cheered. "Roar, this must be a trick left by the magician to prevent us from telling us what they look like." Castle. Beckett glared at him. "It could indeed be a trick left behind by the magician, but it's our bodies that are the carriers." Castle swallowed his saliva and became a little uneasy. "Okay, you have a point." Beckett rolled her eyes, not wanting to pay attention to him. She looked at the 2 agents and asked, "Are you sure we just fell asleep?" Phil Coulson shrugged. "We've run every test we can on you 2, and all the data shows you're just asleep." He paused, then added, "Moreover, you can't be woken up at all." Melinda continued with a cold expression, "One failure doesn't mean anything. We need more detailed data for comparison. Please describe his appearance." The portrait artist is waiting. Beckett couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the expressionless and emotionless words of the cold-faced female agent. "Are you kidding me? No one knows what the mysterious agent did to their bodies so carelessly. Boom. Castle, who had just stood up, fell headfirst to the ground. Beckett was shocked. Castle. The next moment, a faint snoring sound echoed in the ward. Beckett blinked, surprised. He's asleep? Melinda checked Castle's breath and shook her head slightly at Phil Coulson. It seems so. Half an hour later, Castle regained consciousness and cheered with renewed energy. It's amazing. You're being too reckless. Beckett hadn't finished complaining when his cheering partner's expression dropped. I think I understand the limitations of the necromancer. We can clearly remember their appearance, but if we even hint at it, even the slightest hint, we'll instantly fall asleep. It seems there's a better way to cure insomnia. Phil Coulson. Melinda. Chapter 45. While S.H.I.E.L.D. was busy searching the city, Sue Muqing and Constantine had already flown to Atlanta. Constantine ordered a glass of red wine and couldn't help but say, "Your strength is better than I thought. It seems that our mission this time will be much easier to complete." Sue Muqing used his stand-in to beat Trask to death in the cargo hold of the plane. His ability cannot be said to be weak, but if you say it is strong, it is definitely not that strong. But the attack from the Queen Shark surprised Constantine. This ability can fight the big devil head-on. Maybe one day you will meet a Hell Lord, and you will have to fight him to know who wins and who loses. Constantine has been secretly planning how to snatch the little girl who was harmed by him back from the hands of the Lord of Hell. But it's really too difficult. He pondered for several years, but still couldn't come up with a solution. But after seeing Sue Muqing's ability today, he suddenly came up with several dirty tricks. However, Constantine knew the terrifying power of the Demon King. He had to be extremely careful and wait until he had made an absolutely perfect plan before he could cause trouble for that be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* but he was very familiar with his style of doing things, so he didn't care about his compliments at all. He just flipped through a magazine and said calmly, "Do you know anything about the demon that's harassing your friend's daughter?" Constantine took a sip of his wine and said, "My old friend gave me very little information. I only know that it's a great demon, but I can only find out who it is after meeting him in person." Muqing said, "Then you'd better rest for a while. I don't want you to make mistakes due to lack of energy when I see the demon. The demon to be dealt with this time is not the kind that has already possessed a person. Constantine, an expert, is needed to find a way to lure it out and imprison it with a special magic circle. Only then will Muqing have a chance to completely eliminate it. Every demon is a conspirator who likes to hide in dark corners and use tricks to achieve his goals. He cannot be completely eliminated by relying solely on powerful force." "That's true." Constantine shrugged helplessly, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, then leaned back in the reclining seat, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. They would land at the Atlanta airport at daybreak and head straight to the suburbs to find the unfortunate girl, with no time for sleep at all. He needs to take advantage of this flight time to have a good rest. Muqing glanced at him, put the magazine in his hand aside, turned off the night vision light above his head, and closed his eyes. However, he didn't go there to sleep, but to participate in a lottery. Yes, just one day later, he had enough soul jades to draw again. He beat the inferior demon to death on the plane, but was only given 300 soul jades, which is worse than a Dementor. After killing the big demon, he was actually given 10,000 soul jades, which made it worthwhile for him to use the return blade to create a psychological shadow in New York. Since the lottery system was upgraded, Muqing has participated in the lottery 80 times, and there are only 20 more to go before reaching the 100th time. He didn't want to accumulate any more, so he just pressed the draw button. In the blink of an eye, a stack of cards appeared horizontally. Spirit Iron times 25 Soul Crystal times 19 White Fighting Experience Book X7 SR, Kendo Experience Book X11 SR, Flash Step Experience Book X10 SR, Ghost Path Experience Book X11 SR, Spirit Crystal X17 SR, Zanpakutō, Tsurugi, SR Zanpakutō of former 13th Division Vice Captain Shiba Kaien Zanpakutō, Chakram Tetsuya, SR Zanpakutō of Arankar No. 105, Teruti Sanovichi Quincy Skill Book, Concentrated Spirit Blaze, SSR Ability to Manipulate Concentrated Spirit Blaze Holy Word H, Burning, SSR. Ability to Manipulate Spirit Particle Concentrated Flames. My luck is a bit bad this time. Looking at the arranged cards, Muqing was somewhat dissatisfied. Not only are there only 2 SSRs, but they also seem to be duplicates. Definitely, although both are manipulating the concentrated flame of spirit particles, the upper limit of scorching heat is obviously much higher. Never mind. It's an unexpected gain. What's there to complain about? After finishing a bunch of skill books, my spiritual pressure increased by another 8,000. Oh right. After swallowing Sonilon, his spiritual pressure increased by more than 30,000. With the spiritual power crystal this time, and the 2 decomposed SR Zanpakutō, his spiritual pressure increased by more than 40,000. Then he installed Scorching Heat, and added 50 soul crystals to upgrade it to a high level, adding another 50,000 spiritual pressure. It's less than 100,000 away from 1 million spiritual pressure. Muqing flicked his fingers, and a flash of fire appeared at his fingertips. He muttered silently in his heart, I wonder if this holy text will be more powerful when combined with Ryujin Ruka. The solitary lamp at dawn cuts through the darkness of the sky. The passenger plane slowly stopped on the runway. Muqing woke Constantine up, and the two walked out of the airport, and saw Chase who came to pick them up. Muqing got into the car and laughed. I didn't expect you'd still be driving a taxi even after coming to Atlanta. The car Chase was driving was surprisingly another taxi. Constantine was listless, curled up in the passenger seat, and continued to doze quietly. Chase smiled and said, Atlanta is our base. John bought a taxi so that we can travel around easily. Muqing looked at the car and asked curiously, So, this is a magical weapon? When he first saw the car, he felt the magic of entanglement. Although it was only a very weak magic power and probably could not withstand the attacks of higher-level demons, it was obviously difficult for ordinary evil spirits to get close. Chase nodded and said, John has carved several magic circles on this car. Then, changing the subject, he asked, How's the demon in New York? Muqing said casually, Eliminated. Wipe out. Chase was stunned. Expel? Or eliminate? He had fought countless demons with Constantine, but each time he had driven them away, using all kinds of witchcraft to kick the demons back to their homeland. But he had never used the word eliminate. Muqing said frankly, It is to eliminate. A smile appeared on Chase's stiff face, and he said, It seems John has really found a good friend. Muqing smiled faintly and said teasingly, I don't want to be Constantine's friend. I heard that he particularly likes to cheat his friends. The closer the friend is to him, the faster they die. Nonsense. Constantine, who had his eyes closed to rest, couldn't help but rub his eyes and muttered, That's all slander against me. Constantine is a man of great loyalty. When have I ever betrayed a friend? He ignored Billien's nagging, took out a cigarette from his arms, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a comfortable puff of smoke. Muqing shook her head and said, I advise you to quit smoking. Otherwise, one day, if you're not beaten to death by your friends, you'll die of lung cancer. My friends won't hit me, and my lungs are pretty strong. As long as Satan doesn't come knocking on my door, I won't die. Constantine, unconcerned, exhaled the cigarette smoke from his mouth and asked Chase, Chase, were you safe last night? Chase shook his head slightly and said, I carved the Eye of Horus on Liv's door, but I didn't expect that the demon couldn't harm Liv and instead killed her neighbor. The police are still searching that apartment building. Constantine flicked off the ash from his cigarette and said with a sigh, That girl must be scared. Let's go comfort her. Chapter 46. The sunlight shines through the light mist and gently falls on everything, which is pleasing to the eye. It was such a beautiful morning, but Liv was in no mood to appreciate it. Last night, on her way home from get-off work, the ground suddenly collapsed and flames rose dozens of meters high, almost killing her on the spot. She finally got home, but before she could rest until midnight, she was awakened by the commotion outside the door. When she got up to ask, she found out that her neighbor was dead. She was murdered in a horrible way. Liv still hasn't recovered from the shock of seeing her neighbor's twisted body. Suddenly, a voice woke her up. Liv. Liv couldn't help but shudder and almost screamed. She tried to calm down, looked up and saw a shabby taxi parked in the parking lot a few dozen meters away. In front of the closed door of the taxi, a man in a beige windbreaker was leaning against the car, playing with a lighter in his hand. Liv was startled and asked warily, Who are you? Constantine spread his hands. John Constantine. Are you Constantine? Liv was a little surprised. Last night, a man gave her a business card that said Master of Black Magic, and the name on the back was Constantine. Constantine smiled and said, Yes, I think you have seen my business card. The person who gave his business card to Liv was naturally Chase. Liv curled her lips and said sarcastically, Yes, Master of Black Magic. Constantine shrugged and said helplessly, The new business cards are already being printed. For most people, the word magic is synonymous with a liar. Liv obviously didn't believe him and asked him directly, What do you want me to do? I believe you're in trouble, dear. Constantine stood up straight and said seriously, But I swear, it's not me who wants to kill you. Liv was confused. What are you talking about? Who wants to kill me? The one who wants to kill you is not a human being. Constantine raised his hand. I think you've seen the magical protection charm on your door. You mean this pattern? Liv reached into her bag and pulled out her phone, opened a picture, and held it in front of Constantine. When I learned of my friend's death, I noticed this on my door. Did you do it? This is the Eye of Horus. Constantine gave the answer. It's a kind of amulet in ancient Egyptian mythology. It can cover the eyes of demons and protect you from harm. But it wasn't me who carved it on your door. It was my friend Chaz. He knocked on the taxi, and Chase opened the door and greeted Liv. Before Liv could ask, Constantine explained. Actually, Chase was behind you protecting you last night. The Eye of Horus on your door and the salt circle on the ground in front of the door were all made by Chase. Liv was confused. Why did you keep this? Constantine said frankly. Because you were the one they intended to attack, but after the Eye of Horus carved by Chase blocked their eyes, they had no choice but to target your friend. Are you saying that the person who killed Talia originally intended to kill me? Liv suddenly panicked. But why would someone want to kill me? I'm just a nobody. I hate to burst your bubble, but you're no small matter. Constantine shook his head and said seriously, You have a great father, Gaspar Winters. I promised him to keep you safe. That's impossible. Liv frowned and said unhappily, My father died before I was born. Whoever said that lied to you. Gaspar died last year. Constantine took out a small cloth bag from his pocket and handed it to Liv, saying, This is his relic. You can open it and take a look. He hopes you can keep it. Liv took it hesitantly, opened the cloth bag, and saw a round pendant inside. She didn't know what it was and was about to ask when the taxi window suddenly lowered, revealing an Asian face. Constantine lowered his head. Su Muqing raised his chin. The devil is coming. Constantine was startled and turned around to look. Just as he turned his head, a police escort vehicle rushed out from the lawn. Accompanied by huge amounts of engine sounds, the escort vehicle rushed towards this side like a tank. Its target is Liv. Liv screamed, but it was too late to dodge. Constantine was shocked and shouted hurriedly. Su Muqing naturally wouldn't watch Liv get hit to death, but he also had no intention of getting out of the car and doing it himself. The one who launched the attack this time was just a contaminated evil spirit, and he didn't need to do anything at all. A substitute is enough. But this time, Su Muqing summoned not the Platinum Star, but the Silver Chariot. The time pause of Star Platinum still consumes a lot of energy. There is no need to use such a big move to deal with an insignificant little ghost. Silver Chariot has no special abilities, it's a pure melee stand, which is enough to deal with that little devil. As Su Muqing shook his fingers lightly, a stand-in in the form of a medieval knight in full armor, holding two Western rapiers, flashed out from the void like lightning and landed between Liv and the escort vehicle. The moment of contact with the escort vehicle, the silver-armored warrior pressed the rapier, placed it under the escort vehicle, and then suddenly thrust it upwards. Bang! The escort vehicle weighing several tons was easily lifted up like a toy, and then fell heavily to the ground. But it fell upside down. The moment it landed, the metal carriage was crushed and broken glass beads splashed everywhere. The destroyed vehicle obviously did not affect the passengers inside. A woman with twisted bones and cracked skin came out of the car window with a rapid scream. Oh my God, it's Talia! When Liv saw the woman, she couldn't help but scream again. That was her neighbor, the neighbor who had just died last night. Moreover, Talia is not only her neighbor, but also her good friend. But now, the look in her good friend's eyes when she looked at her was devoid of any emotion, only an extremely cold, murderous intent. Constantine looked at her. Your friend? Liv nodded sadly. Yes, she. Constantine interjected. She's dead. Although Talia was still breathing and making sounds, she was obviously a corpse. The demon behind the scenes killed Talia and turned her into a ghost, letting her kill Liv. Unfortunately, this evil spirit is too fragile. Constantine waved to Su Muqing and said, Su, let your little cutie hold her down. Do you want to take advantage of the heat? Su Muqing complained and waved his hand casually. The silver chariot, which had already changed back to its defensive form, immediately stepped forward again and sank the two rapiers downwards, just like a heavy iron plate, suppressing the crawling female corpse. Constantine moved closer, observing the gasping corpse, and exclaimed in surprise, This is totally illogical. They would never cause trouble in broad daylight. Dark creatures extremely hate sunlight, and generally will not come out to cause trouble during the day unless necessary. Even if she had the devil's order, she would have waited until night before coming to kill people. Unless the guy who created her is a top-notch demon, second only to the Lord of Hell. Demons of this level generally only exist in hell and cannot enter the material world without being summoned. Liv looked at her dead friend, then at the silver-armored warrior, her face full of helplessness. As the daughter of the prophet Gasper, she perfectly inherited her father's ability. The moment she touched her father's relics, her ability was activated, and she could see a ghost-like stand. Constantine stared at the female corpse and asked sternly, "Who sent you?" The twisted female corpse exhaled a smell of sulfur amidst its rapid breathing. Suddenly, Su Muqing snorted coldly. "Want to run?" The next moment, the silver chariot slashed with the rapier, and a large amount of blood gushed out. Then, the two thin swords formed an X shape, leaving two silver sword marks. Boom! The female corpse crashed into the wrecked escort vehicle and was crushed into pieces. The female corpse was completely turned into a corpse, and even her twisted soul was chopped into pieces by the substitute. Chapter 47. After experiencing a terrifying magical battle in person, especially after holding her father's relics and being able to see another world, Liv had to believe that there really was a demon in the dark, staring at her with those cold eyes, ready to drag her soul into hell at any time. "I want to know my father. How did he die?" Liv clutched the pendant tightly, her body trembling slightly. "Is it also related to that devil?" "It's very likely." Constantine opened the car door and invited Liv in. "Last year, your father bravely sacrificed himself, taking a demon with him. But humans are easy to die, but demons are hard to kill. The demon that wants to kill you this time might be the one your father sent back to hell, who has just emerged from hell. To find out where he came from, we need to go to your father's mysterious house." "Mystery house?" Liv didn't quite understand. Constantine said, "Your father and I have jointly built a magical fortress. It is filled with protective spells. Even the great demon cannot force its way in. You will be safe there. Where am I going to live? Until we get that devil done, yes." The taxi quickly drove out of Atlanta, along the quiet interstate highway, and into the densely forested stone mountains. "Hello." Liv looked at Su Muqing carefully, not knowing what to say, so she could only greet him stiffly. Su Muqing smiled back. "Hello, you can call me Su." Liv relaxed a little and asked curiously, "That silver-armored warrior just now, was that Ghost?" "It's called the Silver Chariot." Su Muqing raised his finger, and the figure of a silver chariot emerged from behind, startling Liv. Su Muqing said with a smile, "It's a special image condensed from my spiritual energy. Although it has similar properties to a ghost, it's definitely not a ghost." Liv was confused. "If it's something like Ghost, why can I see it?" Su Muqing raised her chin. "Look out the window." "Out the window?" Liv, confused, turned her head and looked outside through the car window, and couldn't help but shudder again. Suddenly, strange figures could be seen in the originally uninhabited forest. There were men, women, old and young. They all had a blank expression and wandered in the forest with dull eyes. "It seems you inherited your father's ability. When you touched his necklace, it helped you focus and see what your father had seen." Constantine turned around and said slowly to Liv, "There are other worlds outside of ours. They exist in parallel. Gasper once tried to teach me, but unfortunately, I don't have his talent." Livki asked, "So, you two have a good relationship?" Constantine pursed his lips and said bitterly, "Just know that I will help you drive the devil away. Repay the debt of gratitude I owe your father, and then we'll be even." Gasper and he were indeed friends, but he loved to trick his friends the most. Gasper had obviously been tricked before, but because of his strong strength, he luckily escaped death. Suddenly, the car radio, which had been silent, suddenly started playing violent music. The dark and vulgar heavy metal rock hits everyone's eardrums, making people feel disgusted and want to smash something to vent their anger. Constantine said impatiently, "Chaz, turn off the radio." Chase looked puzzled. "I didn't turn on the radio." Before he finished speaking, Su Muqing's expression suddenly became serious and he shouted, "Constantine, lower your head." Constantine was confused, but he lowered his head obediently. The next moment, Su Muqing's fingers made a gun shape, aimed at the windshield in front, and suddenly a beam of fire spurted out. Boom! Dozens of meters away, an oncoming tanker truck was hit by the high-temperature flames and exploded like a bomb. The hot air wave swept over and overturned the taxi. After rolling several times, it hit a big tree. Constantine, who never bothered to wear a seat belt, flew out of the broken windshield like a stone, rolled along the ground for more than 10 meters, and fell in front of a big rock on the side of the road with blood all over his head. He was protected by a protective spell and was not seriously injured or killed, but the heavy head impact still made him fall into a coma. Chase was wearing a seatbelt and was not thrown out of the car, but the huge amounts of crushing force did break several of his ribs. However, with his self-healing ability, this kind of injury is no different from a scratch. As for Liv, who was sitting in the back seat, she was not hurt at all under Su Muqing's protection. Although he was not physically injured, he was definitely frightened. What's going on? What's going on? Liv was so frightened that she was stunned when she saw the car almost torn into pieces. Is it her turn to have a car accident today? Previously, he was nearly crushed into a pulp by his dead friend who was driving an escort vehicle and was rescued by Su Muqing and the other two. Unexpectedly, not long after he got in the car, he encountered another car accident, and it was a super-enhanced version. Nothing. It's just that the guy who wants to kill you has shown up again. Su Muqing spoke as if nothing had happened, raised his hand, and the iron sheet pressing on his body was torn apart like white paper. Here we go again? Liv was in tears. It's really coming again, and it's not over yet. Sumu looked up at the high-voltage line above his head. Suddenly, it broke in the middle, crackling with sparks, and suddenly fell down from midair. Before Liv and Chase understood what was happening, they felt their vision blur. When their vision became clear again, they suddenly realized that they were already far away from the smoking wreckage car. I hope you can use your real body next time you show up. Su Muqing let go of the hands holding the two people and casually swung a knife at the high-voltage wire that was spitting out tongues like a poisonous snake and rushing towards him with strange steps. Boom! The massive air currents stirred up by blade carved deep furrows into the ground, destroying everything around it. The high-voltage wire, which was dozens of meters long and hung from the air more than 10 meters high, was instantly crushed into only wisps of debris, losing its function of conducting electric current at high speed. Su Muqing snorted lightly and sheathed his knife. This time, there was no gain at all. The big devil who was hiding in the dark and causing trouble did not create any more evil spirits, but instead possessed the driver of the tanker truck. It's a pity that it's just a magic duplication. Otherwise, the mission could probably be completed today. Seeing the strange wire disappear, Chase and Liv finally breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as it resolved, Constantine, who had been knocked unconscious by the fall, woke up from his brief sleep. The windbreaker he had been wearing was a robe, engraved with many protective spells, both to guard against witchcraft and man-made disasters. Otherwise, he would have been crippled if not killed this time. Chase handed him a handkerchief and said, "That devil is so impatient. It seems we have to hurry to the mystery house. Otherwise, we don't know what kind of trouble he will cause next time." Constantine wiped the blood from his forehead and said depressedly, "But our car is damaged. We can't go any faster even if we want to. The mysterious house is still dozens of kilometers away from here. It would be great if we can get there before dark just by walking." Su Muqing shrugged and said calmly, "Didn't I tell you that I also know how to repair cars?" Chapter 48. In JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the stands have all kinds of strange functions, among which there is a stand that is proficient in repair, Crazy Diamond, a stand that can repair any damaged objects. Although the unfortunate taxi had been smashed into scrap, it was still incredibly easy to deal with in front of Crazy Diamond. Seeing a new substitute emerge from behind Su Muqing, Constantine remained calm. But watching that bizarre figure frantically waving his fists in front of the junk whose model was no longer recognizable, reassembling the dilapidated taxi, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "If one day you said you could fly, I certainly wouldn't be surprised." Su Muqing said as a matter of course, "I can fly. Your abilities are all quite useful." Constantine looked at him with some envy. If he has this ability, why would he be afraid of going to hell? Chase couldn't help but sigh. "If I had this ability, I wouldn't have to worry about scratches when driving in the future." Liv stared blankly, her eyes wide open, and said in a trance, "If you have this ability, why are you still driving a taxi? Why not just open a repair shop?" Chase smiled and said, "That's right." Constantine, cigarette in hand, pointed at the oddly shaped windshield and asked, "Why isn't this fixed?" The shabby taxi was basically repaired, except for a large hole about a foot in diameter in the middle of the windshield. Su Muqing curled her lips. Crazy Diamond's operation is to repair, not to create. He can't make something that has completely disappeared appear again. Crazy Diamond's ability is to repair the broken pieces, not to create something out of nothing. The damage to the taxi's windshield was mainly caused by the burning of Su Muqing's burning fingers. The material had turned into gas and evaporated, and it could not be restored by repair alone. Chase, however, didn't care and said, "It doesn't matter. I can drive even without a windshield." Constantine didn't really mean to find fault, so he waved his hand to the others decisively. "Get in the car." The taxi soon set off again, driving on the interstate highway for a while, and then turned into the deep mountains and forests from a narrow fork in the road. Before going deep into the mountains and forests, there are a large number of tombstones standing in the desolate wilderness on the side. In the middle of two large tombstones, there is a very simple wooden house. At the door of the wooden house stood an old man. The old man had a short, stiff mustache, a pair of brown eyes sunken in his eye sockets, messy gray hair, and a weather-beaten face covered with deep wrinkles. When the taxi passed the cemetery, Constantine rolled down the window and nonchalantly greeted the old man. "Old man, you're still alive." The two obviously knew each other and had a good relationship. The old man looked very old, but he was full of energy. He leaned on a dirty shovel, looked at Constantine with a half-smile, and said sarcastically, "Constantine, I will definitely go to hell later than you. A smoker. I'm going to hell, and I'll take you with me." Constantine raised his middle finger. The taxi drove along the bumpy mountain road and went deep into the stone mountains. Constantine, who was that just now? Muqing recalled that old face and felt as if he had seen it somewhere. In this messed-up world, he obviously wouldn't have anyone familiar with it, and that face could only be seen on the screen. Constantine flicked the ash off his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "I only know that the old man's name is Seireitei, and he's the gravekeeper at St. Michael's Church Cemetery." Liv looked around, but there is no church nearby. Constantine said, "St. Michael's Church moved to Texas, and this cemetery was moved from Atlanta many years ago." St. Michael's Church Cemetery. Sorry. Muqing pondered silently for a moment, and suddenly, a figure wrapped in blazing flames and riding a burning horse jumped out from the depths of his memory. That slightly unfamiliar old face was indeed a familiar face. Ghost Rider. Hellfire. Muqing seemed to be lost in thought. The taxi passed through the dark forest path and stopped in front of an old mill. Liv looked at the mill in amazement and asked, "Is this the place?" "Yes, this is the house your father left behind." Constantine stood at the door of the mill, with his arms open as if embracing it. "I promised him that if you were in danger, I would bring you here and give you the key." As he said this, he took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and tossed them to Liv. Liv quickly reached out and caught the keychain. Before she could speak again, Constantine pulled out another set of keys and opened the door to the Yurizuya shop. Warning, just a reminder, don't touch anything in there. It's dangerous. This magician tower, which is quite famous in the necromancer world, looks very simple in appearance, just like an ordinary mill. However, Muqing only took a quick look and found that it was surrounded by magic barriers and layer upon layer of magic traps. With the strength of these magic barriers and traps, even if there are several big demons like the one that just attacked, they can be held off for a while. No wonder Constantine brought Liv here. Nice idea. Muqing observed the traces of magic and planned to set up some barriers for his house once things stabilized. "Come in." Constantine stepped into the gloomy room, turned off the power, and turned on the dim light. He said to Liv, "Gasper sometimes comes here to protect you, but he has to keep his distance, naturally for your safety." Liv looked up at the building, which was filled with the aura of witchcraft, and couldn't help but complain. None of this is natural at all. This is too crazy. You can practically escape the end of the world here, or cause a disaster. Constantine curled his lips in noncommittal. He walked over to the cobweb-covered bookshelf, scanned it with his eyes, and then pulled down a thick tome. He tossed it onto the dusty table and expertly flipped through the pages. There are millions of demons. We need to find out which one wants you dead. Bored, Liv wandered around the cluttered house, looking at all sorts of strange things, and finally set her sights on a helmet. A helmet with a rather simple shape and golden color all over. Liv picked up the helmet curiously and observed the pattern on it. Constantine took one look and warned, "You'd better put it down before it takes you down. That is a divine weapon. Not everyone can touch it." Liv was shocked when she heard this and quickly put down her helmet. But the next moment, the helmet fell into Muqing's hands. He took a quick look and asked in surprise, "Is this the helmet of destiny?" There is a superhero in the DC world called Dr. Fate, whose main ability comes from the helmet of fate. Constantine casually said, "That's right. The helmet of destiny is also called the helmet of Nabu. It's a divine artifact created by the god Nabu. Those who follow the will of the god Nabu can use the helmet of destiny to draw on the power of the god Nabu. It is an artifact similar to Mjolnir, which can wield the power of a god as long as one is qualified to use it. Divine artifact." Liv became even more curious and looked at the helmet with spider webs hanging on it, but she didn't get any reaction. Bored, Liv could only shift her gaze to the map hanging on the wall. "Is this a map of Atlanta?" Constantine didn't even look up. "Yes." Liv was surprised and said, but there are many place names on it that I have never heard of. She had never heard of places like Illusion Falls, Ghost Mountain, and Cursed Bend. Constantine said, "That's a map Gasper made himself. Everything he saw was depicted on it." Liv thought for a moment. "I thought you said he could find trouble." "That's called divination." Constantine raised his hand and pointed to the table, where a map was also spread out. "Just place your pendant on top of the map, and you'll see the trouble too." "Is that so?" Liv blinked, walked to the table, held her father's relics in her hands, and placed them on the map. Chapter 49. Found it. Before Liv could see the trouble, Constantine patted the old paper and said thoughtfully, "I found the demon that attacked us. It's called Fuxifa. Fuxifa draws power from electricity. It can control lightning and storms, so it can control power lines and corpses." Constantine paused and looked up at Su Muqing. "Su, are you sure you can handle it?" Su Muqing shrugged. "How would I know if I haven't seen him face to face? What just appeared was just a wisp of magic power, which is incomparable to the real devil. However, as long as this great demon's strength is not much greater than Sonolin's, it should not be difficult for him to deal with it." Constantine pondered for a moment and decided, "Let's prepare for both scenarios." He planned to set up an expulsion magic circle. If Su Muqing couldn't handle it, he would use the old method to kick the devil back to hell. However, for this plan to be perfect, it needs a helper. Su Muqing ignored his calculations, shook the helmet of destiny in his hand, and said, "I've decided this thing is the reward for your commission this time." This is no longer the era when lightning is only brought by thunderstorms. In modern society, power systems are ubiquitous, and the ability of Fuxifa to control lightning will increase exponentially. Asking for an unusable artifact as compensation, Su Muqing thought the price was quite reasonable. He definitely didn't conform to the will of the god Nabu, and he had no intention of using the power of the god Nabu. He just planned to decompose the artifact and see what specific materials could be decomposed. Constantine spread his hands and smiled nonchalantly. "As I said before, Gasper is paying the bill this time, so, as long as Liv agrees, you can take it." Next to the map of America, Liv is trying to predict the future according to Constantine's instructions. Hearing Constantine's words, Liv, who was hovering over the map, turned around and asked, "What did you say?" Before she finished her words, her wrist suddenly trembled. "Ah, that hurts." As she screamed, a trickle of bright red blood flowed quickly along her palm and through the pendant. Liv's palm was sore, and she was about to let go when she heard Constantine say, "Don't move. Let the blood drip." Liv could only hold her arm steady obediently. A few drops of blood fell on the map below, and then, as if attracted by some force, they all rushed to a fixed location. "Oh my God, what is this?" Liv was surprised. "Omen," Constantine sighed. "It's a sign of something bad happening." Liv's lips trembled, and she looked at Constantine helplessly. "Edgewood Avenue. So, something bad will happen there." Constantine remained calm. "It will happen." Liv was a little overwhelmed. "Should we do something?" "We will." Constantine's tone became more serious. "But first, we have to protect your life from being taken away." Liv turned to look at Su Muqing, pleading slightly. "Su." Su Muqing shook the helmet of destiny and said with a smile, "This thing belongs to me?" Liv pouted and said, "I can't use it, so take it if you want." "Thanks." Su Muqing snapped his fingers, and the darkness behind him squirmed, and another Su Muqing walked out. Su Muqing said to his other self, "Edgewood Avenue, let's go." The other Su Muqing nodded and suddenly disappeared. Constantine was surprised. "You still have duplication?" Su Muqing shrugged. "Is it strange? The stand-in cannot fight at a distance, so this time, he chose to use the Dreamer to create the duplication. Although he only possesses the spiritual pressure of a vice captain, it is enough to fight against most demons and evil spirits." Constantine lit another cigarette and said speechlessly, "I'm now very suspicious of which dimension lord you are." Su Muqing laughed and said, "Why don't you suspect that I'm the lord of hell? I'm familiar with hell. You don't smell like those bastards." Constantine took a long drag on his cigarette and raised his chin towards Liv. "Liv, give your house key to Chase and ask him to help you pack some clothes. I have to go to Emory University and find another helper." Constantine drove out a shabby pickup truck that matched the mill's dilapidated garage perfectly. This pickup truck, which seems to be on the verge of being scrapped, is just like the dilapidated taxi. It is covered with protective spells inside and out, and is much stronger than its shabby appearance. There was no way. Constantine was very afraid of death, because he would go to hell after death, where there were countless dark creatures waiting to play with his soul. Therefore, he always wore a windbreaker engraved with protective magic and drove a broken car that was extremely tough because of the protective magic engraved on it. The design is indeed not satisfactory, but at least it can ensure safety. The rickety pickup truck spewed out black smoke as it carried Constantine to Emory University to seek help from his old friend Professor Rich. Chase also drove away in a taxi. He had to go to the auto repair shop to repair the windshield, and then go to Liv to pack some clothes for her. Peace returned to the old mysterious house. Liv stood beside the old table, staring at the blood-stained map in a daze. Su Muqing observed the helmet of destiny, trying to sense the power of the god of Nabu, but unfortunately the other party completely ignored him. Suddenly, Liv's scream woke him up from his silence. "What's wrong?" Su Muqing turned her head and saw the girl standing in front of the mirror with a look of fear on her face. Liv danced with joy. "Here, here." Su Muqing stood up and walked to the mirror. She was shocked to find that there was another figure in the mirror between the two of them. A middle-aged man with gray hair and a tired face. Su Muqing turned her eyes away from the mirror and looked around, but did not see the man in the mirror. He thought for a moment and said, "I think this is your father." Liv said his soul. Su Muqing shook his head and said, "If he is a soul, with your spiritual power, you can still see it without the help of a mirror." Then, he pointed at the mirror and said, "I think this mirror is also a magical instrument. It records images from the past. What you see now is probably just a reflection of the past." "Is that so?" Liv had a complicated expression on her face as she looked through the mirror at the man in it. This was the first time in her life that she saw her father's appearance. Su Muqing flipped his hand and put the helmet of destiny into the inventory. He said, "Liv, Constantine, and the others will be back soon. I have something to go out for." Liv was stunned. "You want to leave?" "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." Su Muqing smiled faintly, turned around, and walked out of the mill. Chapter 50. At the moment it is autumn. The weather was chilly at dusk, and the leaves were yellow and falling to the ground, like a layer of yellow carpet. The tombstones standing on the carpet have a sense of independence and cold autumn. The old cowboy took a shovel and cleared the dead leaves surrounding the grave bit by bit. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind came down from the sky, blowing the fallen leaves around him into dancing shapes. The old cowboy hurriedly held down his cowboy hat. When he turned his head, he found that there was another person next to him. Su Muqing raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Old cowboy, I heard that you have collected an interesting contract." "I'm very interested." Seireitei's eyes flickered with a tiny glint, and he denied it. "Kid, you've got the wrong person. I'm just a gravekeeper, a poor, penniless fellow. How could I possibly have any collections?" "All right." Su Muqing smiled, then raised her hand. "I've decided to be a philanthropist. I'll buy your shovel for $1 million US. How about that?" Seireitei felt his palm go numb, and the shovel in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand and fell into Su Muqing's hand. "I'm sorry, I've used this shovel for decades. It's my old friend. Even if I die one day, I'll take it to the grave. I'll never sell it." Seireitei was shocked, his eyes suddenly flashing with fire. He rushed to Su Muqing at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his age and reached out to grab the shovel. But even though he was once Ghost Rider, he hasn't judged sin for hundreds of years. The hellfire, which was extremely lacking in nutrition, was so weak that it seemed like it would go out at any time. How could it be a match for Su Muqing? However, Su Muqing did not attack him. He just used his light movements to easily avoid Seireitei's hands, and said calmly, "In this case, I only want the contract and the shovel, and I will return the shovel to you. Give it back to me." After reaching out his hand more than 10 times without touching the shovel, Seireitei finally couldn't bear it anymore. He groaned, and the fire in the corner of his eyes suddenly spread out, covering his entire body in an instant. In an instant, the skinny old gravekeeper turned into a burning skeleton. "Devil's follower, I wanted to spare your life, but you chose to die." Seireitei's eyes were wide open, and he raised his hand. The hunting rifle hanging in the church turned into a beam of fire and flew into his hand. Then, under the erosion of hellfire, the appearance of the hunting rifle changed rapidly, from an old double-barreled hunting rifle to a hideous and domineering one. Su Muqing paused, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Who said I am a believer in the devil? If you are not a follower of the devil, why are you here to ask for a contract?" Seireitei obviously didn't believe it, and he pulled the trigger while speaking. The double-barreled shotgun, full of magical colors, suddenly spewed out burning bullets. Hundreds of red bullets formed a fire net, enveloping Su Muqing. However, when the bullet hit Su Muqing's body, it seemed to hit the air, penetrating through without any hindrance and landing on a towering tombstone with a crisp explosion. Crash! The tombstone, hit by dozens of bullets, instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces, falling to the ground and stirring up a large amount of fallen leaves. "Damn it!" Seireitei shouted angrily, turned the gun around and fired another shot at his side. Bang! Another tombstone fell. But this is just the beginning. Seireitei held the demonized hunting rifle, constantly changing direction, pulling the trigger continuously, and smashing the tombstones one by one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of nearby tombstones had all turned into rubble, covering the ground. "Do you want to continue?" Looking at the flickering flames on Seireitei's body, Su Muqing remained calm. Seireitei's eyes widened with anger. He glared at him for a long moment, then sighed. "All right, I admit defeat. Give me back the shovel, and I'll take you to get the contract." "No, I can do it myself." The other party obviously did not give up resisting, but Su Muqing did not want to pester him anymore. He held a shovel in his right hand, and with a quick flip of his left hand, a perfectly round metal plate appeared in his palm. The next moment, he held the metal plate, pointed it at Seireitei, and shook it gently. The original purpose of the Star chapter was to forcibly seize the Death God's Bankai. Su Muqing now really wants to try whether it can seize Ghost Rider's power. It turns out that Xingjiang can not only seize Bankai, but can also forcibly deprive people of other supernatural powers. In just a moment, a slightly dim light flew out of Sori's body, as if an angel figure made of flames. That is the spirit of vengeance. The spirit of revenge that was forcibly pulled out was like a blazing lightning, and it drilled into the star seal in the blink of an eye. The originally cold metal disc was quickly branded with a hint of fire. It actually worked. Su Muqing happily stroked the new star badge and looked at Seireitei, who had lost his power. At this time, Seireitei had already collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, as if he could die at any moment. The elderly Ghost Rider has lived for over 200 years, relying solely on the power of the spirit of vengeance to keep him alive in the world. Now that the spirit of revenge has been taken away, his life has come to an end. Definitely, Su Muqing didn't intend to kill him. Su Muqing walked up to him, took out the Soul Enlightenment Gauntlet, and breathed on his chest. Sori's soul was pushed out of his body. The next moment, Seireitei's body stopped breathing. Seireitei raised his hands, looked around, and said with some sadness, "Am I dead?" Su Muqing replied as if nothing had happened. "You are dead, but you are not dead either." Seireitei was confused. "What do you mean?" Su Muqing said, "You've been a Ghost Rider for hundreds of years. You should know that death has 2 levels, and the body is only the first." Sori said calmly. "So, you want to destroy my soul as well?" "No." Su Muqing smiled faintly, waved his hand, and another corpse appeared on the ground. A corpse without any skin on its surface, with muscles exposed. Su Muqing didn't hesitate at all. He reached out and grabbed Seireitei's soul, pressing him towards the corpse. At the moment the soul and the corpse integrated, the appearance of the corpse began to change rapidly, growing rough skin and gray hair and beard. In an instant, he turned into the appearance of Sori. This corpse was a portable artificial corpse that was won in a previous lottery. In Urahara Kisuk's hands, this thing is only used as a temporary substitute, but it can also be used as a residence for the soul without any problems. Seireitei opened his eyes, touched his face, and looked at himself next to him, feeling puzzled. "You," Su Muqing said, "this artificial body is enough to keep you alive and kicking for another 10 years. If you want a new body after 10 years, please work hard to make money during this time." Seireitei opened his mouth and stared at Su Muqing. After a long while, he said, "You don't seem to be a devil." Su Muqing said, "I am not a devil." Seireitei demanded, "Then why did you come to steal my shovel?" "Maybe it's because I like watching movies." Su Muqing responded nonchalantly and put the star badge on his chest. In an instant, hellish fire surged from his eyes. The fire quickly spread throughout his body, turning him into Ghost Rider. However, he did not transform into a skeleton wrapped in flames like other Ghost Riders. Because the star seal imprisoned the spirit of vengeance, what Su Muqing drew out was only the sacred fire of hell. This flame of the depths of hell is not bound by the laws of nature. Neither water nor a vacuum can affect the fire of hell. However, the fire of hell must feed on sin in order to remain eternally burning. Seireitei had not judged sin for over 100 years, so the hellfire produced by the spirit of revenge had become extremely dim. If this ball of hellfire is to be restored to its peak level, it must devour a large amount of sin. Su Muqing had no intention of becoming Spider-Man. He surveyed the flames in his palm, thoughtfully saying, "Perhaps I could transform Ghost Rider's power into a sacred text and give it to others to help upgrade."
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.